Chapter 425. Early Orange Level Soul, Rank 2 Soul Cultivation. Soul cultivation had always been a very mysterious and powerful cultivation system. Feng Chun had accidentally become a soul cultivator, and now his soul cultivation had finally reached Rank 2. Rank 2 soul cultivation corresponded to the 9th layer of the condensing reality realm. Feng Chun was only at the early stage of Rank 2 soul cultivation. Therefore, with his current strength, defeating a first layer of the condensing reality realm martial artist was not a problem at all. Against a second layer of the condensing reality realm martial artist, he was powerless. Once my soul cultivation level has completely stabilized, it will be fine. Feng Chun thought to himself. Although right now, if he were to fight against a second-level condensing reality realm martial artist, his overall strength was still very strong. At least in the registered disciple area, there was no one who could be his opponent. Even the disciple who claimed to be number one among the nominal disciples was no match for Feng Chun. Crash! Feng Chun suddenly opened his eyes. After his soul had broken through, his cultivation had become extremely slow. He was ready to stop cultivating. At this time, the Python sword had also returned to Feng Chun's space ring. Then, Feng Chun left the Sea of Soul. Not long after arriving at the registered disciple area, Feng Chun's strength had improved greatly. All of this made Feng Chun very happy. Although he was a registered disciple of the Baron sect and was not an official disciple, the Baron sect still had clear rules. That was, he had to complete missions assigned by the sect on a regular basis. These missions were issued by the sect to test the registered disciples. One day, Elderly found Feng Chun and told Feng Chun that he had yet to complete a mission in the registered disciple area and needed to do so. Registered disciples were required to complete a mission every month in order to pass the test. Of course, they could also choose to complete a year's worth of missions in one go. After receiving the news, Feng Chun went straight to the mission hall. The mission hall was the place where the registered disciple area issued missions. After arriving, Feng Chun found that there were a lot of missions in the mission hall. Of course, the missions were also divided into different levels. There were normal missions, low-level missions, mid-level missions, high-level missions, dangerous missions, extremely dangerous missions, and even death missions. In short, the higher the level of the mission, the more dangerous it was. As for the legendary death mission, no one dared to accept it. Of course, the levels of these missions were relative to the nominal disciples. As for the official disciples, they also had their own levels. As a nominal disciple, they had to complete at least one low-level mission every month. Some nominal disciples deliberately chose low-level missions in order to not waste their cultivation time and quickly complete them before returning to cultivate. When Feng Chun arrived at the mission hall, he carefully observed for a moment. Normal and low-level missions had all been taken up by people. There weren't even many mid-tier missions left. Feng Chun glanced around and suddenly found a quest. The reason why Feng Chun was attracted to this quest was because of the reward. A condensing reality realm warrior's grave was found in a mountain range 100 miles away from the water-leaning city. Let's explore the grave. This was the content of the quest. The quest only said that the warrior was to explore the grave. As for the items obtained from the grave, they would all belong to the warrior. Although a condensing reality realm warrior's grave wasn't that attractive to the official disciples of the Baron sect, it was still very attractive to the nominal disciples. Interesting. Feng Chun grinned and said. Feng Chun took a closer look. Since this mission to explore the tomb was a dangerous mission, Feng Chun knew that it would be dangerous. Dangerous mission? Feng Chun was extremely puzzled. At this moment, the soaring dragon marquis appeared. He explained to Feng Chun, Feng Chun, the reason why this tomb exploration quest is a dangerous mission is because other sect disciples may also go. Hearing the soaring dragon marquis words, Feng Chun instantly understood. This tomb wasn't only known to the Baron sect, but also to the other sect disciples. They would also send their disciples in. However, after pondering for a moment, Feng Chun accepted the quest. To accept a dangerous mission, you need to pay 100,000 high-grade spirit stones. The staff member said softly when he heard that Fong Chun wanted to accept a dangerous mission. Fong Chun was startled. He was a little puzzled. Accepting a mission actually required spirit stones. Every mission issued by the sect will allow the disciple to obtain more or less inherited treasures. Therefore, there will naturally be a small fee. After all, the sect's expenditure is also very high. The staff member explained. Fong Chun was relieved. He then paid 100,000 high-grade spirit stones and successfully accepted the mission. Remember, only by bringing back an item from the grave can the mission be considered completed. Otherwise, even if you explore the grave, you will not be able to confirm whether you have completed the mission. The staff member reminded. Fong Chun, be careful. The soaring dragon marquis reminded. Fong Chun nodded, then turned and left. It was the first time he had accepted a mission, and he had accepted a dangerous mission. This caused many of the nominal disciples in the mission hall to be extremely surprised. Fong Chun ignored the crowd and directly left the Baron sect, appearing on the streets of Leaning Water City. When accepting the mission, Fong Chun received a map. This map marked the route to the grave of the condensing reality realm expert. Soon, Fong Chun left Leaning Water City. He then followed the route on the map and headed toward the mountain range 100 miles away. When Fong Chun arrived at the mountain range, it was already noon. He plunged into the mountain range. According to the markings on the map, the grave of the condensing reality realm expert should be in the depths of the mountain range. Fong Chun looked at the map and said in a low voice. He then quickly headed towards the grave. At this moment, there were many cultivators in the mountain range rushing towards the grave. Among them, there was a cultivator that Fong Chun was familiar with, the Black Armor Marquis of the Divine Statue sect. After the Black Armor Marquis entered the Divine Statue sect, he was naturally also a nominal disciple. However, the nominal disciples of the Divine Statue sect were treated much better than the nominal disciples of the Baron sect. Because he received Li Jinghong's comprehensive care, the Black Armor Marquis cultivation increased faster than the Soaring Dragon Marquis. Currently, the Black Armor Marquis had already reached the peak of the first condensing reality realm. He was only a step away from the second condensing reality realm. This time, the Black Armor Marquis accepted the mission to complete it and obtain the mission reward. Then, he would break through the bottleneck and reach the second condensing reality realm. Beside the Black Armor Marquis, there were a few nominal disciples. They looked at the Black Armor Marquis with great respect. Senior Brother Black Armor, we are almost at the grave, one of the disciples said in a low voice. Continue forward, the Black Armor Marquis said. The disciples of the Divine Statue sect continued forward. Of course, the Divine Statue sect and the Baron sect were not the only ones who wanted to explore the grave. There were also disciples from other sects. When Fong Chun arrived at the grave, he was shocked to find that the grave had already been opened by someone. It was obvious that someone had entered the grave. Someone beat us to it. Fong Chun was slightly startled. He immediately plunged into the grave. After entering the grave, Fong Chun discovered that he was in a very dark and narrow passage. The passage was pitch black, and he could not see anything. Fong Chun quickly advanced through the passage. After a while, Fong Chun walked out of the passage. After leaving the passage, Fong Chun discovered that he was in an underground palace. However, Fong Chun was puzzled. Why did this underground palace look like a maze? Fong Chun stood in the underground palace and looked around. In the end, he chose a path and continued forward. Time passed bit by bit. In the blink of an eye, a day had passed. During this day, many disciples entered the grave. Fong Chun walked around for a day and finally found some clues. He found some gaps in the maze. He used the gaps and finally walked out of the maze. After walking out of the maze, Fong Chun discovered 3 stone doors. At this moment, a few figures appeared in the maze. Yes, someone came here early. A trace of killing intent flashed in the eyes of the 3 cultivators. They looked at each other and said, Senior Brother, what should we do? A short cultivator asked in a low voice. At this moment, Senior Brother took a step forward. He looked at Fong Chun and asked, Brother, the 3 of us are disciples of the Heavenly Crane sect. May I know who you are? Baron Sect, Fong Chun said softly. His gaze was completely focused on the 3 stone doors. Hearing that Fong Chun was from the Baron Sect, senior brother, whose eyes revealed a trace of fear. Then, the 3 of them exchanged glances and finally made a decision. Brother, this grave is very strange. Why don't we work together? Senior brother who said as he walked towards Fong Chun. Fong Chun ignored the 3 of them. Just as senior brother who approached Fong Chun, a wild aura suddenly rushed towards him. In the next moment, senior brother who roared and a long saber appeared in his hand. He directly stabbed it towards Fong Chun. Oomph. After the 3 of them appeared, Fong Chun had been on guard. At this moment, seeing senior brother whose long saber stabbing towards him, Fong Chun coldly snorted and instantly unleashed the Daluo soul-killing flame. A soul flame suddenly appeared above his head. Fong Chun opened his eyes wide and glared at senior brother Hu. The latter instantly fell into an illusion. His eyes were dull, like a walking corpse. He even forgot to attack Fong Chun. It was also at this moment that the soul flame drilled into senior brother Hu's head. In the next moment, senior brother Hu let out a miserable cry. Then, his body went limp and fell to the ground, lifeless. This sudden scene also caused the other 2 people to be extremely shocked. His strength. One of the cultivators shouted in horror. Run! Senior brother, who was the strongest among the 3 of them. If even senior brother, who wasn't a match for this person, they would only be courting death if they stayed. As they spoke, the 2 of them directly drilled into the maze and disappeared in an instant. You guys ran fast enough. Fong Chun sneered as he watched the 2 disappear into the distance. Chapter 426. Not long after Fong Chun entered the stone door, many figures appeared in front of the maze. There's a stone door, someone exclaimed. Then, everyone chose a stone door and entered it. Of course, there were also some disciples who were trapped in the maze and could not come out. After Fong Chun entered the middle stone door, he found that there was a stone room behind it. The stone room was empty. At this moment, there was a figure at the front of the stone room. When the figure saw Fong Chun enter, he was surprised and asked in a deep voice, "Who are you? And who are you?" Fong Chun asked back, "I am Hu Quan, a disciple of the Crane Sky sect." Hu Quan's eyes were cold as he looked at Fong Chun. Fong Chun noticed Hu Quan's hand. When Fong Chun entered, his hand was behind him. If Fong Chun was not wrong, there was something in his hand. When Fong Chun approached Hu Quan, the latter subconsciously retreated. This further proved Fong Chun's guess. Then Fong Chun said, "Hand over the thing in your hand, and I can spare your life." Hearing Fong Chun's words, Hu Quan sneered and said, "Kid, who do you think you are? You dare to speak like this in front of me? You are courting death." As soon as Hu Quan finished speaking, he suddenly exploded with a wild aura. He clenched his fist and punched out. Hu Quan's cultivation was at the late stage of the condensing reality realm, which was the same as the soaring dragon marquee. If Fong Chun had not broken through, it might be a little difficult for him to deal with Hu Quan. But now, he did not care about Hu Quan at all. The 12th level of the fire and water sword technique. Fong Chun took out the hidden star sword and displayed the 12th level of the fire and water sword technique. Suddenly, a wild sword intent came out of his sword. The next moment, a sword light with an illusory aura pierced towards Hu Quan. Hu Quan was about to attack when he suddenly felt dizzy, as if he had fallen into an illusion. The next moment, he suddenly woke up. He shook his head hard and looked at Fong Chun with fear. "The sword light carries an illusion," Hu Quan said coldly. Bang! Fong Chun's sword light collided with Hu Quan's fist, instantly forcing Hu Quan to retreat. At this moment, Fong Chun unleashed the 3rd level of the Great Luo Soul Slaughter Flame. The wild spiritual flame drilled into Hu Quan's head. Hu Quan subconsciously tried to block it, but he suddenly realized that he had once again fallen into an illusion. Damn it! Hu Quan roared and woke up from the illusion. However, he was shocked to discover that his soul had been severely injured. Hu Quan screamed miserably. His soul was quickly dissipating. He looked coldly at Fong Chun and roared angrily. "Kid, I'm going to kill you." Hu Quan knew that he was in a critical situation, but he wanted to drag someone down with him. Cracked before Hu Quan could get close to Fang Chun, he was pierced by the latter's sword. In the end, Hu Quan's body fell limply to the ground. At the same time, a crystal ball fell to the ground. Fang Chun took Hu Quan's spatial ring, picked up the crystal ball, and opened it on the spot. Then Fang Chun discovered that Hu Quan's spatial ring was completely empty. There was nothing inside. In the end, Fang Chun's gaze locked onto the crystal ball. The crystal ball was incomparably cold. What an icy aura! Fang Chun was puzzled. He carefully examined the crystal ball. At this moment, the stone door opened once more. A large number of martial artists entered the stone room. As soon as they entered, they discovered a corpse lying on the ground. It's the Crane Celestial Sex Hu Quan. He actually died here, someone exclaimed. There were also some martial artists who discovered Fang Chun. They stared at Fang Chun with dread. It must be him. He killed Hu Quan. He's too dangerous. He's definitely holding a supreme treasure from the tomb. Let's join hands and capture him. Then we can take the supreme treasure. That's right. Although he's powerful, he's definitely not our match if we join hands. There were about 10 martial artists who entered the stone room. They were all at the first level of the condensing reality realm. Hearing their words, Fang Chun frowned. Then he put away the crystal ball and took out the hidden star sword. His body was surrounded by an extremely dense sword intent. His eyes flashed with killing intent. You want to follow in Hu Quan's footsteps? Fang Chun's voice was extremely cold. Who do you think you are? There's so many of us. Let's see what you can do. Suddenly, a martial artist erupted with a fierce aura and directly attacked Fang Chun. Seeing this, the other martial artists also launched fierce attacks. Seeing this scene, Fang Chun's wrist shook. The hidden star sword swung out, a wild sword light. The next moment, the illusory aura directly enveloped the martial artist who bore the brunt of the attack. This martial artist instantly fell into an illusion. Then, a sword light appeared out of nowhere and directly pierced his head. His body fell limply to the ground and lost all signs of life. If you take another step closer, you'll end up like him. Fang Chun's cold voice entered everyone's ears. Suddenly, the other martial artists stopped in their tracks. His sword technique contains an illusion technique. It's too terrifying. Some of the martial artists continuously retreated in fear. Martial artists with illusions were the most terrifying. Just now, Fang Chun's exquisite sword had successfully intimidated the other martial artists. In front of illusions, numbers are useless. It's more important to stay alive, a disciple said. Then, some of the disciples left the stone room. Seeing this, the other disciples could only helplessly leave the stone room. As they exited the stone chamber, they suddenly encountered a green-robed warrior. This green-robed warrior had a long sword on his back, and his entire body exuded a frightening sword intent. Azure Robe Sword Marquis. It's the Azure Robe Sword Marquis. Why is he here? A martial artist saw the Azure Robe Sword Marquis and involuntarily cried out. The Azure Robe Sword Marquis also noticed the martial artists who left the stone room. Their faces were filled with helplessness. What's in this stone room? The Azure Robed Sword Marquis asked. Azure Robed Sword Marquis. There's an extremely powerful martial artist in this stone room. He specializes in illusions. We're not his match. A martial artist said. Oh. After hearing this, the Azure Robed Sword Marquis directly entered the stone room. At this moment, Fang Chun was preparing to study the crystal ball. But at this moment, the stone room's door opened once again. Fang Chun discovered that an Azure Robed Sword Marquis had appeared in his line of sight. Azure Robed Sword Marquis. Fang Chun raised his eyebrows slightly and said in a low voice. After coming to the southern mountain range, Fang Chun had read many unofficial histories. Naturally, he knew the name of the Azure Robed Sword Marquis. The Azure Robed Sword Marquis was a genius of Water-Leaning City. The reason he was called a genius was because when he was at the 8th level of the Chi-Hai realm, he had already condensed a half-step Dharma idol. After this news spread, countless sects wanted to recruit the Azure Robed Sword Marquis. But in the end, the Azure Robed Sword Marquis chose Jian Zhongtian. Jianzhongtian was a top 2-star sect, just like the Baron sect. But Jianzhongtian was a sword sect, and there were many sword practitioners in the sect. After the Azure Robe Sword Marquis joined Jianzhongtian, he used less than a month to reach the 9th level of the Qi High Realm. After reaching the 9th level of the Qi High Realm, the Dharma idol in the Azure Robe Sword Marquis Qi Si had an unlimited amount of materialization. Although it was not the most perfect Dharma idol, to be able to do so in the Qi High Realm, he was definitely a monstrous genius. 8th level of the Qi High Realm, condensing a half-step Dharma idol. Fang Chen looked at the Azure Robe Sword Marquis and could not help but exclaim. At this moment, Fang Chen carefully observed the Azure Robe Sword Marquis. He discovered that there was a wild sword aura on the Azure Robe Sword Marquis, but the Azure Robe Sword Marquis could easily control it. Moreover, there was a long sword on his back. I can feel the sword aura on your body. If my guess is correct, you're also a sword practitioner. The Azure-robed Sword Marquis said. When he saw Fang Chen, he felt a sense of danger. The Azure-robed Sword Marquis name is like thunder to my ears. Now that I have seen you today, you really live up to your name. Fang Chen laughed. The Azure-robed Sword Marquis was currently at the 9th level of the Qi High Realm, but even a first-level condensing reality realm warrior would not dare to underestimate him. There were even rumors that said that the Azure-robed Sword Marquis' strength was comparable to a second-level condensing reality realm warrior. Hand over the things you got from the stone room. The Azure-robed Sword Marquis said softly. You and I are both sword practitioners, so we should use the sword practitioner's way to decide who gets the things. Fang Chen laughed. The sword practitioner's way was to fight sword with sword. It has been a long time since someone challenged me to a sword fight. I hope you will not disappoint me. The Azure-robed Sword Marquis said with a smile. In the next moment, the Azure-robed Sword Marquis activated all the power in his body. The wild sword aura around him exploded in an instant. 9th level of the Qi High Realm. Fang Chen saw through the Azure-robed Sword Marquis' cultivation level. At this moment, the Azure-robed Sword Marquis held the long sword on his back and held it horizontally in front of his chest. Invincible Clear Cloud Sword Art. The Azure-robed Sword Marquis said in a low voice. He immediately performed the Invincible Clear Cloud Sword Art. With a wave of his wrist, a sharp sword light appeared in an instant. At this moment, Fang Chen also released his own sword aura. Within the sword aura, there was a strong hallucinatory qi. Yes, after seeing Fang Chen's cultivation level, the Azure-robed Sword Marquis' pupil shrank. His heart was filled with shock. 8th level of the Qi High Realm, killed Hu Quan. At this moment, the Azure-robed Sword Marquis finally realized the source of the danger he felt. This kid was monstrous. The 8th level of the Qi High Realm was comparable to the first level of the condensing reality realm. With this kind of talent, even if compared to him, the Azure-robed Sword Marquis would not be able to compete with him. He did not expect to meet such a monstrous genius in this tomb. Hiss, 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 the hallucinatory qi merged with the sword aura and instantly covered the entire stone room. The Azure-robed Sword Marquis immediately felt that something was wrong. In the next moment, he discovered the hallucinatory qi. Then, a look of surprise appeared on his face. This was the first time that he met a monstrous genius in Luoshui City. The 8th level of the Qi High Realm was comparable to the first level of the condensing reality realm. Most importantly, this kid actually trained in the illusory sword art. Chapter 427. If the green-robed Sword Marquis had treated Fang Chen as an ordinary warrior at the start, then now he had completely treated Fang Chen as his enemy. The genius sword cultivator of the illusory sword principle was fully qualified to be his opponent. Spots of light appeared around the green-robed Sword Marquis body. These spots of light contained an extremely majestic sword intent. The green-robed Sword Marquis sword intent was very pure, but Fang Chen's sword intent was not. It was mixed with a powerful illusory aura. Displaying the invincible azure cloud sword art, the green-robed sword marquis, long sword stabbed out. On the tip of the sword, ripples appeared. Bang Fangchen's 12th level of the fire and water sword art was fully activated. The sword light of the same origin as fire and water collided with the long sword of the green-robed sword marquis. Crack! With a loud crack, the two collided and a bright light exploded. Seeing this, the green-robed sword marquis' face changed. He could clearly feel the illusory aura enveloping him. He tried his best to activate his soul to prevent himself from being affected by the illusory aura. However, just as he was resisting the illusory aura, Fangchen's hidden star sword stabbed out again. The fire and water sword light pierced towards the green-robed sword marquis. Bang! The green-robed sword marquis hurriedly placed his long sword in front of his chest and blocked Fangchen's attack. The green-robed sword marquis body was forced back a few steps. After he stabilized himself, he squinted his eyes and looked at Fangchen. His heart was filled with shock. He was only at the 8th level of the Qi-Hai realm, and he was already so strong. At this moment, the green-robed sword marquis gave up on continuing the battle with Fangchen. Even if he could defeat or even kill Fangchen, he would still be injured. And it would be a serious injury. At this moment, Fangchen looked at the green-robed sword marquis cautiously. The latter's strength had also exceeded his expectations. Moreover, the latter had not even released his Dharma idol. "I'm very happy to meet a sword genius like you." The marquis put away his sword and looked at Fangchen. In front of the azure-robed sword marquis, no one dares to call themselves a sword genius, Fangchen said. What he said was the truth. The green-robed sword marquis talent in swordsmanship was too heaven-defying. Furthermore, it was said that the green-robed sword marquis Dharma was a giant sword. To be able to condense a Dharma idol giant sword, it was enough to see how deep the green-robed sword marquis understanding of the sword Tao was. Ha ha! The green-robed sword marquis laughed and left the stone room. Looking at the departing figure of the sword marquis, Fangchen narrowed his eyes and remained silent for a long time. After the azure-robed sword marquis left, no other martial artist entered the stone chamber. They all knew their limits. If the azure-robed sword marquis left, then there was no need to mention them. For a moment, the stone chamber became much quieter. Fangchen took out the crystal ball and began to study it. The crystal ball was the size of a palm. Within the crystal ball, there was an extremely cold aura. This made Fangchen feel as if he was in a land of ice. Just what is this crystal ball? Fangchen was puzzled. At this moment, Ancestor Bronze opened his mouth. "Kid, the crystal ball in your hand is just an ordinary crystal ball," said Ancestor Bronze. Hearing old Ancestor Bronze's words, Fangchen frowned in disbelief. However, although the crystal ball is an ordinary crystal ball, the icy aura contained within the crystal ball is extremely powerful. Ancestor Bronze continued. "Ancestor, you're saying that this crystal ball contains an extremely dense, cold aura?" Fangchen asked in surprise. "Correct. If you can absorb the cold aura within this crystal ball, it will be able to raise your ice concept," said Ancestor Bronze. Fangchen was startled. He was immediately overjoyed. He had never thought that he would be able to obtain such a thing in this tomb. Fangchen immediately asked Ancestor Bronze how to absorb the cold aura within the crystal ball. Because the crystal ball was an ordinary crystal ball, it would definitely shatter under pressure. Once it shattered, the cold aura within would definitely dissipate. This wasn't something Fangchen wanted to see, so he asked the Ancestor. According to the Ancestor, Fangchen quickly began to absorb the cold aura within the crystal ball. Time slowly passed. Fangchen's body was filled with an extremely cold aura. It was as if he was in a land of ice in the Golden Crown country. At this time, Fangchen's ice concept covered his entire body. From a distance, Fangchen looked like an iceman as he sat quietly in the stone chamber. The entire stone chamber became incomparably cold because of the ice concept coming from Fangchen's body. It was like an ice house. Hiss, hiss, hiss. 6 hours later, Fangchen successfully absorbed the cold aura within the crystal ball. At this time, the ice around him actually started to melt. This aura, Fangchen noticed that the cold aura was quickly entering his body. At this moment, his mind was filled with the aura of ice concept. Buzz a roar was heard. Fang Chun discovered that his ice concept had improved a lot. Previously, my ice concept had been in the initial stage of comprehension. After absorbing the cold aura within the crystal ball, my ice concept has finally stabilized at the first minor realm. Fang Chen's face was full of smiles. Fang Chun was very happy to have such a harvest just after entering the tomb. Then, Fang Chen got up and checked the stone chamber. He discovered that there was nothing else in the stone chamber except for the crystal ball. It seems that I still need to go somewhere else, Fang Chun thought to himself. Then, Fang Chun got ready to leave. However, just as he was about to leave, he suddenly noticed a small hole in the wall from the corner of his eye. Upon closer inspection, the size of this small hole was actually very similar to that of the crystal ball just now. Fang Chun was a little puzzled. He then picked up the crystal ball. At this time, the crystal ball had become an ordinary crystal ball. He held it in his hand, but he did not feel anything. Then, Fang Chun placed the crystal ball into the small hole and found that it fit perfectly. Hu Quan must have taken the crystal ball from this wall. Fang Chun thought to himself. Just as Fang Chun was speaking, the crystal ball on the wall suddenly spun rapidly. After a while, the speed of the crystal ball's rotation was so fast that even Fang Chun could not see it. Fang Chun looked at the crystal ball with a look of surprise on his face. After a minute, the crystal ball stopped spinning. With a kacha sound, cracks appeared on the seamless wall. Finally, these cracks converged to form the appearance of a stone door. There's a universe inside, Fang Chun thought to himself. Then, Fang Chun gently pushed open the stone door and went in. Behind the stone door was a large hall. This hall was extremely spacious. At the front of the hall was a coffin. It seemed that this was the core of the tomb. At this moment, there were 5 figures in the hall. When they saw Fang Chun appear, a trace of vigilance appeared on their faces. When the 5 of them saw Fang Chun, they looked at each other. Then, one of them looked at Fang Chun and asked, "Kid, which sect are you from?" "The Baron sect." When they heard the 2 words Baron sect, a trace of fear flashed across the eyes of the 5 people. "So you're a disciple of the Baron sect," the person who spoke just now said with a smile. Fang Chun ignored the 5 people and walked straight to the center of the hall. At this moment, Fang Chun discovered that the temperature of the air had dropped a lot after he entered the hall. The temperature here is so low. Fang Chun was puzzled. The closer he got to the coffin, the lower the temperature was. Could it be? Fang Chun guessed inwardly. He quickly approached the coffin. When the 5 people saw this, their faces were filled with gloating expressions. In the blink of an eye, Fang Chun approached the coffin. At this moment, Fang Chun instantly felt an extremely cold aura. As expected, at this moment, Fang Chun finally knew that this condensing reality realm expert must have been a warrior who had comprehended the concept of ice. Although he had died many years ago, there was still an extremely cold aura surrounding his coffin. He can actually get close to the coffin. How strange. Could it be that he comprehended the concept of ice? That must be it. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to get close to the coffin. Damn it. The 5 people were originally gloating, but when they saw Fang Chun approaching the coffin, their faces were filled with anger. At this moment, another figure entered the hall. When the 5 people looked over, their expressions changed again. They discovered that the azure-robed sword marquis had appeared. It's the azure-robed sword marquis. Why is he here? The 5 people whispered. After the azure-robed sword marquis arrived in the hall, he looked around and instantly discovered Fang Chun. He immediately revealed a smile and said, "You're quite fast." The azure-robed sword marquis figure flashed and directly approached the coffin. Sensing someone approaching, Fang Chun turned around and discovered the azure-robed sword marquis. The azure-robed sword marquis lightly nodded towards Fang Chun. Fang Chun didn't stop him. When the 2 appeared in front of the coffin, it was as if their hearts were connected. They both stretched out their hands at the same time and fiercely grabbed the coffin lid, lifting it up in an instant. Immediately, a wild cold aura enveloped the entire hall. The 5 people who had arrived earlier felt as if their souls were about to be frozen. "Let's go," someone shouted. The other 4 people quickly left the hall. At the same time, Fong Chun and the azure-robed sword marquee ice concept was pushed to the extreme. The two of them were crazily absorbing the ice concept from the coffin. The azure-robed sword marquee was absorbing the cold aura while looking at Fong Chun. He was getting more and more curious about Fong Chun. They were both sword geniuses, both Chi High realm experts, both condensing reality realm experts, and both had the same concept. Was this a coincidence? Chapter 428. At this moment, Fong Chun was wholeheartedly absorbing the cold aura coming from the coffin. This cold aura could greatly improve Fong Chun's ice intent. After about an hour, the ice intent within the coffin finally dissipated completely. At this moment, Fong Chun suddenly opened his eyes. Beside him, the green-robed sword marquee also opened his eyes. This time, he had absorbed a lot of cold aura, and his ice intent had improved a lot. The green-robed sword marquee glanced at Fong Chun before turning to leave. See you later. The green-robed sword marquee eyes were full of smiles as he turned to leave. After the green-robed sword marquee left, only Fong Chun was left in the hall. He looked around and said, "I guess there's nothing left in this hall." In other words, this mission had been completed. It might have been a dangerous mission for others, but it was nothing for Fong Chun. As Fong Chun was about to leave, he suddenly thought of something. He waved his hand, and the coffin lid that he had flipped over entered his interspatial ring. After completing the mission, he had to bring back the mission item. Otherwise, this trip would have been in vain. After doing all this, Fong Chun left the hall and returned the way he had come. After a while, Fong Chun came out of the tomb. At this moment, there were many martialists standing outside the tomb. Most of these martialists were disciples of other sects. "He's out," someone said in a low voice. Someone said in a low voice. The person who spoke was one of the 5 people in the palace earlier. The treasures in the tomb had been obtained by Fong Chun and the green-robed sword marquee. They didn't dare to attack the green-robed sword marquee, so they were naturally here to stop Fong Chun. When Fong Chun saw the crowd gathered here, he knew what had happened. His eyes were cold as he looked around. "Kid, hand over the things you obtained in the tomb, and I can spare your life," someone shouted. "Umph, brat, how dare you kill Hu Quan of our Crane Celestial Sect? You are courting death." A disciple of the Crane Celestial Sect roared furiously. Countless martialists surrounded Fong Chun. Some of them even wanted to attack him. "Get out of the way," Fong Chun said coldly, not wanting to waste any more time. "Brat, you're courting death." The one who spoke was the most powerful warrior among them. He was at the peak of the first condensing reality realm and was only one step away from the second condensing reality realm. Originally, he thought that he would be able to get the opportunity to break through to the second stage of the condensing reality realm. But who would have thought that his opportunity would be ruined by this brat? "I can guarantee that you won't even have the chance to release your Dharma power before I kill you," Fong Chun said coldly as he looked at the warrior. "Humph, a piece of trash dares to threaten me," Tao Ran. "You are courting death." As soon as Tao Ran's voice fell, a sudden surge of qi shot up into the sky. The next moment, Tao Ran's qi instantly gathered on his fist. Then, Tao Ran punched towards Fong Chun. Poochie. As soon as Tao Ran punched out, he heard a poochie sound. Then, he felt a slight pain in his chest. He looked down subconsciously and was shocked to find that there was a long sword in his chest. Tao Ran's heart was filled with shock. His cultivation had already reached the peak of the first condensing reality realm. How could this brat attack before he even saw it? The surrounding martialists were even more shocked. Fong Chun's attack was so fast that no one saw how Fong Chun attacked. They only saw a long sword stabbed into Tao Ran's chest. "Who the hell is this brat?" someone exclaimed. Poochie. Fong Chun's hidden star sword was pulled out. Tao Ran's chest was constantly spurting blood. He looked up to the sky and roared, wanting to take revenge. However, in the next moment, he found that Fong Chun's pupils had changed. Then, an illusory chi appeared. Fong Chun's hidden star sword pierced Tao Ran's body again. This time, Tao Ran was not spared. He was directly pierced by Fong Chun's sword. "Ah, Tao Ran didn't even have time to let out a roar of unwillingness before he was killed by Fong Chun. Fong Chun pulled out the hidden star sword. Tao Ran's body fell to the ground, lifeless. The surrounding martialists, who were incomparably strong a moment ago, were now constantly retreating. Their hearts were filled with fear. This brat is too powerful. He killed Tao Ran with one sword. Many martialists thought to themselves. Fong Chun narrowed his eyes and looked around. All the martialists were retreating. He snorted coldly and disappeared into the mountain range. After Fong Chun left, he left behind a group of shocked martialists. These martialists rejoiced that they did not make a move just now. Otherwise, the one who died would not be Tao Ran, but themselves. Fong Chun, whose ice mentality had been improved, had increased his strength once again. Now, he was invincible in the area of martialists. Even if he faced an early-stage, second condensing reality realm martialist, he would not be afraid. When he returned to the Baron's sect, it was afternoon. At this time, there were many people in the mission palace. Fong Chun arrived at the mission palace to hand in his mission. "I'm here to hand in my mission." Fong Chun briefly explained his mission and said to the staff, "Where's the mission item?" The staff asked. Fong Chun shook his wrist. A coffin lid appeared in his interspatial ring. As soon as the coffin lid appeared, it shocked countless martialists in the mission palace. After the staff checked carefully, they confirmed that Fong Chun had completed his mission. Then, the staff asked if Fong Chun wanted to accept a new mission. Fong Chun shook his head and refused. He then turned and left. After completing this mission, he would not need to do any missions for at least a month. The most important thing now was to increase his cultivation. He did not want to waste time on low-level missions. After knowing that Fong Chun had returned, a tall and thin young man in the area of martialists had a ferocious expression on his face. Beside him was the injured He Yang and Meng Ran, who had been taught a lesson by Fong Chun. "Fong Chun has returned," the tall and thin young man asked. "I received news that he has completed his mission and returned." He Yang said coldly, "Big brother, you must avenge us. This kid is too arrogant. He doesn't even put the martialists in his eyes." Meng Ran said viciously, "Humph. A mere new martialist dares to be so arrogant. If it weren't for the soaring dragon marquee behind him, I would have crippled him." Meng Yu said coldly. However, even though he said that, Meng Yu still acted. Seeing Meng Yu leave the courtyard, Meng Ran and He Yang's faces were full of smiles. Meng Ran's big brother, Meng Yu, had reached the late condensing reality realm. Although he was not ranked as high as the soaring dragon marquee in the martialist area, his strength was not much different from the soaring dragon marquee. His brother and good friend were injured. He naturally had to stand up for them. Soon, the three of them arrived in front of Fong Chun's residence. "Fong Chun, you son of a bitch, get out here." Meng Ran stepped forward and roared loudly. Fong Chun was about to rest when he suddenly heard someone shouting outside. His expression changed slightly. Soon after, a cold light shot out from his eyes. The door opened, and Fong Chun walked out. After seeing Meng Ran and He Yang, Fong Chun sneered and said, "Are you here to die?" Hearing Fong Chun's words, Meng Yu's expression changed. He looked at Fong Chun and said, "Brat, the martialist area has its own rules. Newcomers cannot be arrogant here." "Or else?" Fong Chun asked back. "Or else you will die miserably." Meng Yu said, "Don't you just want to avenge the two of them? Why do you have to find such a lousy excuse?" Fong Chun sneered. "However, you no longer have the chance." As soon as Fong Chun finished speaking, his big hand suddenly stretched out. The wind and cloud heaven extinguishing scripture was used. A wild aura soared into the sky. In the next moment, Fong Chun's big hand directly pressed down on Meng Yu. Courting death. Meng Yu saw this and sneered. He was about to counterattack, but at this moment, Meng Yu discovered that his body was unable to move. Then, Meng Yu discovered that he was suppressed by a pair of big hands. How is this possible? Meng Yu couldn't believe what was happening in front of him. He roared furiously. Crack! Fong Chun's hand mercilessly pressed down on Meng Yu. The sound of bones cracking came from the latter's body. "Big brother!" Meng Ran cried out involuntarily. He had thought that his big brother would be able to teach Fong Chen a lesson, but he hadn't expected that in the blink of an eye, his big brother would be suppressed by Fong Chen. No, Meng Yu miserably screamed. However, Fong Chen didn't show any mercy. He sneered and continued to press down. With a crack, Meng Yu's arm broke. As long as Fong Chen's hand pressed down, Meng Yu would definitely lose his life. At this moment, Elder Li appeared, followed by Elder Han. When they saw this scene, they were incomparably shocked. "Fong Chen, stop," said Elder Li. Hearing Elder Li's words, Fong Chen withdrew his hand. Meng Yu's body collapsed to the ground, his aura weak. "Fong Chen, what's going on?" Elder Li hurriedly asked. "He came to find trouble with me, so I taught him a lesson," said Fong Chen. Elder Li nodded and said, "Fong Chen, you are all honorary disciples of the Baron sect. Disciples are not allowed to kill each other. Fortunately, you stopped just now. Otherwise, you would have been punished by the sect." While Elder Li was speaking, Elder Han's heart was in turmoil as he looked at Fong Chen. The latter hadn't been in the honorary disciple area for long. In less than a month, he was able to easily suppress Meng Yu, who was ranked 3rd. Moreover, if they hadn't appeared in time, Meng Yu would have died at his hands. How valiant was this? Could it be that his strength has already reached such a level? Elder Han thought to himself. Chapter 429. If it weren't for Elder Han and Elder Li's timely appearance, Meng Yu might have already been killed by Fong Chen. It was easy to imagine just how strong Fong Chen was. Meng Yu was terrified as he lay on the ground. He didn't dare to imagine how a newly promoted honorary disciple could be so strong. "Hurry up and carry him away." Elder Han spoke and waved his hand, indicating for the other honorary disciples to quickly carry Meng Yu away. Not long after, the only people left in front of Fong Chen's residence were Elder Li, Elder Han, and Fong Chen. "Fong Chen, you little brat really hid your strength well. You were actually able to suppress Meng Yu with a flip of your hand. I'm afraid your true strength has already surpassed that brat's soaring dragon." Elder Han looked at Fong Chen and laughed heartily. Fong Chen grinned, but didn't say anything. After all, Elder Han hadn't asked him that question at the time. For someone in the Qi-Hai realm to possess such strength, that's not bad. Elder Han lightly patted Fong Chen's shoulder and laughed. Afterwards, Elder Han and Elder Li chatted with Fong Chen for a while before the two of them left. In the next few days, Fong Chen was in seclusion cultivating. But no matter how much he cultivated, he was unable to raise his cultivation base. One day, Fong Chen stopped cultivating and prepared to go to the body tempering pool. The body tempering pool was located in a wide plaza in the honorary disciple region. There was a body tempering pool in that large plaza. There were many disciples in front of the body tempering pool. At this time, there were 5 disciples tempering their bodies within the body tempering pool. The body tempering liquid within the body tempering pool made a splashing sound. When Fong Chen arrived, he saw a soaring dragon marquis tempering his body within the body tempering pool. The body tempering pool could only hold 5 people at a time, so Fong Chen had to wait. After waiting for about an hour, a disciple finally couldn't endure the body tempering liquid and walked out of the body tempering pool. Upon seeing this martialist walk out, many of the martialists who were already prepared wanted to dive into the body tempering pool. However, just as they were fighting, Fong Chen took the lead and entered the body tempering pool. Seeing this, everyone was furious. Someone actually dared to steal their opportunity. However, when they found out that this person was Fong Chen, they quietly shut their mouths. The news of Fong Chen suppressing Meng Yu with a flip of his hand had already spread throughout the entire nominal disciple area. Many martial artists were extremely surprised. Even Meng Yu had been suppressed with a flip of his hand. They did not believe that they could withstand Meng Yu's attack. As Fong Chen entered the body tempering pool, he instantly discovered that the wild body tempering liquid continuously revolved around his body as it slowly entered his body. "This is the body tempering liquid," Fong Chen said as he observed the body tempering liquid. After the body tempering liquid entered his body, it actually allowed Fong Chen to feel a powerful energy. The body tempering liquid finally merged with his limbs and bones. If I cultivate in the body tempering pool for a long time, the strength of my physical body will definitely increase. Fong Chen secretly said in his heart. Time slowly passed. Fong Chun had been tempering his body in the body tempering liquid. Unknowingly, 6 hours had passed. During these 6 hours, Fong Chun had been tempering his body in the body tempering pool. As for the other 4 disciples, they had already come out. He can actually endure for so long in one go. A disciple asked doubtfully. On the shore of the body tempering pool, the soaring dragon Marquis narrowed his eyes as he looked at the body tempering pool. Fong Chen's figure was quietly floating there, not moving at all. As expected of the sword Marquis, the soaring dragon Marquis sighed in his heart. The sword Marquis potential was the strongest he had ever seen. When he was in the Golden Crown Nation, he was already extremely outstanding. After coming to the Southern Mountain Range, he was still outstanding. Not long after becoming an honorary disciple, his strength had already surpassed his own. Hearing the disciples discussing the matter of Fong Chun suppressing Meng Yu, the soaring dragon Marquis knew that the current sword Marquis' strength had already surpassed his own. Meng Yu's cultivation was similar to his own. Relying on the advantage of his cultivation method, he had a slight advantage. However, Fong Chun was actually able to easily suppress Meng Yu. Even the soaring dragon Marquis would not be able to do so. The body tempering liquid in the body tempering pool had a very overbearing medicinal effect. Therefore, when a registered disciple used this pool to temper their body, under normal circumstances, they could only last for half an hour at most. Those who could last for more than 2 hours were already considered superior disciples. Those who could endure for 4 hours were already considered top disciples. So far, in the area of nominal disciples, the record for body tempering in the body tempering pool was only 6 hours and 10 minutes. Of course, this record was set by an honorary disciple a long time ago. He had already become an official disciple of the Baron sect. It was said that not long ago, this official disciple had already been promoted to a core disciple of the Baron sect. Even in the honorary disciple area, Han He, who was ranked first, only lasted for 4 hours. Is this kid going to break the record? Many disciples exclaimed. Under the dumbfounded gazes of the crowd, Fong Chun broke the record. However, he still did not come out, which shocked many disciples. At this moment, Fong Chun was surrounded by the body tempering liquid, as his body had already transformed into a sword body, which was even more tyrannical than a Dao body. He did not feel the slightest bit of discomfort being surrounded by the body tempering liquid. So comfortable, Fong Chun thought to himself. During this period of time, the sword body was constantly absorbing the medicinal effects of the body tempering liquid, quietly becoming stronger. Relying on the body tempering liquid above, the medicinal effects are still not tyrannical enough, nor is it rich enough. After enduring for 8 hours, Fong Chun realized that the body tempering liquid here could no longer satisfy his needs. He was prepared to go deeper. Crash! After remaining motionless for 8 hours, Fong Chun finally began to move. Under the dumbfounded gazes of the crowd, Fong Chun's body quickly dived down. What? He's diving down? Some of the warriors could not help but cry out. Even the soaring dragon Marquis face revealed a trace of shock. Within the body tempering pool, the deeper one went, the denser the body tempering liquid. Everyone knew this. However, everyone also knew that the denser the body tempering liquid was, the stronger the water pressure. If one went too deep, even the body of a condensing reality realm warrior would not be able to withstand the powerful water pressure. What a mysterious guy. The first ranked Han, he said faintly. Unknowingly, Fong Chun had already dived 1,000 meters. At this moment, he finally felt a little pressure. Let's do it here. Fong Chun grinned and continued to temper his body. While Fong Chun was tempering his body, the little mouse suddenly appeared. As if it had discovered something, it immediately left Fong Chun and dived into the depths of the body tempering pool. Not long after, a series of tremors came from the depths of the body tempering pool. The warriors on the shore also discovered this scene. What's going on? Why is the body tempering pool moving? A warrior cried out. Could it be that Feng Shan has entered the depths of the body-tempering pool and is unable to come out? At this moment, the soaring dragon marquis face was filled with worry. He looked at the body-tempering pool, his heart burning with anxiety. At this moment, in the depths of the body-tempering pool, the little mouse was opening its mouth and biting a black thing. Every time it bit, the black thing would turn. Chirp, chirp, chirp. Not long after, the little mouse had bitten the black thing until there was nothing left. However, it was also at this moment that the last bit of black thing that was left emitted a loud boom. Immediately after, the entire body-tempering pool shook. Feng Chun, who was tempering his body, suddenly discovered this situation. His expression changed greatly, and he quickly dove back up. When the little mouse saw this scene, a trace of a smile appeared on its face. It opened its mouth wide and continuously absorbed the energy of the explosion. Not long after, the energy of the explosion was completely absorbed by the little mouse. At the same time, the little mouse instantly dived back into Feng Chen's interspatial ring. Crash! Feng Chen was directly pushed into the air above the body-tempering pool by the strong pressure and then landed on the shore. Seeing Feng Chen completely drenched and battered, the crowd cried out in alarm. The soaring dragon marquis quickly walked in front of Feng Chen and asked, "Brother Feng, are you all right?" "I'm fine." Although Feng Chen didn't know what had just happened, he knew that there was nothing wrong with his body. When the crowd saw this scene, they inwardly guessed that Feng Chen must have dived into the depths of the body-tempering pool and was unable to withstand the water pressure and was forcefully sent flying. "Brother Feng, the water pressure in the depths of the body-tempering pool is too strong. You should be careful," the soaring dragon marquis said. At this moment, Han He opened his mouth. "Humph, you overestimate yourself. You dare to enter the depths of the body-tempering pool with just this bit of strength?" Han He sneered. "Count yourself lucky this time. Your body is fine, but I'm afraid you won't be so lucky next time." After Han He finished speaking, he sneered and turned to leave. Not long after, the body-tempering pool returned to its original state. Many disciples entered the body-tempering pool one after another to temper their bodies. Feng Chen had been thinking about what had happened, but no matter how hard he racked his brains, he still couldn't figure out what had happened. However, when he returned to his residence, the little mouse came out of the interspatial ring and jumped in front of him. The little old man was chirping and gesticulating. "What did you say?" Feng Chen looked at the little mouse's gesticulations and asked in shock, "You're saying that the strong pressure from before was caused by you?" Chapter 430. After talking to Little Mouse, Feng Chen was shocked. According to Little Mouse, there seemed to be something at the bottom of the body-tempering pool. However, Little Mouse did not know what it was. When Feng Chen heard the news, he was puzzled. The body-tempering pool had been built a long time ago. Why was there something at the bottom of the pool that the Baron's sect did not know? Could it be because of Little Mouse's keen sense of smell? His intuition told him that this was not an ordinary matter. It's a pity that the water pressure at the bottom of the body-tempering pool is too strong. I can't go in. Feng Chen thought to himself. Then he shook his head and said, "I'll go in and take a look when I have the strength." With Feng Chen's current strength, he could definitely become an official disciple of the Baron's sect. However, his cultivation level was too low. Moreover, it was not yet time for the Baron's sect to choose an official disciple. During this period, he had to double his efforts and raise his cultivation level as soon as possible. In the following period of time, Feng Chen would go into the Sea of Soul to temper his soul whenever he had nothing to do. In the blink of an eye, half a month had passed. During this half a month of tempering in the Sea of Soul, his soul had completely stabilized at the early orange level. His soul cultivation level had also completely stabilized. The current Feng Chen, with the power of the great Luo soul-killing flame, was enough to kill a peak first-level condensing reality realm warrior. Facing an early second-level condensing reality realm warrior, he was not afraid at all. Of course, during this period of time, Feng Chen would also go into the body-tempering pool to temper his body. Although Feng Chen's body had become a sword body, its essence was not much different from a Dao body. Of course, sword bodies were also divided into different grades. Fang Chen's sword body was only the lowest grade: elementary, intermediate, advanced, and peak grade. These were the 4 grades of sword bodies. Of course, these were only the grades in the ancient sword continent. On the ancient sword continent, there were very few martial artists who had a sword body. Those who had a sword body were definitely super geniuses who practiced the way of the sword. Fang Chen's current sword body could only be considered a primary sword body. Even so, his cultivation of the sword principle was much faster than the average martialist. This was the strength of the sword body. It was said that when one sword physique was cultivated to the highest level, one would be able to cultivate swordsmanship with just a glance. Furthermore, it could increase the power of one's swordsmanship. As for the realm above peak sword physique, no one in the entire ancient sword continent had ever seen one. Indestructible sword body. However, it was still the indestructible sword body. It was said that if one could cultivate the sword physique to the indestructible sword physique, then even if one did not use swordsmanship, just the sword essence emitted from the sword physique would be able to easily kill an enemy. The ancient sword continent had existed for countless years, but there had never been an indestructible sword body. This indestructible sword body only existed in legends. Fang Chen wasn't someone who would bite off more than he could chew. His main goal now was to improve his strength. Therefore, he didn't think too much about the top-notch sword body and the undying sword body. After half a month, Fang Chen's cultivation had reached the peak of the 8th Qi realm. The reason why he was able to improve so quickly was because of his solid foundation. After reaching the peak of the 8th Qi realm, Fang Chen's overall strength had increased. Now, he would not be afraid of a mid-condensing reality realm warrior. He could even challenge a late condensing reality realm warrior. In this half a month, the Bronze Ancestor had gained the most. His remnant spirit had existed for countless years and was already very weak. However, after absorbing a large amount of soul power in the Sea of Soul, his remnant spirit had also grown a little stronger. This made the Bronze Ancestor smile from ear to ear. One day, Fang Chen stopped his cultivation because some of the elders in the official disciple area had come to the novice disciple area to pick a disciple. On this day, the whole novice disciple area was very lively. With Elder Han and Elder Li as the leaders, many of the novice disciple area elders were in the square, welcoming the other elders of the official disciples. When Fang Chen arrived at the square, the whole square was already filled with 50 novice disciples. Their eyes were shining with excitement. The opportunity to become an official disciple was right in front of them. If they could become an official disciple, their future would be limitless. Just as everyone was waiting, a few elders appeared. On their faces, there was a trace of a wild smile. Elder Jean, Elder Han, led the other elders to greet the other elders. Elder Wu, Elder Imo, the 3 elders in the front were the 3 leaders of the 3 big sects in the official disciple area. They were in charge of the selection this time. After greeting Elder Han and the others, the 3 elders sat on the rostrum. 3 elders this time. There are a few good seedlings in our novice disciple area. Maybe they can become official disciples. Elder Han said with a smile, "Yeah, there will definitely be disciples in our novice disciple area who will become official disciples this time." Elder Li said. Hearing the words of the 2 elders, before Elder Jean could say anything, Elder Wu spoke first. His words were filled with displeasure. "Oof. It has been a long time since your novice disciple area had a disciple who became an official disciple. The novice disciples nowadays are getting more and more useless." Elder Wu said. Hearing Elder Wu's words, Elder Han and Elder Li's faces changed slightly. However, they returned to normal in an instant. Although Elder Wu's words were a little unpleasant, he was still an elder in the official disciple area. His position in the Baron sect was much higher than Elder Han and Elder Li. At this moment, in the crowd, the Soaring Dragon Marquis and Fang Chen stood together. The Soaring Dragon Marquis introduced the 3 elders to Fang Chen. "Brother Fang, the one who spoke is Elder Wu. He is the leader of one of the 3 big sects, the martial way. He has a bad temper and often speaks like this," the Soaring Dragon Marquis said. Fang Chen glanced at Elder Wu. This person did not emit any aura. From afar, he looked like an ordinary person. If Fang Chen did not know this person's identity in advance, he would definitely think that this person was an ordinary person. The elders of the Baron sect are really scary, Fang Chen said inwardly. Even Wu He, who was at the third level of the condensing reality realm, could sense Wu He's aura when he was chasing after him. However, these three elders actually looked like ordinary people. There was only one possibility for such a situation, and that was that the three of them had extraordinary strength. The one beside Elder Wu is Elder Jin. He is the leader of the physical body sect. It is said that the strength of his physical body has already reached the 7-star Tao body. It is extremely powerful. The last one is Elder Mo. He is the leader of the soul sect. Looking at his face, he is a little gloomy. In the official disciple area, not a single elder dares to offend him. This is because his soul attack is everywhere. It is too terrifying. The soaring dragon Marquis introduced. Fang Chen nodded and looked at Elder Mo. Just as he was observing Elder Mo, the latter seemed to have noticed that someone was looking at him. His eyes turned and looked directly at Fang Chen. At that moment, Fang Chen felt that his soul was trembling. His body swayed a little. Elder Mo only glanced at Fang Chen once before turning away. What a terrifying soul, Fang Chen said with lingering fear. Elder Mo only glanced at him once, and it was enough to make his soul tremble. With this kind of strength, it would be too easy for him to kill him. The Baron sect is really full of crouching tigers and hidden dragons. Fang Chen thought inwardly. Just as Fang Chen was pondering, Elder Han began to speak on the rostrum. In our nominal disciple area, there are a total of 51 nominal disciples. Every one of you has the opportunity to become an official disciple. Of course, the prerequisite is that you have to pass the test. Elder Han said, the test this time is very simple. There are 3 main sects, 3 different tests. As long as you pass one of them, you can become an official disciple of one of the 3 main sections. Hearing Elder Han's words, some of the warriors who were confident in themselves were extremely excited. After Elder Han finished speaking, Elder Jin stood up. He looked around at the crowd and said with a smile, the test for our physical body style is to have your physical body reach a 3-star Tao body. Hearing Elder Jin's words, many of the nominal disciples' faces were filled with helplessness. This test was too difficult. Fang Chen grinned. As expected of the Baron sect, even the test was so difficult. When he was in the Golden Guan country, there were only a handful of warriors who had a 3-star Tao body. However, after coming to the Southern Mountain Land, the 3-star Tao body was only the most basic test. All right, there is a physical body strength testing stone tablet here. Every one of you, come here and test it. After Elder Jin finished speaking, he returned to the rostrum. In the middle of the square, there was a stone tablet. This stone tablet was used to test one's physical body strength. There were numbers carved on it, and within the stone tablet, there was liquefied spiritual energy. As long as one's fist landed on the stone tablet, the liquefied spiritual energy would rise. The stronger the fist, the higher the liquefied spiritual energy would rise. In the end, when the liquefied spiritual energy stopped above the number, it would mean that the warrior's physical body strength had reached a certain level. Who will go first? Elder Han laughed. At this moment, a figure arrived in front of the stone tablet. Han He will give a try. Han He's cultivation had reached the peak of the first layer of the condensing reality realm. His true strength had already reached the second layer of the condensing reality realm. This time, Han He was very confident that he could pass the test. Boom! Han He stood in front of the stone tablet and gathered all the strength in his body. Finally, he threw out a punch. Immediately, the stone tablet was surrounded by an incomparably dense spiritual energy. The liquefied spiritual energy within the stone tablet instantly rose under the immense pressure. Under everyone's gaze, the liquefied spiritual energy finally stopped at the number 3. Seeing this, Han He withdrew his fist with satisfaction. Han He's physical body strength has reached the 3-star Tao body. He has passed our physical body test. Elder Jean said with a grin. This time, there was finally a disciple who passed the physical body test. This also meant that the physical body school would not return empty-handed in this election. Next, Elder Han said with a smile. He was very satisfied with his result. While enjoying everyone's envious gazes, he returned to his original position. In the following tests, a few of the nominal disciples failed. Their physical strength was basically at the 2-star Tao body level. Of course, there were also some disciples whose physical strength was almost at the 3-star Tao body level. Unfortunately, they were just a little bit away. Chapter 431. In the entire plaza, all of the honorary disciples were discussing Han He. His physical body had reached the 3-star Tao body. He could be considered the strongest physical body in the entire honorary disciple region. Senior apprentice brother Han, his physical body is very strong. I don't think anyone can surpass him. That's right. It looks like senior apprentice brother Han, he will become an official disciple this time. I wonder if senior apprentice brother Long Tongue can surpass senior apprentice brother Han He. The disciples in the plaza were discussing spiritedly. At this moment, Fong Chun arrived at the stone tablet. Seeing Fong Chun take the test, many of the disciples' eyes were filled with curiosity. Since Fong Chun could easily suppress Mengyu, he must be very strong. They wondered just how strong his physical body was. Fong Chun stood in front of the stone tablet and looked at it with narrowed eyes. As a large sect, the Baron sect had many disciples and limited resources. Therefore, the Baron sect would definitely give more resources to the stronger disciples. This time, Fong Chun wanted to display his best condition to attract the Baron sect's attention. That way, he would be able to receive more resources. Seeing Fong Chun carefully sizing up the stone tablet, Hani sneered and said disdainfully, "Humph, just putting on an act." Hani believed that Fong Chun's physical body couldn't possibly surpass his own. He thought that Fong Chun was just putting on an act. At this moment, Elder Han was introducing Fong Chun to the 3 elders on the platform. This child has only become an honorary disciple for a short period of time, but he was able to easily suppress Mengyu. His strength is very strong, and he has a chance of becoming an official disciple. Elder Han smiled. Oh, to be able to grow to such a level after only being an honorary disciple for 2 months. Elder Jean smiled with interest. In front of the stone tablet, Fong Chun finally punched out. There weren't any energy fluctuations on his fist. All of the martial artists widened their eyes and looked curiously at Fong Chun. Boom! Fong Chun's fist easily struck the stone tablet. Immediately, the liquefied spiritual energy within the stone tablet began to rise. The liquefied spiritual chi is rising so quickly, exclaimed a disciple. Fong Chun's punch just now clearly did not have any strength. Why did the liquefied spirit energy rise so quickly? Everyone was puzzled. Hiss, 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 the liquefied spirit energy continued to rise. When the liquefied spirit energy reached 3, Elder Jin's eyes lit up. He looked at Fong Chun with a smile on his face. However, after the liquefied spiritual energy rose to 3, it did not stop rising as everyone had guessed. Instead, it continued to rise. However, the speed of his ascent began to slow down. Just like that, the liquefied spirit energy slowly rose and finally reached 4. When the liquefied spiritual energy reached 4%, the entire square was filled with exclamations. Countless disciples were shocked. A 4-star Tao body? How is this possible? Why is his physical body so powerful? Gosh, Fong Chun's physical body has reached the 4-star Tao body. No wonder he could easily suppress Mengyu. I thought that senior brother Han, he was the strongest in this assessment. I didn't expect Fong Chun's physical body to be so much stronger than senior brother Han He's. Yeah, the difference between a 4-star Tao body and a 3-star Tao body is too great. Many disciples exclaimed. Even Han He's face was filled with gloom. He did not understand how Fong Chun's physical body could be so strong. A 4-star Tao body, Han He thought to himself. When the liquefied spiritual energy reached 4, the speed of his liquefied spiritual energy decreased again. Finally, the liquefied spiritual energy stopped moving between 4 and 5. When Fang Chun withdrew his fist, everyone in the square focused their attention on him. On the platform, Elder Jean and the others were even more excited. I didn't expect that there would be a 4-star Tao body among the nominal disciples this time. Ha ha! Elder Jean laughed heartily. Elder Jean, congratulations. The other 2 elders also congratulated him. A 4-star Tao body had already exceeded the requirements of the assessment. This person would definitely be accepted by Elder Jean into the physical body stream. This kid is so young, but his physical body is already so strong. He's a piece of good material. Elder Jean laughed heartily. Although Fang Chen's physical body had reached the 4-star Tao body, which was very shocking, the assessment still proceeded as usual. Due to Fang Chen's shocking results, no one paid any more attention to the disciples taking the test. Soon, the physical body assessment was over. The soaring dragon Marquis physical body had reached the peak of a 2-star Tao body. He was only 1 step away from a 3-star Tao body. The soaring dragon Marquis still specialized in martial arts. In terms of physical body, he was still a little weak. Therefore, he did not pass the assessment. After the physical body assessment was over, the martial arts assessment was next. However, before that, Elder Jean stood up and glanced at Fang Chun and Han He. He smiled and said, "The physical body examination this time has exceeded this old man's expectations. The 2 of you have reached the standard. Once the examination is over, the 2 of you can become official disciples." Elder Jin's words made everyone envious of Fang Chun and Han He. Immediately after, the martial arts assessment began. The martial arts assessment is to test one's true strength. I will set up an illusion. You only need to last 1 minute in this illusion to pass the assessment. Martial arts Elder Wu said with a smile. Then, Elder Wu shook his wrist and instantly set up a simple illusion. This illusion was not big, but it was enough for the assessment. You all come one by one. Elder Wu said. The first one to appear was still Han He. His deep eyes glanced at Fang Chun before he took the final step into the illusionary realm. When Han He entered the illusion, he was shocked to discover that there was a level 2 condensing reality realm shadow in the illusion. This shadow saw him enter and immediately launched a fierce attack on him. Can you last 1 minute? Perhaps he was provoked by Fang Chun, but this time, Han He exploded with all his strength. His attack covered the entire illusion, making it impossible for the shadow to escape. In the outside world, everyone was waiting patiently. After 1 minute, Han He came out of the illusion. Congratulations, you have successfully passed the assessment. Elder Wu looked at Han He and grinned. Elder Mo, who was standing at the side, also chuckled and said, Elder Jean, it seems like you will have to put in a lot of effort to recruit him into the physical body school. Han He successfully passed the assessment, which surprised the 3 elders. Of course, it was only a surprise because in the previous assessments, there were disciples who passed 2 assessments at the same time. Of course, until now, there had never been a disciple who passed 3 assessments at the same time. Han He not bad. Elder Jean evaluated Han He. Han He walked out of the illusion with a smile on his face. He passed 2 assessments at the same time and had the attention of the 3 elders. This feeling was very satisfying. What do you have to fight me? Seeing Fang Chen's face, Han He sneered and said disdainfully. After Han, he was the soaring dragon Marquis. During this period of cultivation, the soaring dragon Marquis strength had increased once again. Although he wasn't as strong as Han He was confident that passing the assessment wouldn't be too much of a problem. The soaring dragon Marquis entered the illusion. Outside, many cultivators were waiting. They curiously stared at the illusion, wondering if the soaring dragon Marquis would pass the assessment. After a minute, the soaring dragon Marquis staggered out of the illusion. Although he was battered and exhausted, he had still passed the assessment. The soaring dragon Marquis has passed the assessment. Elder Han smiled. Following that, one disciple after another entered the illusion. Some disciples were blasted out of the illusion in less than a second. Of course, There were also some disciples who were able to endure for half a minute. However, not a single disciple was able to endure for a minute. In the blink of an eye, the martial path assessment was about to end. This time, Fang Chun was ranked last. When he appeared on the stage, everyone's gazes were focused on him. Even the 3 elders on the platform were staring at Fang Chun. Under everyone's gazes, Fang Chun entered the illusory realm. Crash! After entering the illusion, Fang Chun discovered that an early-stage, second, condensing reality realm illusory figure was attacking him. Sky-extinguishing wind and cloud scripture. Fang Chun used the sky-extinguishing wind and cloud scripture. His large hand stretched out and directly suppressed the illusory figure. In front of his powerful strength, the illusory figure was instantly suppressed. However, just as Fang Chun grinned and laughed, the illusory figure suddenly came out from under his palm. It's unable to suppress the soul. Fang Chun was stunned and immediately said. In the next moment, the illusory figure once again attacked Fang Chun. This time, Fang Chun used the 12th level of the water and fire sword arts. The powerful water and fire sword light carried a majestic sword intent and directly pierced towards the illusory figure. Puchi! One after another, the sword light pierced towards the illusory figure. At first, the illusory figure was still able to dodge, but later on, it could not dodge at all. Puchi! The illusory figure was pierced by Fang Chen's sword light. At this moment, Fang Chen's hidden star sword in his hand suddenly pierced towards the illusory figure. Crash! The illusory figure actually collapsed in front of Fang Chun. In the next moment, Fang Chun came out of the illusion. Seeing Fang Chen's sudden appearance, many warriors were shocked. Fang Chun only went in for 10 seconds, and he already came out. Fang Chen's strength is too weak. He only lasted for 10 seconds. How is that possible? Isn't he able to suppress Mengyu with a flip of his hand? How could he only last for 10 seconds? Could it be that my eyes are playing tricks on me? I already said that his strength is not as terrifying as we imagined. Many warriors saw Fang Chun and started discussing. Among the crowd, Hanhi's face was full of mockery. He sneered, this guy overestimated himself. He only lasted for 10 seconds. What a joke. At this moment, Hanhi felt that it was an insult to his intelligence to treat this guy as an opponent. What kind of standard was it to be able to last for 10 seconds in the illusion? Even without Hanhi's explanation, everyone should know. Fang Chen's face was full of relief as he quickly walked back to his original position. At this moment, all the warriors' gazes were focused on the rostrum. They were waiting for the soul stream assessment to begin. On the rostrum, the moment Fang Chun came out of the illusion, Elder Wu's body trembled violently. Then, his eyes were filled with disbelief. Chapter 432. Elder Jean and Elder Mo could clearly feel Elder Wu's body trembling. The two of them turned to look at Elder Wu. Elder Wu, what happened? Why did this kid only last for 10 seconds? Elder Jean asked. Fang Chen's body had reached the level of a 4-star Dao body. Just by relying on this powerful body, he should be able to last for a while in the illusion. But now, Fang Chen only lasted for 10 seconds and came out. This was too unbelievable. Could it be that his strength was too low? Yeah, Elder Wu, you know best what happened to Fang Chun in the illusion. Elder Mo also asked hurriedly. Looking at Fang Chun, who had a calm expression on his face, Elder Wu's heart was filled with astonishment. On the square, many of the nominal disciples were mocking Fang Chun, thinking that Fang Chun was too weak. But Elder Wu's eyes were filled with shock. He destroyed the shadow within 10 seconds. Elder Wu said slowly as he tried his best to calm down the excitement in his heart. Upon hearing Elder Wu's words, the few elders on the rostrum were completely dumbfounded. Their hearts were in a state of shock. Elder Wu, 10 seconds? You didn't see wrongly, did you? Elder Jean asked again. He couldn't believe Elder Wu's words. Elder Wu nodded heavily and said, I felt it very clearly. When he left the illusion had already been destroyed. Hearing Elder Wu's affirmation, Elder Jean and Elder Mo's eyes were burning with passion. They stared at Fang Chun, who was below. Ha ha, this kid is mine. After a long while, Elder Jean laughed wildly and said, No, this kid is very suitable for us martial arts. He is our disciple. Elder Wu refuted directly. What a joke. Where can we find such an excellent disciple? Defeating an early stage, condensing reality, realm illusion within 10 seconds. This kind of strength was comparable to a mid-stage, condensing reality realm warrior. Most importantly, Fang Shan was only at the peak of the 8th level of the Qi-Hai realm. Old Wu, you snatched away one of my disciples last time. You should let me have it this time. Black lines appeared on Elder Jin's forehead as he spoke with some displeasure. The two of you, the assessment isn't over yet. What's the hurry? Let's talk about it after my spirit flow assessment is over, Elder Imo said slowly. Elder Jean and Elder Wu looked at each other, then nodded and said, That's right, he can't run away anyway. Let's wait until the soul stream test is over before we decide. At the moment, the plaza was still filled with noise. Han He, who was leading the group, was constantly mocking Fang Chun. He believed that Fang Chen's strength was very weak and that everything he had said before was just a bluff. However, just at that moment, Elder Han waved his hand and indicated for everyone to be quiet. Immediately, the noisy plaza quieted down. Immediately after, Elder Han said, The martial path assessment is over. Next is the last assessment, the spirit flow assessment. You must seize this opportunity. Fang Chun, who was standing in the plaza, was a little confused when he heard Elder Han's words. He had clearly defeated the illusion. Could it be that this didn't count as passing? However, Fang Chun only thought for a moment. Even if he couldn't enter the martial path, he could still enter the physical path. After all, it was the same no matter where he went. It was all about training and increasing his strength. After a while, the spirit flow assessment began. The spirit flow assessment was slightly more difficult compared to the martial path assessment. The standard for the spirit flow assessment was that one soul had to reach the orange level. As soon as this standard was announced, countless in-name disciples were disheartened. On the martial path, the soul was the hardest to train. Although the in-name disciples area had the sea of soul and could allow them to train their souls, they didn't have a proper training system. Thus, their souls couldn't be improved. The first to take the assessment was still Han He. He seemed to want to show that he was strong in all aspects, so he pushed his soul to the extreme right from the start. But he was helpless. Although his soul was strong, it was still some distance away from reaching the orange level. He was miserably eliminated. Han He's soul has reached the peak of the red level. What a pity. Elder Imo shook his head slightly. It seemed that their spirit flow would once again be unable to find new disciples. Originally, there were very few spirit flow disciples. If this continued, there wouldn't be any new blood. That way, the spirit flow wouldn't be able to develop. Following Han He's assessment, every in-name disciple went up to take the assessment. However, their souls weren't too strong. After a round of assessment, the strongest was only at the late-stage red level. Not long after, the Soaring Dragon Marquis also finished his assessment. His soul had also reached the late-stage red level, and he hadn't passed. Finally, it was Fang Chen's turn. When he stood in front of the assessment stone tablet, the three elders' eyes brightened. They carefully examined Fang Chun. I wonder how high this kid's attainments in the soul are. Elder Wu grinned. My guess is that his attainments in the soul aren't too high. After all, his physical body and martial path are both extremely strong. That's already very outstanding. His soul is probably his weak point, said Elder Jean. Elder Imo hadn't said anything the entire time. He narrowed his eyes as he stared at Fang Chun. It was unknown what he was thinking. Fang Chun stood in front of the stone tablet. His soul left his body and directly entered the stone tablet. Immediately, a red light appeared on the stone tablet. That meant that Fang Chen's soul had reached the red level. As time passed, the red light on the stone tablet grew denser and denser. In the end, the red light completely covered the stone tablet. Seeing this scene, everyone was shocked. This kind of soul was at least at the peak of the red level. At this time, Hani's heart was filled with an unpleasant feeling. He had been suppressed by Fong Chun in the first assessment. This time, he had thought that he would definitely be able to suppress Fong Chun in terms of soul. But he hadn't expected Fong Chen's soul to also reach the peak of the red level. Damn it, cursed Han He. When the three elders on the platform saw that Fong Chen's soul had reached the peak of the red level, their faces were filled with shock. Of course, the one who was most shocked was Elder Mo. He also hadn't expected Fong Chen's soul to reach such a level. Can it turn orange? Asked Elder Mo inwardly. At this time, the red light completely covered the stone tablet. Just when everyone thought that this was the peak of Fong Chen's soul, the red light on the stone tablet suddenly began to change. Hiss! At the beginning, there was a little bit of orange within the red light. No one noticed it, but later, the red light gradually turned orange. Seeing this scene, everyone was so shocked that they were speechless. Orange light. Could it be that his soul has also reached the orange level? How is that possible? His physical body has reached the 4-star Tao body, and even his soul has reached the orange level. Is he a genius? The red light has already disappeared. It's all orange. This is too inconceivable. Many of the nominal disciples exclaimed in shock. At this time, Hani's face was ashen. His heart was filled with anger as he looked at the stone tablet. No words could express his anger. How is that possible? How can his soul have reached the orange level? Han, he had always thought of himself as a genius. Therefore, he believed that he was the undisputed number one in the nominal disciple area. However, this Fong Chun had only been in the nominal disciple area for a short period of time. Not only did he suppress Han He's physical body, he even suppressed Han He's soul. Han He couldn't accept this. Ha ha ha, as expected. He really is a genius. When Fong Chun stopped the test, the orange color on the stone tablet faded and returned to normal. At this time, Elder Mo laughed wildly. Genius. He really is a genius. I've been in charge of the martial style for so many years. He is the most powerful genius I've seen in the past few decades. That's right. A genius disciple like him will definitely become a core disciple of the Baron sect in the future. My physical body style will definitely have him. 3 elders. Why don't you wait for me to announce the results before fighting for this disciple? Elder Han grinned. All right, hurry up and announce it. Elder Jean hurriedly said. Elder Han stood on the platform and looked down. He then loudly said, only Fong Chun has passed the spirit style test. This time, there are a total of 3 disciples who passed the test. Han He passed the physical body style and martial style tests. As for Long Tongue, he passed the martial style test. As for Fong Chun, when Elder Han mentioned Fong Chun, he didn't continue. Long Tongue, from today onwards, you are a disciple of my martial style. I'll bring you back in a bit. After Elder Han finished his announcement, Elder Wu looked at Long Tongue with a smile. The surrounding nominal disciples looked at Long Tongue with endless envy. From today onwards, he would become an official disciple. The difference between a nominal disciple and an official disciple was just too great. Han He, you've passed 2 tests. Which school do you want to join? Elder Jean looked at Han He and asked. On the platform, Elder Jean and Elder Wu argued for a while before finally coming to an agreement. They asked for Han He's opinion, and he could join whichever school he wanted. Hearing this, Han He began to ponder. Senior Brother Han, he is indeed worthy of being called the strongest amongst us nominal disciples. He was actually able to be recruited by the leaders of 2 major schools at the same time. That's right. Senior Brother Han, his attainments in a martial way and physical body style are extremely strong. It won't be long before Senior Brother Han, he becomes a core disciple of the Baron sect. Is there anyone who dares to bet with me on which school Senior Brother Han he will join? Many nominal disciples discussed spiritedly. After pondering for a long time, Han He raised his head, looked at the 2 elders and said, I'm willing to join the martial style. Hearing Elder Han He's words, Elder Wu grinned and laughed. In an instant, there were 2 more disciples. Chapter 433. Congratulations, Old Wu. You actually took in 2 disciples at once. Ha ha. Elder Jean looked at Elder Wu and laughed. That's right, Old Wu. You've gained the most this time. You've already taken in 2 disciples. You don't have to participate in the last one. Elder Mo said. Hearing the two elders' words, Elder Wu's expression changed. He immediately shook his head and said, "No, I will never give up on this kid." Hearing the conversation between the three elders on the rostrum, many of the nominal disciples were a little confused. Han He even reminded them, "Elders, Fong Chen only passed 2 tests. He didn't seem to pass the martial arts test." Han He's words made the three elders temporarily stop fighting. They looked at the crowd and found that everyone's eyes were filled with confusion. Then, Elder Wu slowly stood up. He looked at the crowd on the square and said loudly, "Fong Chen passed the martial arts test. Therefore, he is qualified to join us." "How is that possible? He only lasted for 10 seconds. How could he pass?" "That's right. Lasting for 10 seconds is considered passing. Then we've all passed." "Elder Wu, you can't purposely open a back door for Fong Chen just because you saw how outstanding Fong Chen is." "That's right. If that's the case, we won't accept it." Many of the disciples shouted. Fong Chen clearly did not pass the martial arts test. How could he be qualified to join the martial arts? This went against the rules. Naturally, they would not agree. Hearing the cries of many warriors, Elder Wu's forehead was filled with black lines. He said coldly, "How ignorant. Let me tell you, your so-called Fong Chen did not pass the test. This kind of thinking is too stupid." Elder Wu said, "Fong Chen not only passed the test, he also dispersed the shadow in less than 10 seconds." Elder Wu's words entered the ears of many warriors. Suddenly, there was an uproar. "Disperse the shadow in 10 seconds. How is that possible? That shadow's strength is comparable to the second stage of the condensing reality realm. How could he disperse the shadow in 10 seconds? What kind of conspiracy is this? I don't believe that Fong Chen can disperse the shadow in 10 seconds. Heavens, what's going on?" Countless disciples in the square exclaimed in shock. They could not believe what Elder Wu had said. The corners of Han He's mouth curled up as he sneered. He still didn't believe that Fong Chen could disperse the shadow within 10 seconds. He was naturally aware of the strength of the illusory figure. Even he, Han He, was unable to scatter the illusory figure, let alone Fong Chen. He did not believe that Fong Chen would be able to do so. "Quiet." Elder Wu let out a loud roar. His voice contained a majestic amount of spiritual qi that instantly enveloped the entire square. Many of the nominal disciples were shocked and shut their mouths one after another. They stopped talking and looked at Elder Wu with flickering eyes. "I was the one who personally set up the illusion. Naturally, I know it better than anyone else. I am the person in charge of the desolate sect's martial arts. How could I speak carelessly? Fong Chen did indeed use less than 10 seconds to disperse the illusion and even kill the enemy. Isn't this considered a pass?" Elder Wu looked around and spoke slowly. "If you really want me to evaluate, my evaluation is that Fong Chen passed the test perfectly." Elder Wu said once again. Within the Baron sect, Elder Wu was considered to be a highly respected elder. His strength was extremely powerful and his prestige was very high. Under normal circumstances, he would not easily evaluate a cultivator. However, at this moment, Elder Wu actually said that Fong Chen passed the test perfectly. One could imagine how important Fong Chen was in Elder Wu's heart. Seeing Elder Wu's serious expression, many nominal disciples finally accepted this fact. Their eyes were filled with shock as they stared at Fong Chen. Elder Wu is speaking the truth. Heavens, Fong Chen actually used 10 seconds to disperse the illusory figure. How heaven-defying is his strength? Others couldn't even hold on, but he actually took the initiative to attack and disperse the illusory figure. In the entire nominal disciple area, there are a total of 51 disciples. Long Tongue was battered and exhausted as he held on for a minute. As for Han He held on for a minute with ease. As for the other disciples, none of them were able to hold on for a minute. As for Fong Chen, although he didn't stay in the illusion for a minute, he used 10 seconds to disperse the illusory figure. What kind of monster is this? The entire square went completely crazy. Countless disciples were shouting Fong Chen's name. At this moment, Fong Chen's name resounded throughout the nominal disciple area. Originally, Hani's face was filled with a mocking smile. However, at this moment, his face was filled with seriousness. How is this possible? Han could not accept this fact. Fang Shun actually passed the martial arts test perfectly. This was a huge blow to him. He originally thought that he could suppress Fang Shun in the martial arts test. However, from the looks of it, Fang Shun had already left him in the dust. No, I don't believe it. How can he be so strong? He hasn't even condensed a Dharma idol. Hani's heart was in chaos as he unwillingly cried out. Elder Wu's words completely ignited the atmosphere in the square. At this moment, the square was filled with cheers. On the platform, Elder Han and Elder Li were incomparably excited. Such a monstrous disciple had actually appeared in their nominal disciple area. This really gave him a lot of face. Ha! I already said that this kid's potential is very strong. Old Han, look, said Elder Li excitedly. That's right. Back then, it was all thanks to you finding him in the servant area. Otherwise, he would still be in the servant area right now. Elder Han laughed. As for the elders in charge of the three factions, they looked at each other helplessly. It seemed that no one would give up on Fang Chen this time. Since none of us are willing to give up, then let's let Fang Chen decide for himself which faction to choose. Elder Wu looked at the two of them. All right, let's let him choose, said Elder Jean. The three elders looked at Fang Chen and began to make promises to Fang Chen. Fang Chen, as long as you join my physical body faction, I promise to give you all the resources you need. I'll do my best to nurture you. It won't be long before you become the next core disciple. Elder Jean was the first to speak. Fang Chen, come to my martial path. Whether it's your strength or your fighting skills, they're both very suitable for the martial path. You should know that cultivating the martial path to its peak is much stronger than just relying on brute force. Furthermore, if you join my physical body faction, I can also give you all the resources I need. I'll do my best to nurture you. It won't be any worse than the physical body faction. Elder Wu laughed. Elder Mo naturally wasn't willing to give up. Looking at Fang Chen, he said, Fang Chen, come to my faction. At such a young age, your soul has already reached the orange level. I'm very optimistic about your soul's potential. The three elders spoke frankly. They were all thinking of ways to rope in Fang Chen. In the square, many nominal disciples were extremely envious. However, they were only envious for a moment. After listening to the three elders, Fang Chen fell into deep thought. In fact, among the three factions, the first one he eliminated was the physical body faction. Because his Dao body had already changed into a sword body, even if he joined the physical body faction, it wouldn't be of much use. Now, Fang Chen was in a dilemma. Should he choose the martial path or the soul faction? This was a dilemma. However, just as Fang Chen was in a dilemma, Ancestor Bronze spoke. Kid, join the soul faction, said Ancestor Bronze. Why? Asked Fang Chen. With your talent, you can join any faction. However, if you join the soul faction, you'll get a lot of soul tonic. When the time comes, I'll be able to recover some of my remnant consciousness, said Ancestor Bronze. He was also a little selfish. However, he made it clear. As for Fang Chen's choice, it was up to him. When Fang Chen heard Ancestor Bronze's words, he nodded. He looked up at the three elders and said, Elders, my choice is... Many in-name disciples, including the elders on the rostrum, stared at Fang Chen intently, waiting for Fang Chen's choice. The three elders were very nervous. They all wanted Fang Chen, but they knew that there was only one Fang Chen. He would definitely choose one of them. Soul faction, said Fang Chen. Elder Mo was stunned when he heard Fang Chen's words. Then he was overjoyed. Elder Mo was extremely excited. He didn't expect Fang Chen to choose the soul faction. This made him very excited. Elder Mo, congratulations. Elder Jean cupped his hands and congratulated Elder Mo. Then he said, Fang Chen, although you have chosen the soul faction, all three of our factions belong to the Baron sect. You are also an official disciple of the Baron sect. The doors of our physical faction are open for you. If you are willing, you can come to our physical faction to cultivate at any time. That's right. Our martial faction is also willing to open our doors to you. If you are willing, you can come at any time, said Elder Wu. The square was in a state of shock. In the history of the Baron sect, There had been geniuses who had cultivated any of the three major factions. However, that was a very long time ago. At least, it hadn't appeared in the past 100 years. At this moment, Fang Chun had actually obtained the right to cultivate in all three major factions. This was the highest honor of the Baron sect. Thank you, elders. Fang Chun cupped his hands and thanked them. At that moment, a sigh came from within the python sword. Ancestor Bronze's sigh had a profound meaning to it. Without a doubt, Fang Chun had chosen the Soul faction because of what he had said. This was what he owed Fang Chun. One day, I will reconstruct my physical body and be resurrected, Ancestor Bronze said to himself. Fang Chun's invitation by the elders in charge of the three major factions shocked the entire in-name disciple area. All the in-name disciples were shocked. Only Han, he was unhappy. The light that should have belonged to him had been completely overshadowed by Fang Chun. Damn it! One day, I will surpass you. Han was furious. His hatred for Fang Chun grew even greater. The soaring dragon Marquis walked in front of Fang Chun and grinned. Brother Fang, you are amazing. Fang Chun spread his hands and smiled. Chapter 434. This time, the greatest harvest of the three major factions was the Soul Stream. At this moment, Elder Mo was grinning from ear to ear. As for Elder Wu, although his martial stream did not manage to snatch Fang Chun, he still managed to take in 2 good seedlings. As for the physical stream, they did not manage to take in a single person. This made Elder Jean quite dissatisfied. However, this was something that could not be helped. If the in-name disciples did not meet the standards, they would rather not take them and then lower their standards. The first to leave was Elder Jean, followed by Elder Wu. He brought Han He and the soaring dragon Marquis out of the in-name disciple area. Finally, Elder Mo chuckled as he brought Fang Chun away. The in-name disciples that remained had to continue working hard and strive to become official disciples of the Baron sect one day. The entire Baron sect occupied a huge area. The servant area was only halfway up the mountain, while the in-name disciple area was at the top of the mountain. Of course, this was only the front peak of the Baron sect. Behind this peak, there were 3 other peaks that reached into the clouds. These 3 peaks were the 3 major factions. The physical stream was on the left, the martial stream was in the middle, and the soul stream was on the right. Fang Chun followed Elder Mo to the peak of the soul stream, following which, Elder Mo brought Fang Chun to receive the official disciple uniform and token. Fang Chun, from today onwards, you are an official disciple of our soul stream. Although there are not many soul stream disciples, all of them are very strong. This book contains some of the rules of our soul stream. Take a careful look. Elder Mo looked at Fang Chun and grinned. I got it, Fang Chun said. Official disciples all had their own individual lofts. It was much better than the independent courtyards of in-name disciples. Furthermore, when Fang Chun arrived at the peak of the soul stream, he realized that this place was filled with powerful souls. It felt as though he had arrived at the Sea of Souls. Although the strength of the souls here was not as strong as the Sea of Souls, it was still enough to shock people. Official disciple. Fang Chun entered the loft and went up to the 2nd floor. He opened the window and looked at the endless blue sky. Unknowingly, he had been in the southern mountain land for quite some time now. Now, he had finally become an official disciple of the Baron sect. Within a certain city in the southern mountain range, there was a luxurious mansion. Above the entrance of this mansion, there was a golden plaque with the words Qin Mansion written on it. This mansion was the mansion of the number 1 family in the southern mountain land, the Qin family. Today, the mansion of the Qin family was unusually lively. It turned out that the Qin family was holding a family meeting, and all the younger generation had come to participate. In the Qin clan's meeting hall, the person sitting at the head of the table was the current clan leader of the Qin clan. He was also one of the top experts in the land of South Mountain. Sitting on the left and right sides below were the respected elders of the Qin clan. Below them were the younger generation disciples of the clan. Today, I've gathered everyone here for a matter. The Qin clan's clan had looked around and said slowly. The Qin clan did not belong to the 3-star sect of the southern mountain land. However, they were exceptionally powerful. Even the three-star sect did not dare to offend the Qin clan. Hearing the words of the Qin clan head, many of the younger generation opened their eyes wide and listened attentively to the clan head. Among the younger generation, there was a girl who was as beautiful as a flower. This girl wore a tight leather skirt that outlined her perfect figure. She was one of the best among the younger generation of the Qin clan. She was also the pearl of the Qin clan, Qin Yao. A secret treasure has appeared in the North region. I believe everyone has heard of it. This secret treasure has been explored by the top experts in the land of South Mountain. There are many treasures in this secret treasure. Some people even speculated that this secret treasure was the place where a powerful person had fallen. The Qin clan head said, "I've also secretly gone to this secret treasure before. I discovered that on the plains where the secret treasure was located, the surrounding space was torn apart, and there was turbulence in space. The stronger the martial artist, the more they could not get close to the turbulence in space. Therefore, all the major forces have come to an agreement to send the younger generation disciples to the secret treasure to search for opportunities." The Qin clan head continued, "I've gathered all of you here for this matter. This trip to the secret treasure will be led by Qin Yao. I hope all of you will be able to reap some benefits." The clan head did not say anything else after finishing his words. Following that, the few elders began to talk about the secret treasure. In the main hall, Qin Yao's eyes flickered. In the end, she nodded her head and agreed to the Qin clan head's request. When the younger generation of the Qin clan found out that Qin Yao was leading the team, they were exceptionally surprised. Of course, all the major forces in the land of South Mountain had sent their younger generation disciples to prepare for the trip to the secret treasure. As for Fang Chun, who was in the Baron sect in the water-leaning city, he was completely unaware of this news. This was because within the Baron sect, in the core disciple area, the sect leader had personally called for a meeting and ordered the 9 core disciples to head to the secret treasure. This time, the secret treasure was not too far away from the water-leaning city. The Baron sect had the geographical advantage and had a high chance of obtaining the items within the secret treasure. The entire land of South Mountain was in a state of turmoil. Since the secret treasure was surrounded by spatial turbulence and powerful warriors could not enter, many forces decided to treat this trip to the secret treasure as a form of training for the younger generation of disciples. Within the Baron sect, on the Spirit Stream Mountain, Fang Chun had already been here for a few days. During these few days, Fang Chun had finally familiarized himself with some of the rules of the Spirit Stream. "I've absorbed a large amount of Spirit Stream over the past few days. Now, the remnant spirit has strengthened a little." Ancestor Bronze laughed maniacally. Fang Chun could also sense that the remnant spirit within the Python sword had strengthened a lot. He was happy for Ancestor Bronze. "Congratulations, Ancestor." Fang Chun smiled. At this moment, Ancestor Bronze opened his mouth and said, "Kid, trouble is coming for you." As soon as Ancestor Bronze said that, Fang Chun suddenly realized an unfamiliar man had appeared outside his building. Fang Chun was standing by the window. When this man saw Fang Chun, a cold light flickered in his eyes. Looking at Fang Chun, he said, "You're Fang Chun?" "Correct," Fang Chun said. "You're very strong?" asked the man. This question was very boring, so Fang Chun directly ignored the man's question. "Kid, Mingyu helped me a year ago. I heard you injured him not long ago and almost killed him," said the man coldly. A wild aura emanated from his body. "Oh, so you're saying you're here for revenge?" Fang Chun smiled. "Correct. Get down here and accept your death," said Wan Xiaofei. "Of course, you can also choose to compensate Mingyu." "How do I compensate him?" asked Fang Chun. 1,000,000 high-grade spirit stones, and we'll write this matter off. "I won't cause any more trouble for you," said Wan Xiaofeng. Wan Xiaofeng was an ordinary disciple of the Soul Stream. His strength was equivalent to the mid-second stage of the condensing reality realm. He was at the bottom of the peak of the Soul Stream, but he owed Mingyu a favor. When Mingyu had found him and told him everything, he had immediately agreed to return the favor. That was why he had come here. "Why don't you go rob someone?" asked Fang Chun suddenly. Mengyu's expression darkened. "It seems you don't plan on compensating me." Then you'll have to bear my anger. Your anger. Fang Chen sneered and ignored Ruan Xiaofeng. He directly sat by the window on the second floor and began to drink tea. Fang Chen, are you courting death? Seeing this, Ruan Xiaofeng roared furiously. Fang Chen directly ignored Ruan Xiaofeng. Ruan Xiaofeng was furious and wanted to rush up to Fang Chen to beat him up. But when he approached Fang Chen's pavilion, he instantly stopped. What a cunning kid. I almost fell for your trick. Ruan Xiaofeng retreated and said coldly to Fang Chen. There was a strict rule among the official disciples of the three major schools. Unless they had the permission of the master, no disciple could casually step into another disciple's pavilion. This was because they were afraid of disturbing the disciple's cultivation. For disciples who violated this rule, the punishment was quite severe. Therefore, under normal circumstances, official disciples would not dare to step into other people's pavilions. At this moment, seeing Fang Chen leisurely sitting on the second floor and drinking tea, Ruan Xiaofeng was burning with anger. But he could not do anything. If Fang Chen did not come down, he could not do anything to Fang Chen. Fang Chen, are you still a man? Do you plan on holding up there for the rest of your life? Ruan Xiaofeng roared. Sorry, I'm not in a good mood right now. Wait until I'm in a good mood, then maybe I'll go down. Fang Chen grinned and put down the teacup in his hand. He continued, of course, if you give me a few million high-grade spirit stones, or some rank 5 or 6 cultivation methods, or even a profound weapon, my mood will definitely improve immediately. Chapter 435. If Fang Chen didn't come down, Ruan Xiaofeng couldn't do anything. Although he was also an official disciple, he wasn't arrogant enough to step into Fang Chen's pavilion. Seeing Fang Chen leisurely drinking tea on the second floor, Ruan Xiaofeng was furious. Fang Chen, I don't believe that you won't come down for the rest of your life. After waiting for a while, Ruan Xiaofeng sneered and turned to leave. Looking at Ruan Xiaofeng's back, Fang Chen shook his head slightly. Ever since he had joined the spirit stream, Fang Chen had been cultivating. This was because the spirit stream contained an extremely wild spirit aura, which benefited old ancestor Bronze greatly. In the blink of an eye, half a month had passed since he joined the spirit stream. On this day, Fang Chen was cultivating when he suddenly saw a flash of lightning in the sky. This flash of lightning stayed for a very short time. In the blink of an eye, it disappeared from the northern region. After the flash of lightning disappeared, Fang Chen suddenly discovered that a meteor had fallen in the northern region. His face changed slightly. In the next moment, Ancestor Bronze spoke. There's movement, Ancestor Bronze said in a low voice. Fang Chen was shocked and asked hurriedly, Ancestor, what's the matter? I vaguely felt a wild aura not far from Water-Leaning City. It shot straight into the sky. It seems like a supreme treasure is about to appear. Ancestor Bronze said softly. A supreme treasure is about to appear. Fang Chen was puzzled. Then he recalled the strange lightning and meteor he had just seen and fell silent. After pondering for a moment, Fang Chen stopped thinking about this matter. According to Ancestor Bronze's senses, the supreme treasure that had appeared was definitely extraordinary. With his current strength, he wasn't qualified to compete for it. I'd better cultivate in peace, Fang Chen said to himself. Then, Fang Chen left the independent courtyard and prepared to head to the Spirit Pagoda to cultivate. The Spirit Pagoda was a unique pagoda of the Spirit Stream. This pagoda towered into the clouds. It was said that there were a total of 99 levels, but no one had been able to reach the top. To put it bluntly, the Spirit Pagoda was the strengthened version of the Soul Sea. Cultivating in the Spirit Pagoda could make a warrior's soul extremely powerful. Fang Chen's cultivation had reached a bottleneck. He needed to go to the Spirit Pagoda to cultivate. Fang Chen had just left the pavilion when he was surrounded by people. Seeing Fang Chen come out, several official disciples quickly walked to Fang Chen's side and surrounded him. Fang Chen also knew the person in the lead. It was Ruan Xiaofeng, who had threatened to avenge Mengyu. Brat, aren't you quite capable? I thought you would hole up in your pavilion and not come out for the rest of your life. Ruan Xiaofeng looked at Fang Chen, his eyes filled with killing intent as he sneered. Fang Chen looked at Ruan Xiaofeng, carefully sizing him up. This was because this was the first time he had made a move after entering the soul stream. Swoosh. Fang Chen didn't say anything. After sizing up Ruan Xiaofeng, he suddenly threw out a punch. With a bang, his fist hit Ruan Xiaofeng's body. Caught off guard, Ruan Xiaofeng took a few steps back. After he steadied himself, his face was filled with anger. Fang Chen, you are courting death. Ruan Xiaofeng roared in anger. Seeing Ruan Xiaofeng's anger, the official disciples who had followed him whispered, "Big brother Ruan, he is just a newcomer. Let us deal with him." After saying that, the three disciples instantly unleashed a fierce attack towards Fang Chen. Bang, bang, bang. Fang Chen used the Daluo Soul Killer Flame. His early-stage orange rank soul instantly erupted. In front of him, 3 soul flames appeared. These 3 soul flames instantly rushed towards the 3 people. The 3 people's strength was far inferior to Fang Chen's. They simply couldn't resist Fang Chen's Daluo Soul Killer Flame. The soul flames instantly burrowed into their heads. The 3 of them let out miserable cries as they fell to the ground. "Trash," Fang Chen said. At this moment, Ruan Xiaofeng squinted his eyes and looked at Fang Chen. His eyes were filled with passion as he laughed wildly. "Kid, you dare to compare souls with me? What a joke." As he spoke, Ruan Xiaofeng's mid-stage orange rank soul instantly erupted. A wild soul aura surrounded his body. In the next moment, Ruan Xiaofeng's body flashed. His soul aura turned into a long spear and rushed towards Fang Chen. Disciples of the soul style were most proficient in soul attacks. To Ruan Xiaofeng, Fang Chen's soul attack was too clumsy. At this moment, he was very confident that he could defeat Fang Chen in one blow. The soul spear carried a wild aura and instantly appeared in front of Fang Chen. Seeing this, Fang Chen sneered and once again used the Daluo Soul Killer Flame. Boom! The soul flames and the soul spear instantly collided. A deafening sound rang out as the 2 of them continuously retreated. How was this possible? Seeing his soul spear blocked by Fang Chen, Ruan Xiaofeng's eyes were filled with confusion. The strength of his soul was clearly suppressing Fang Chen's soul. How was Fang Chen able to block his attack? What Ruan Xiaofeng didn't know was that Fang Chen's soul had reached the orange rank in the past. However, later on, he met a soul cultivator who had fallen a long time ago. He received the inheritance of that almighty and became a soul cultivator. As a result, his soul was compressed to the red rank. In general, although Fang Chen's soul was compressed, his foundation was very solid. Although his soul was now at the early stage orange rank, and Ruan Xiaofeng was at the mid-stage orange rank, there was practically no difference between the 2. Therefore, Fang Chen easily blocked Ruan Xiaofeng's attack. As expected of a disciple of the soul style, Fang Chen looked at Ruan Xiaofeng and grinned. Ruan Xiaofeng's soul attack was clearly much more tyrannical than Fang Chen's. Since soul attacks couldn't defeat his opponent, then he would use sword techniques to defeat him. Whoosh! Fang Chen activated the sword body, and a wild sword intent instantly soared into the sky. In the next moment, the hidden star sword in Fang Chen's hand suddenly drew a strange trajectory. Then, an incomparably powerful sword light appeared in front of Fang Chen's eyes. This sword light of water and fire contained a tyrannical sword essence and an illusory aura. Its power was very strong. Crash! Fang Chen's wrist shook, and the hidden star sword suddenly stabbed towards Ruan Xiaofeng. Seeing this, the latter was slightly startled and prepared to use a soul attack to resist. However, it was too late. In the sky, the powerful sword light had already arrived in front of Ruan Xiaofeng. Bang! Ruan Xiaofeng desperately threw a punch, trying to block Fang Chen's attack. However, it was useless. The tyrannical sword light of water and fire made Ruan Xiaofeng temporarily enter an illusion. Then, the sword light of water and fire directly blasted Ruan Xiaofeng's fist away and stabbed towards Ruan Xiaofeng. Poochie! Fortunately, Ruan Xiaofeng dodged in time. Otherwise, the sword light of water and fire would not have pierced his arm, but his chest. Damn it! Yuan Xiaofang was furious that his arm was injured. He was humiliated to be beaten like this by a newcomer. He was unwilling. "I want you to die!" Yuan Xiaofang roared angrily. In the next moment, he urged his soul to the extreme and launched a fierce attack on Fang Chun. It was also at this moment that Fang Chen's hidden star sword appeared in front of Yuan Xiaofang. Puchi! The hidden star sword did not hesitate to pierce Yuan Xiaofang's abdomen. With a bang, Yuan Xiaofang's body fell to the ground, and his aura was weak. This is just a lesson. Fang Chun had just arrived at the soul stream, so he did not want to casually kill people. So this time, it was just a lesson for Yuan Xiaofang. However, even if it was a lesson, being stabbed by the hidden star sword would require at least 3 months of lying in bed to recover. Fang Chun glanced at Yuan Xiaofang and turned to leave. The 3 disciples that Yuan Xiaofang had brought with him quickly ran over and worriedly asked, "Big brother Yuan, are you all right?" At this moment, Yuan Xiaofang had finally awoken from his shock. His expression was complicated as he looked at Fang Chen's departing figure. Touching the wound on his abdomen, Yuan Xiaofang felt a lingering fear in his heart. If Fang Chun had used just a little bit more strength, his Qi would have been pierced. If that had happened, Yuan Xiaofang would have truly become a cripple. However, Fang Chun had held back. When the hidden star sword pierced Yuan Xiaofang's body and was about to reach his Qi, he stopped his attack. Yuan Xiaofang was helped up by his 3 disciples. His expression was complicated. In the end, he shook his head and turned to leave. After defeating Yuan Xiaofang, he leisurely went to the front of the Spirit Pagoda. The Spirit Pagoda was in a plaza. Fang Chun saw a towering Spirit Pagoda in the plaza. He could clearly feel the dense spiritual fluctuations around the Spirit Pagoda. This is the Spirit Pagoda. Fang Chun narrowed his eyes as he looked at the towering Spirit Pagoda. At this moment, there were many disciples in front of the Spirit Pagoda. They were all here to cultivate. There was an old man standing guard in front of the Spirit Pagoda. Every time a disciple wanted to enter the Spirit Pagoda, they would have to pay some high-grade spirit stones. "You have to pay spirit stones to enter the Spirit Pagoda," Fang Chun muttered to himself. Fang Chun's words were heard by a disciple to the side. The disciple turned to look at Fang Chun and said, "You must be a new disciple." Fang Chun nodded. The disciple continued, "No wonder you don't understand the Spirit Pagoda. This Spirit Pagoda needs energy to support it in order to operate. With such a large Spirit Pagoda, the amount of energy it consumes is astronomical. The desolate sect provides for so many disciples to cultivate. Naturally, they would have to collect some compensation. With so many disciples in a sect, the daily expenses would be huge. Therefore, the sect had specially set up a few places to collect spirit stones to earn money for their daily expenses. This greatly reduced the pressure on the sect. The Spirit Pagoda requires 10,000 high-grade spirit stones for 2 hours. After hearing the disciples' words, Fang Chun understood. To him, spirit stones were nothing. "Show me your token," said the old man. Fang Chun took out his official disciple token and handed it to the old man. After the old man inspected it, he said, "Pay the spirit stones." Chapter 436. As soon as Fang Chun entered the Spirit Pagoda, he realized that the entire place was filled with a wild spiritual aura. These spiritual auras were constantly tempering a martialist soul. Cultivating here is much better than cultivating in the outside world, Fang Chun sighed. However, one had to pay spiritual stones. 10,000 spiritual stones for 2 hours was nothing to Fang Chun, but it was a huge sum for some people. This was the first level of the Spirit Pagoda. Fang Chun could feel the spiritual aura here, but it wasn't as dense as he had imagined. Then, Fang Chun ascended to the second level. Just like that, Fang Chun ascended to the 13th level in one go. When he reached the 13th level, Fang Chun stopped. He could feel that the spiritual aura here was very dense, and he felt a little pressure. "I'll cultivate here." Immediately, Fang Chun made a decision. He sat cross-legged on the ground and started cultivating. Hiss! The great Luo soul killer flame was instantly released above Fong Chen's head. The early orange level soul condensed into a spiritual flame and hovered above Fong Chen's head. At the same time, old ancestor bronze was also wildly absorbing the spiritual aura. Time passed by slowly. In the blink of an eye, 20 hours had passed. The sky outside had already darkened. At this time, Fong Chen finally stopped cultivating. He felt that his soul strength had reached a bottleneck, and he couldn't break through. "It's a pity," Fong Chen said softly. Originally, he thought that with the help of the spirit pagoda, his soul strength could reach the mid-orange level. He didn't expect that his soul strength would be stuck at a bottleneck. However, Fong Chen still had some gains. Although his soul strength hadn't increased, the great Luo soul killer flame had. Previously, Fong Chen had cultivated the great Luo soul killer flame to the 3rd level. However, after 20 hours of cultivation, Fong Chen had cultivated the great Luo soul killer flame to the 5th level. The great Luo soul slaughter flame had a total of 5 levels. After such a long period of cultivation, he had finally cultivated it to the peak. After the great Luo soul killer flame reached its peak, Fong Chen felt that his soul attacks had become even stronger. If he were to face Yuan Xiaofeng now, he would be able to defeat her even without using the water fire sword art. As expected of the spirit pagoda, Fong Chen sighed. Then, Fong Chen collected his thoughts and walked out of the spirit pagoda. At this time, the outside world was pitch black. When Fong Chen walked out, the old guard said, "You've been inside for 20 hours. You still need to pay 90,000 high-grade spirit stones." Fong Chen paid 90,000 upper-grade spirit stones and left. A single session of cultivation required so many spirit stones. The official disciples of the Soul Stream basically came here every day to cultivate, so the consumption of spirit stones was extremely high. Of course, as official disciples of the Baron sect, their strength was extremely powerful. Most of the disciples would go out to earn spiritual stones. This was because if there were no spiritual stones in the Baron sect, their cultivation progress would be extremely slow and they would be surpassed by the other disciples. Therefore, they had to ensure that they had enough spirit stones to cultivate. Therefore, when they felt that they were lacking spirit stones, they would go out. Luo Shui City was a very prosperous and large city. Within the city, there were countless buildings. Under normal circumstances, the fastest way to earn spirit stones was to become a mercenary and enter the demonic beast mountain range to kill demonic beasts and earn spirit stones. Of course, there were other kinds of missions, too many to count. For now, Fong Chen did not need to worry about the problem of spirit stones. This was because he still had more than 80 million high-grade spirit stones in his spatial ring. This was enough to support his cultivation. As a cultivator, the most important thing was to increase his cultivation as soon as possible. Right now, his cultivation was only at the peak of the 8th level of the Qi-Hai realm. There was still a long way to go before he reached the condensing reality realm. There were many powerful warriors in the southern mountain land, so he had to work hard to cultivate. After leaving the Spirit Pagoda, Fong Chen walked on top of the Spirit Mountain range. In the pitch-black night sky, there was a crescent moon. This crescent moon illuminated the entire Luo Shui city. Because the Baron sect was located on a very high mountain, one could see the entire Luo Shui city from within the Baron sect. Fong Chen walked under the dark night sky, his mind constantly thinking about the day's harvest. Just as Fong Chen walked to the edge of the Spirit Mountain range, his ears suddenly twitched. He heard a small voice. Fong Chen stopped and hid in the darkness, listening carefully. "Did you find out?" "Yes, I did." A hidden treasure appeared not far from Luo Shui city. Many of the younger generation of the southern mountain land are fighting over it. It is said that the battle there is very fierce. Boss told us to wait here. When his order arrives, we will move out. That's right. Let's wait here. The two figures whispered to each other. The place where they were hiding was halfway up the Spirit Mountain range. Normally, no one would be able to discover this place. Fong Chen happened to hear the conversation between the two figures. Who were they hiding in the Baron's sect? Fong Chen's heart was filled with doubts. Soon after, he carefully approached the two figures in the darkness. Not long after, Fong Chen silently arrived halfway up the mountain. At this moment, Fong Chen discovered a speck of light halfway up the mountain. Of course, this speck of light was very well hidden. It was impossible to see it from the top of the mountain. In other words, it could only be seen from halfway up the mountain. When Fong Chen saw the speck of light, he followed it and quickly approached it. When Fong Chen approached the speck of light, he was shocked to discover two figures behind a hidden blue stone. These two figures actually had traces of the Yellow Springs sect's aura. Seeing this scene, Fong Chen was startled. The remnants of the Yellow Springs sect are actually hiding in the Baron's sect. Fong Chen thought to himself, the most dangerous place was the safest place. Was that what they thought? At this moment, it was already late at night. All the disciples in the Baron's sect were already asleep. If it wasn't for the fact that Fong Chen had cultivated in the Spirit Pagoda for 20 hours and was a little late, he would have already fallen asleep. Just as Fong Chen was deep in thought, he was suddenly discovered by two members of the Yellow Springs sect. Who is it? One of the Yellow Springs sect members roared in a low voice. When Fong Chen saw that he had been discovered, he simply pretended to be a member of the Yellow Springs sect. He walked step by step toward the blue stone and stopped in front of the two. Both of you. Boss asked me to come here to receive you. Fong Chen said without batting an eyelid. Who exactly are you? How dare you pretend to be a member of the Yellow Springs sect? One of the Yellow Springs sect members glanced at Fong Chen and asked coldly. This was because they couldn't detect the aura of the Yellow Springs sect on Fong Chen's body. I am the Sword Hall Master under Protector Yu Ming of the Yellow Springs sect. I heard that there was a treasure trove in the northern region and specially came here. I met Boss on the way, and he asked me to come here first. Fong Chen said, then why don't you have the aura of the Yellow Springs sect on you? The remnant of the Yellow Springs sect asked. This is the body of a human cultivator that I possessed. Fong Chen explained. Even if you possess the body of a human cultivator, you can still release the aura of the Yellow Springs sect. If you can't release the aura of the Yellow Springs sect, I will personally kill you. The Yellow Springs sect member said. Hearing this, Fong Chen's heart skipped a beat. He didn't say anything. At this moment, the other Yellow Springs sect member tugged at his sleeve and said, Brother now, are you tired of living? This is the Baron's sect. If he releases the aura of the Yellow Springs sect, what will happen if the upper echelons of the Baron's sect are alerted? The surviving member of the Yellow Springs sect, who was called Brother Now, was stunned. He immediately said, Then how can we prove his identity? Didn't he say that he is the Sword Hall Master under Protector Yu Ming? Let him talk about the situation under Protector Yu Ming. Okay, tell me. Brother Now said. Hearing Brother Now's words, Fong Chen was stunned. He immediately approached Brother Now. The latter looked at Fong Chen cautiously and said, Stay where you are. When Fong Chen approached Brother Now, he suddenly pulled out the hidden star sword in his hand. He immediately performed the 12th level of the fire and water sword technique. In the next moment, the hidden star sword directly pierced into Brother Now's body. Before Brother Now could finish his words, he lost his life. When the Yellow Springs sect member beside Brother Now saw this, his face was filled with horror. He said, You, who exactly are you? The person who will kill you. As soon as Fong Chen finished speaking, he raised his sword and slashed down. The surviving member of the Yellow Springs sect was instantly killed by Fong Chen. After killing the two surviving members of the Yellow Springs sect, Fong Chen carefully sized up the location. He discovered that there was a seal here. The two surviving members of the Yellow Springs sect usually hid within this seal. Then, Fong Chen recalled what the two surviving members of the Yellow Springs sect had said before. He checked the space rings of the two surviving members and found two communication jade pendants. I wonder what news the boss will send, Fong Chen said softly. The Yellow Springs sect's actions were getting bigger and bigger. They actually dared to hide within the Baron sect. How audacious. This time, from the tone of the two, It seemed that the Yellow Springs sect was going to attack the younger generation of the southern mountain land who were fighting for the treasures and the secret treasure. Just as Fong Chun was pondering this, the communication jade pendant suddenly flickered. Then a gloomy voice rang out. There's a younger generation member who has snatched the treasures and the secret treasure and is heading towards Leaning Water City. The two of you quickly head to the plains 100 miles away from Leaning Water City to activate the formation. After this message was sent, the communication jade pendant dimmed. A younger generation member who has snatched the treasures and the secret treasure and is heading towards Leaning Water City. Fong Chen's eyes flickered with a fiery light. After a long time, Fong Chun made a decision. He wanted to leave Leaning Water City and take a look. Perhaps I can obtain it amidst the chaos, Fong Chun thought to himself. Even if he couldn't obtain the treasures and the secret treasure, it wouldn't be a bad idea to take a look. Chapter 437. After Fong Chun left the Louis City, he followed the message from the Yellow Springs sect and headed to the plains 100 miles away. By the time Fong Chun arrived at the plains, the sky was even darker. The entire plains were spacious and empty. Fong Chun quickly found the control center and array base of the array. Then he found a place and hid. As long as the warrior with the secret treasure entered the plains, he would immediately activate the array and trap the warrior. In other words, as long as there were no accidents, the secret treasure would be his. Thinking of this, Fong Chun was very excited. He had heard from the bronze ancestor that a secret treasure had appeared in the northern region. Fong Chun would never have dreamt that he would be so close to the treasure trove. Fong Chun waited quietly. At this time, far away from Fong Chun, a woman in a leather skirt was flying quickly. The corners of her mouth were full of blood, and her body was also covered in blood. She seemed to be seriously injured, but she was still desperately running away. As long as I escape to the Louis City, I will be safe, Qin Yao thought to herself. In this trip to the hidden treasure, the competition was too intense. At the last moment, it was fortunate that he was quick enough to obtain the supreme treasure in the hidden treasure. However, it was also because of this that Qin Yao was being chased by many young martialists. Qin Yao had been fighting all the way and running away quickly. Although Qin Yao's strength was tyrannical, she was still powerless in the face of so many top experts of the younger generation. During the time she was fleeing, she was constantly chased by the top experts of the younger generation. After a few battles, she was seriously injured. Now, she was running for her life. I must bring the secret treasure back safely, Qin Yao thought to herself. After flying for a while, Qin Yao descended from the sky. Although condensing reality, realm warriors could fly. They could only fly for a short period of time. If they flew for a long time, it would consume too much of their energy. Qin Yao had to save some energy to guard against the people chasing her, so she had to land. After landing on the ground, Qin Yao walked quickly. At this moment, a stream of light suddenly appeared in the distance. In the next moment, a figure appeared. Qin Yao, you can't escape. The man's eyes lit up when he saw Qin Yao, and he said coldly, Wu and I, my Qin clan will not let you off. As soon as Qin Yao finished her statement, her figure flashed and fled rapidly. Of course, Wu and I wasn't going to give Qin Yao the chance to escape. He had chased after Qin Yao painstakingly. How could he allow Qin Yao to escape again? Qin Yao, you can't escape, Wu and I yelled out. His figure flashed and immediately appeared in front of Qin Yao. He then extended his hand and wanted to grab Qin Yao. Right at this moment, a dagger suddenly appeared in Qin Yao's hand. When Wu Ni's hand appeared in front of Qin Yao, the dagger in Qin Yao's hand instantly slashed towards Wu and I. A mere dagger, and you want to injure me, Wu and I? Wu and I sneered when he saw the situation and spoke with disdain. Subsequently, Wu Ni's palm pressed down again and directly pressed on Qin Yao's head. As long as he used a little more strength, he would be able to suppress Qin Yao. However, right at this moment, there was a sudden change. The dagger in Qin Yao's hand suddenly pierced into Wu Ni's palm, and blood immediately flowed out. And when Wu and I saw this scene, his expression changed slightly. In the next moment, his body trembled, and even his soul spirit was trembling incessantly. This is the golden cloud, soul-extinguishing dagger. Wu Ni's soul spirit was in extreme pain. At this moment, he realized that the dagger in Qin Yao's hand wasn't an ordinary dagger. It was the famous golden cloud, soul-extinguishing dagger of the Qin clan. Damn it! Seeing Qin Yao escape, Wu Ni's heart was filled with rage as he immediately chased after her. After an unknown period of time, Qin Yao's physical strength was exhausted, and she finally couldn't fly anymore. She landed on the ground, which was a plane. I'm only 100 miles away from the water-leaning city. Qin Yao's consciousness was a little blurry, but she forcefully endured it and walked with difficulty. At this moment, Fang Chun, who was hiding in the dark, saw Qin Yao's appearance, and his eyes lit up. Just as he was about to activate the array, he suddenly realized that Qin Yao's aura was very weak. Her aura is very weak, and there is no need for the array to deal with her. Fang Chun pondered in his heart. Just as he was pondering, a stream of light suddenly appeared in the distance. This stream of light's speed was very fast, and it directly rushed behind Qin Yao before turning into a human figure. Qin Yao, you are definitely going to die today. Wu and I looked at Qin Yao, who was on the verge of collapse, and roared with rage. After Wu and I was injured by the golden cloud, soul-extinguishing dagger, it took him a lot of effort to recover. However, his soul spirit was injured, and it wouldn't recover for a while. Therefore, his heart was filled with rage. Not only did he want to snatch the cardinal treasure, but he also wanted to kill Qin Yao. Right now, Qin Yao no longer had any strength to resist. Just as Wu and I was about to make his move, Qin Yao swayed and actually fainted on the plane. When Wu and I saw this scene, he sneered and walked toward Qin Yao. Just as Wu and I was about to make contact with Qin Yao's body, Fang Chun suddenly activated the array, and a rumbling sound echoed throughout the sky. In the next moment, the entire plane was instantly enveloped by a dusky aura presence. When Wu and I saw the situation, he turned pale with fright. This is an array. Why is there an array here? Is there someone else? When he thought of this, Wu Ni's eyes flickered as he constantly looked around. He realized that this array was actually an illusion array. Damn it! Wu and I realized that Qin Yao, who was under his feet just now, had long disappeared. Wu and I was enraged as he circulated all the strength in his body and bombarded the illusion array. However, the strength of this illusion array was beyond his expectations. Right now, Fang Chun had quietly entered the illusion array. As he was controlling the core, he was able to see everything within the illusion array clearly. Fang Chun came to the front of Qin Yao and quietly brought Qin Yao's body out of the illusion array. Right now, inside the illusion array, Wu and I was still furiously attacking. However, no matter how much he attacked the illusion array, he was unable to break it. Fortunately, I discovered it. Otherwise, the Yellow Spring sect would definitely obtain the hidden treasure. Fang Chun thought to himself. Fang Chun dragged Qin Yao's body out of the illusion array and was preparing to take Qin Yao's interspatial ring. Right at this moment, a token fell out from Qin Yao's clothes. Fang Chun casually picked up this token. At first, Fang Chun didn't take a close look at the token and was prepared to throw it away. However, just as he was about to throw the token away, he saw a word from the corner of his eyes. Fang Chun's eyes immediately looked to the token. This glance caused Fang Chun's body to tremble. On the front of the token, there was a word Qin. How is this possible? Fang Chun's heart was in a perilous situation. In his other hand, there was an identical token. This token also had the word Qin on it. The exact same token. Fang Chun's face was filled with shock. Could it be that the person who saved me is from the same clan as her? Fang Chun looked at Qin Yao with an astonished expression. After a long time, Fang Chun tried his best to calm his inner excitement and kept the token. He then brought Qin Yao and quickly left this troublesome place. 2 hours later, a few valiant auras appeared on this plane. Third Elder Wu, there seems to be an illusion array here. One of the elders said, That's right, there is an illusion array here. There seems to be someone inside. Third Elder Wu whispered, Break the array. Another elder said, Subsequently, a few elders worked together and broke the illusion array. When they broke the illusion array, they were surprised to find that the martial artist inside the illusion array was actually Wu and I. Wu and I, why are you here with the cardinal treasure? Third Elder Wu asked hastily. Seeing Third Elder Wu and the others, Wu and I finally regained his composure and whispered, "The cardinal treasure was obtained by Qin Yao. I chased her all the way here, but I didn't expect someone to secretly set up an illusion array and trap me. Damn it! How dare you snatch our Wu clan's item?" Third Elder Wu spoke with a cold voice. "No matter what, we have to get the cardinal treasure back." When Fong Chun brought Qin Yao back to the Leaning Water City, the sky was already bright. However, there was still no one on the streets of the Leaning Water City. Fong Chun sprinted all the way and finally arrived in front of the Desolate Sect. He then flashed his official disciple token and entered the Desolate Sect. Along the way, Fong Chun didn't encounter a single disciple. He returned to his pavilion and immediately placed Qin Yao on the bed. Qin Yao's injuries were rather severe and wouldn't wake up for a while. Fong Chun placed his hand on Qin Yao's pulse and felt it. He then gave her some recuperation elixirs. Her life shouldn't be in danger, Fong Chun said. If it was a stranger, Fong Chun would definitely not save her. However, she had that token on her. Back then, Fong Chun was in a secret realm in the Divine Wind Nation and was besieged by a group of devil rhinos. At the final moment, he crushed the mechanical heart, and the valiant force annihilated the group of devil rhinos, causing him to fall into a coma. When he regained consciousness, the little mouse handed him a token. On the front side of the token, there was a Qin word. On the back side, there was an image of an old man with an immortal aura, and his entire body was enveloped in flames. The little mouse told Fong Chun that the person who saved him was a stooped old man and a red-clothed woman. Back then, Fong Chun said that he would repay the favor of saving his life one day. Right now, after such a long time, he finally encountered a token that was exactly the same as the token left behind by his savior. His heart was extremely excited. Chapter 438. In the next few days, Fong Chun paid close attention to Qin Yao's injuries. In these few days, the Qin family searched the entire southern mountain range for Qin Yao. There were even rumors that the Qin family was willing to go to war with the Wu family for Qin Yao. Of course, these were all rumors. No one knew the specifics. Comparatively speaking, Water Leaning City was still relatively quiet. As for the Desolate Sect, it was even more peaceful. In these few days, Fong Chun frequently went to the Spirit Pagoda to cultivate. After about 7 days, Qin Yao finally woke up. Within Fong Chun's pavilion, Qin Yao was quietly lying on a white bed. Her body was covered with a blanket. Suddenly, Qin Yao's fingers twitched. Following that, Qin Yao's body also began to move. Not long after, Qin Yao opened her eyes. "Where is this?" The instant Qin Yao opened her eyes, she immediately sat up and vigilantly looked around the pavilion. She was extremely puzzled. Just as Qin Yao was puzzled, the door to the pavilion suddenly opened. Fong Chun walked in. "You're awake?" Fong Chun looked at Qin Yao and asked, "Who are you?" Qin Yao glanced at the blanket covering her body, then looked at Fong Chun and coldly asked, "You were being chased by someone and fainted on the plains. I saved you," Fong Chun softly said. Seeing Fong Chun approaching her, Qin Yao's ice-cold eyes emitted a terrifying golden light. Shortly after, her consciousness entered her interspatial ring. In the next moment, she let out a sigh of relief. That was because the treasures from the secret treasury were still in her interspatial ring. "Why did you save me?" Qin Yao asked. At the beginning, Qin Yao thought that Fong Chun saved her because of the treasures in her interspatial ring. However, she discovered that the treasures were still in her interspatial ring. She also didn't know what Fong Chun's intentions were. Fong Chun threw out an identity medallion. Seeing this, Qin Yao directly caught it. When she saw it clearly, her face was filled with shock. Soon after, Qin Yao took out an identical identity medallion from her bosom. At this moment, her heart was in turmoil. "Where did you get this medallion?" Qin Yao hastily asked. Fong Chen looked at Qin Yao, his face full of smiles. The owner of this medallion once saved my life. Hearing Fong Chen's words, Qin Yao's mind instantly sank into deep thought. Not long after, a shocked expression appeared on her face. Could he be the man from the Divine Wind Nation? Qin Yao carefully sized up Fong Chen. She suddenly discovered that Fong Chen was exactly the same as the man she had casually saved. How is this possible? Qin Yao couldn't believe it. That man from the Divine Wind Nation had actually come to the southern mountain range and even saved her life. Fong Chen saw the change in Qin Yao's expression and said, "If my guess is correct, you should be from the same clan as my savior. Although you have treasures on you, I won't take them away. If your injuries are healed, you should hurry back." Hearing Fong Chen's words, Qin Yao was stunned. Soon after, she realized that even Fong Chen didn't know that she was the one who had saved him back then. Thinking of this, Qin Yao sighed. Back then, she was just passing by the Divine Wind Nation and accidentally discovered the Fire Emperor's inheritance. When she entered the Fire Emperor's secret realm of inheritance, she accidentally discovered the injured and unconscious Fong Chen and saved him. She didn't expect that the weak man from back then had unknowingly come to the southern mountain range. Qin Yao opened her mouth, wanting to say something, but hesitated. She wanted to tell Fong Chen that she was the savior who had saved Fong Chen. However, after thinking about it, she didn't say it. Her bright eyes carefully sized up Fong Chen, a weak cultivator who had walked step by step from the Divine Wind Nation to the southern mountain range, who could understand the pain he had to go through. After a long time, Qin Yao handed the identity token to Fong Chen. Then she calmed down and asked, "Where is this?" "The Baron sect." Fong Chen replied. "You're a disciple of the Baron sect?" Qin Yao asked curiously. Fong Chen nodded and said, "That's right. My injuries have already healed. Thank you very much. I'll take my leave first. If you encounter any difficulties in the southern mountain range one day, you can take out this identity token and say that you're Qin Yao's friend. Perhaps it will help you." After speaking, Qin Yao turned and left. Fong Chen watched Qin Yao leave and shook his head slightly. Then he withdrew his thoughts. Qin Yao quickly left the Luo Shui city and returned to the Qin family without anyone noticing. As for Fong Chen, he continued to cultivate in the Baron sect in the Luo Shui city, as usual. As for what Qin Yao said, he didn't even think about it. Time passed by slowly. After cultivating in the Spirit Pagoda for a month, Fong Chen's soul strength finally reached the middle stage of the orange level. This made Fong Chen very happy. After his soul strength reached the middle stage of the orange level, Fong Chen's strength increased once again. Now, he wouldn't be afraid, even if he were to face a late, condensing reality realm warrior. Of course, the reason why he could increase his cultivation so quickly was because he had spent a lot of spirit stones. Fortunately, he had a lot of spirit stones. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to support his crazy cultivation. After his soul strength reached the middle stage of the orange level, Fong Chen's cultivation of the soul had reached a bottleneck. Fong Chen prepared to head to the physical body school and cultivate his own body. On this day, Fong Chen left the spiritual body school's mountain and arrived at the physical body school's mountain. Previously, Elder Jean said that as long as Fong Chen was willing, he could come to the physical body school's mountain to cultivate at any time. Soon, Fong Chen arrived at the physical body school's mountain. The physical body school's mountain. Non-physical body school disciples are forbidden to enter. The physical body school's guardian disciple said loudly. Fong Chen reported his name and entered the physical body school's mountain. Long before, Fong Chen had already understood everything about the physical body school's mountain. Within the physical body school, there was a gravity tower. It was a tower that specialized in cultivating the physical body. The gravity tower was the same as the spirit pagoda. They were both unique towers. After carefully asking around, Fong Chen prepared to head to the gravity tower. However, at this moment, a figure suddenly rushed forward. With a bang, the figure collided with Fong Chen's body, causing Fong Chen to retreat a few steps. The swift figure was instantly sent flying. "Don't you have eyes?" The martialist stood up and scolded Fong Chen loudly. Fang Chun narrowed his eyes and looked at the martialist with a displeased expression. It was clearly the martialist who was too fast and collided with him, yet he still dared to say that he didn't have eyes. "Yes, you are my physical body school's disciple," the martialist said coldly as he carefully sized up Fang Chun. "I am indeed not a physical body school's disciple," said Fang Chun. "Brat, if you aren't a physical body school's disciple, how dare you enter the physical body school's mountain? Are you tired of living?" As he spoke, the martialist directly attacked, wanting to teach Fang Chun a lesson. Whoosh! A wild fist energy directly appeared in front of Fang Chun. Seeing this scene, Fang Chun frowned slightly and immediately sent out a punch. At the same time, his sword body instantly erupted. Boom! A deafening sound instantly rang out. The martialist was sent flying by Fang Chun and fell to the ground. How is this possible? When the two fists collided, the martialist felt a wild fist energy coming from Fang Chun's fist and directly sent him flying. Too weak. Fang Chun shook his head slightly and left with this sentence. Looking at Fang Chun's departing figure, the martialist said angrily, "Brat, you barged into the physical body school's mountain without permission. You're dead." Fang Chun's direction just happened to be in the direction of the gravity tower. Seeing this scene, the martialist sneered and immediately turned around to leave. Not long after, a piece of news spread throughout the physical body school's mountain. An unfamiliar disciple had barged into the physical body school's mountain. He was extremely arrogant and didn't put the physical body school's disciples in his eyes at all. He even boasted that none of the physical body school's disciples could defeat him. When this news spread, the entire physical body school's mountain went into an uproar. Countless disciples were furious. He dares to behave atrociously in our physical body school's mountain. He really doesn't know what's good for him. Where is he? I can kill him anytime. He dares to look down on our physical body school's disciples. He's courting death. Now that he's on the physical body school's mountain, we must teach him a good lesson. Damn it. Our physical body school's disciples have unparalleled bodies. A mere trash dares to mock our physical body school. It's said that he went to the gravity tower. Let's go and find him. For a moment, many physical body school's disciples went to the gravity tower to find Fang Chun. The instigator of this matter saw this scene and laughed with satisfaction. "Brat, let's see what you can do." Fang Chun paid 10,000 high-grade spirit stones and entered the gravity tower. As soon as he entered the gravity tower, Fang Chun discovered that there was a tyrannical gravity in the gravity tower. No wonder it's called the gravity tower. The gravity here is many times stronger than the outside world. It's easy to walk in the outside world, but it's very difficult to walk in the gravity tower. "Good fella, it's great to refine my body here." Fang Chun grinned. The gravity tower was the perfect place to refine one's body. Although Fang Chun's body had turned into a sword body, he could still use the gravity to refine his body. However, the gravity on the first floor doesn't seem to be enough to refine my body. After a while, Fang Chun discovered that the gravity on the first floor seemed to be a little weak. Then, he continued to move forward. After a while, Fang Chun came to the 9th floor of the gravity tower and finally stopped. The gravity here had made Fang Chun unable to move forward. The gravity is so strong. Fang Chun's forehead was full of sweat as he thought to himself. At this moment, many physical body school's disciples had arrived outside the gravity tower, clamoring to find Fang Chun. However, they discovered that Fang Chun had already entered the gravity tower. Chapter 439. Fang Chun was on the 9th floor of the gravity tower. The gravity here was extremely strong, and Fang Chun could not even stand properly. However, as Fang Chun activated his sword body, a wild sword intent appeared around his body, helping him to resist the gravity. Time passed by slowly, and Fang Chun continued to be tempered by the gravity. Needless to say, the effect of the gravity tower's tempering was very good. Fang Chun had been tempering here for about an hour, and he could feel that his sword body had become a lot stronger. Although he did not have a breakthrough, he had gained a lot. Crack! Just as Fang Chun was thinking to himself, a cracking sound came from his body. Then, Fong Chun realized that his Qi Si was expanding, and the wild liquid spirit Qi was constantly rotating. Fong Chun was a little surprised when he saw this. He did not expect that in the gravity tower, his sword body would not have a breakthrough, but his cultivation would have a breakthrough. From the peak of the 8th Qi Hai realm to the 9th Qi Hai realm, if it was a normal person, it would be very difficult to break through. But Fong Chun was different. He had already reached the condensing reality realm, and he had accumulated a lot of power. Boom! Soon, his Qi Si finished expanding, and the liquid spirit Qi stopped rotating. At this moment, Fong Chun realized that his cultivation had reached the 9th Qi Hai realm. I finally reached the 9th Qi Hai realm. After reaching the 9th Qi Hai realm, Fong Chun's strength was comparable to a warrior at the peak of the 2nd condensing reality realm. As long as he did not meet a warrior at the 3rd condensing reality realm, he would be able to handle them easily. Of course, the 9th Qi Hai realm was only one step away from forming the Dharma idol and breaking through to the condensing reality realm. He did not expect that coming to the gravity tower would allow him to break through. Fong Chun was very happy. Then, Fong Chun stood up and left the gravity tower. Soon, Fong Chun came out of the gravity tower. At this moment, outside of the gravity tower, there were many warriors waiting for Fong Chun. Their faces were filled with anger. A disciple of the School of Souls had barged into the School of Physical Bodies without permission, and even dared to shamelessly boast that he looked down on the disciples of the School of Physical Bodies. This was a provocation, and they definitely wouldn't let him off so easily. As these disciples waited, the doors to the gravity tower opened, and Fong Chun instantly emerged. "It's him. He finally came out," someone shouted. All the disciples immediately surrounded Fong Chun. One of the stronger disciples coldly looked at Fong Chun and said, "Brat, you're the one who came to cause trouble in my physical body school." Upon hearing the warrior's words, Fong Chun frowned slightly. He instantly understood what had happened. "Brat, this is the School of Physical Bodies. Don't you know the rules of the Desolate Sect? Disciples of other schools are not allowed to enter the School of Physical Bodies as they wish. You entered the School of Physical Bodies in such an unbridled manner and even injured our disciples. Are you courting death? Humph, provoking us disciples of the physical style? You're really courting death. Even if you're a disciple of the soul style, you'll still have to pay a certain price. Brat, break one of your arms and get out of the School of Physical Bodies." Many disciples spoke out one after another. Their eyes were filled with disdain as they looked at Fong Chun. At the beginning, Fong Chun didn't pay much attention to them. After all, these disciples didn't know that Elder Jean had once said that he could enter the School of Physical Bodies as he wished. However, in the end, the words of these disciples were too unpleasant to listen to. Fong Chun was a little angry. "I'm afraid you don't have the strength to ask me to break one of my arms," Fong Chun coldly said. Hearing Fong Chun's retort, these disciples were incomparably furious. One of them directly stepped forward and grabbed Fong Chun's collar. He coldly said, "Brat, don't think that we're joking. You want to leave unscathed after causing trouble in our School of Physical Bodies? You must be dreaming. Breaking one of your arms is already very lenient for you. If you're unwilling, I don't mind helping you break your arm." The martialist's face was filled with anger. He grabbed Fong Chun's collar, causing Fong Chun's entire body to emit a frightening aura. "Remove your hand." Fong Chun narrowed his eyes and said in a low voice, "Since you're unwilling, I'll help you break one of your arms. No, both of your arms." The martialist grabbed Fong Chun's collar with one hand and reached out with the other, wanting to break both of Fong Chun's arms. At this moment, a frightening golden light shot out from Fong Chun's eyes. Soon after, he cried out in a low voice, "You're courting death." As soon as Fong Chun said that, a wild aura suddenly erupted from his body. Then his palms clenched into fists, and he threw a punch at the man before him without hesitation. Bang! A sharp and heavy punch landed directly on the martialist's head. The martialist did not even have time to react before he was sent flying by Fong Chun. "Kid, how dare you? The leading disciple roared angrily when he saw Yu Fei being sent flying. At the same time, the other disciples ran to Yu Fei's side and quickly helped him up. But at this moment, one of the disciples screamed, "How is this possible? Yu Fei's Qi Si is broken." Hearing the disciple scream, the leading disciple was also shocked. He did not expect the martialist in front of him to be so ruthless. At the same time, he was secretly wondering how strong this kid was. Yu Fei was not considered strong in the physical body style, but he was still at the late stage of the second condensing reality realm. He did not expect this kid to break his arm with a single punch. "Looks like I underestimated you," the leading disciple, Fei Heng, said with a creepy smile. "Get out of my way," Fang Chen said coldly. He did not want to waste time with these disciples. He wanted to go back. However, Fei Heng would not let Fang Chen leave after he broke Yu Fei's arm. Fei Heng was at the peak of the second condensing reality realm. The disciples who followed him to the gravity tower were all his followers. Among the physical body style disciples, his strength was not too bad. "You want to leave after hurting someone?" Fei Heng said coldly. "If I attack, there will be casualties. Think carefully," Fang Chen said seriously. I want to see how strong you are." Just as Fei Heng finished his words, a wild aura suddenly shot up into the sky. In the next moment, Fei Heng pushed his body to the extreme. All the wild power gathered on his fist, and he threw a punch at Fang Chen. "Shoo!" Seeing this, Fang Chen squinted his eyes. The hidden star sword appeared in his hand, and he instantly performed the 12th level of the water and fire sword art. The wild sword intent, along with a strong hallucinatory aura, turned into a sword light and pierced towards Fei Heng's fist. Bang! In the sky, the fist and the sword light heavily collided. In that instant, Fei Heng's mind was in a daze. Then, the two collided and a deafening sound exploded. Just as Fei Heng was in a daze, Fang Chen pointed his foot, and the hidden star sword pierced out again. This time, the hidden star sword contained an extremely strong water and fire aura. It pierced towards Fei Heng. Flying fist. Seeing this, Fei Heng threw out another punch with his other hand, wanting to block Fang Chen's attack. At this moment, Fang Chen's face revealed a strange smile. He performed the great Luo soul killing flame. The powerful soul flame directly drilled into Fei Heng's head. With a miserable scream, Fei Heng's body instantly fell to the ground. Fang Chen's body landed on the ground. He put away the hidden star sword and looked around. At this moment, the disciples around the gravity tower were all shocked. They could not believe that the man in front of them was so powerful. Just as Fang Chen was about to leave, the sound of clapping suddenly came from the distance. As expected of a disciple of the soul style, you can use your soul to such an extent. Not bad. As he spoke, a black-clothed man slowly walked in front of the gravity tower. Seeing this black-clothed man, the other disciples' eyes lit up. They all shouted, "Senior Brother Zhou Yu! It's Senior Brother Zhou Yu!" Zhou Yu is a disciple of the physical style. His cultivation base had reached the peak of the third stage, condensing reality realm. Within the physical style, he could be considered a powerful disciple. Zhou Yu's arrival made Fang Chen feel a trace of pressure. "You're not bad. If you were a disciple of my physical body school, how great would that be?" Zhou Yu grinned, but in the next moment, his smile vanished and was replaced with a touch of anger. "You really shouldn't have come to my physical body school and heavily injured a disciple of my physical body school. As a disciple of the physical style, how can I just stand by and watch when I encounter such a thing?" As soon as Zhou Yu finished speaking, a wild aura instantly filled the entire plaza. Fang Chen immediately felt a wave of pressure. "Too strong. I can't fight back," Fang Chen thought to himself. If it was an early third stage condensing reality realm disciple, Fang Chen might be able to fight back. But if it was a peak third stage condensing reality realm disciple, there was no way he could fight back. Fang Chen clenched his fists tightly. His eyes were serious as he looked at Zhou Yu. Zhou Yu approached Fang Chen step by step. His wild aura directly suppressed Fang Chen, causing Fang Chen's body to be unable to move. "Do you feel like you're an ant in front of me?" Zhou Yu looked at Fong Chen's expression and said disdainfully, "Didn't you also feel the same way when you injured them?" Every time Zhou Yu took a step closer to Fong Chen, the latter felt his blood and qi roil. His body even began to tremble. "No!" Fong Chen crazily shouted in his heart. He couldn't just sit there and wait for death. Crack! Fong Chen's bones creaked under this tyrannical aura. He wanted to resist, but he couldn't. Looking at Zhou Yu's sinister smile, Fong Chen's heart was filled with unwillingness. Breaking your arms is a lesson for you. Zhou Yu disdained to kill trash like you. Zhou Yu's voice entered Fong Chen's ears. What kind of humiliation was this? Fong Chen's scarlet eyes looked at Zhou Yu with anger. Strength. Everything is because of strength. If I was strong enough, I wouldn't have to suffer this kind of humiliation. Fong Chen clenched his fists and shouted in his heart. At this moment, Zhou Yu came to Fong Chen's side. With Zhou Yu's arrival, the pressure grew stronger. Zhou Yu raised both his hands, ready to attack Fong Chen. Countless disciples in the surroundings were watching. Zhou Yu's face also revealed a sinister smile. As a disciple of the physical body style, he naturally had to protect the honor of the physical body style. Stop. Chapter 440. Stop. A heavy voice rang out in everyone's ears. After this voice rang out, Zhou Yu was shocked to discover that he couldn't move his body. The powerful force that was suppressing Fong Chen had instantly disappeared. Thinking of this, his heart was filled with shock. He immediately withdrew his powerful aura and turned his head to look. At this moment, an old man had appeared in front of the gravity tower. Just as Fong Chen was about to use all his strength to resist, Elder Jin appeared. His appearance directly resolved Fong Chen's crisis. Seeing Elder Jin walk towards him, Fong Chen nodded gratefully. No matter what, if Elder Jin hadn't come, he would have definitely been humiliated by Zhou Yu today. Thinking of this, Fong Chen clenched his fists tightly. His deep eyes stared at Zhou Yu. He wanted to deeply remember this face. One day, he would definitely get his revenge. Fong Chen, are you all right? Elder Jin walked in front of Fong Chen and asked under everyone's gazes. Fong Chen shook his head slightly and said, I'm fine. Thank you, Elder Jin, for your help. Hearing that Fong Chen was fine, Elder Jin was relieved. He immediately turned his head to look at Zhou Yu and said a little unhappily, Why did you help? Elder Jin's question made Zhou Yu a little unhappy. He could clearly feel that Elder Jin had appeared specifically for Fong Chen. Elder Jin, you came at the right time. This brat is a disciple of the spiritual style. He actually dared to barge into our physical style. Not only did he injure our physical style disciples, he even entered the gravity tower, Zhou Yu quickly said. That's right, Elder Jin. This brat was shameless. He looked down on our physical style disciples. Senior brother, Zhou, you only took action to teach him a lesson. This brat was incomparably arrogant not too long ago. He directly broke senior brother Yu Fei's arm. Even senior brother Yu Heng, who was trying to stop this brat, was injured by this brat. Hearing Zhou Yu's words, the surrounding disciples all began to talk about Fong Chen's vile deeds. Hearing this, Elder Jin glanced at Fong Chen, then looked around at the surrounding disciples. He sighed and said, It's my fault for not telling you about this. This child's name is Fong Chen. The reason why he was able to enter the school of the physical body was because of me. Although he is a disciple of the soul style, he also passed the physical body styles examination. Unfortunately, he chose the soul style. However, I still promise him that as long as he is willing, he can enter the physical body style to train at any time, said Elder Jin. Hearing Elder Jin's words, many disciples were dumbfounded. Their eyes were filled with shock. How could this be possible? The official disciple area of the Baron sect had been separated from the three main factions for a very long time. The disciples of the three main factions would not casually enter and leave the other factions. This was a strict rule. But now, Elder Jin actually allowed such a new disciple to casually enter the physical body school. Everyone felt that it was inconceivable. Elder Jin knew what was going on when he saw the expressions on everyone's faces. Soon after, he continued. He passed the tests of all three great factions at the same time. Boom, the entire square was in a state of shock. If they had known that Fang Chun had passed the tests of two different factions at the beginning, they would not have been so shocked. But now, they were completely shocked. It had been a very long time since such a disciple had appeared in the Baron sect. Many of the disciples present knew what it meant to pass the tests of all three factions at the same time. This meant that this kid's potential was heaven-defying. His physical body, soul, and martial arts were extremely outstanding in all aspects. Under normal circumstances, cultivators would choose to train in the direction they specialized in. Some disciples would choose the physical body, some would choose the soul, and some would choose the martial arts. However, very few disciples would choose to train in all three at the same time. This was because in the martial arts, the further one progressed, the more difficult it would be to train in all three. Training in just one type was already enough to exhaust a cultivator. If one were to train in all three at the same time, not only would it be a waste of time, it would also cause one to gradually fall behind others in the areas that were already outstanding. Of course, in the history of the Baron sect, there have been some extremely talented disciples who had trained in all three types at the same time. However, any cultivator who was able to train in all three types to a certain level and be able to maintain their balance was definitely a cultivation genius that was hard to come by in 100 years. In the past few decades, the Baron sect had not produced a disciple like this. They never imagined that they would actually see such a genius at this moment. What? Passing the tests of all three factions at the same time? How is this possible? Heavens! He's so young, yet he's able to pass the tests of all three factions at the same time. He's simply not human. No wonder he was able to enter the physical body faction. How could Elder Gene let such a heaven-defying genius go so easily? This kid's potential is too great. In the future, he will definitely enter the ranks of the core disciples. After a long while, the many disciples who had recovered from their shock exclaimed one after another. At the same time, the way they looked at Fang Chun had also changed. However, when Zhou Yu heard Elder Jin's words, an expression of disbelief surfaced on his face. His heart was filled with unwillingness. How is this possible? Trash, who's even weaker than me, was actually able to pass the tests of all three factions. Zhou Yu roared furiously in his heart. A cultivator who couldn't even resist his aura had passed the tests of all three factions. This kind of innate talent caused Zhou Yu's eyes to turn red with envy. What's the use of having good talent? After struggling with his thoughts, Zhou Yu coldly said in his heart, although Fang Chen's talent was very good, so good that it caused him to be incomparably envious, Fang Chen's strength was currently inferior to his. That was something that was set in stone. Furthermore, cultivators who cultivated in all three factions were destined to find it extremely difficult to cultivate. Zhou Yu's eyes flickered as he looked at Fang Chun without saying anything. Although Fang Chun isn't a disciple of my physical body faction, he can still enter the physical body faction to cultivate. Elder Jin said. Just as Elder Jin's words left his mouth, a disciple jumped out. Elder Jin, you said that Fang Chun passed our physical body factions test. What realm has his physical body reached? This cultivator had a very good relationship with Fei Hung, so he deliberately asked. Hearing this cultivator's question, the other disciples also curiously looked at Fang Chun. 4-star Dao body, said Elder Jin. Buzz. The plaza was once more in an uproar. Countless cultivators were incomparably shocked. A nominal disciple was able to cultivate his physical body to a 4-star Dao body. Was that true? How is that possible? It's extremely difficult to cultivate the physical body. I don't believe his physical body has reached a 4-star Dao body, said the previous cultivator. Elder Jin was just about to speak when Fang Chun took a step forward. Then what do you want? At the end of the day, these warriors still did not believe that Fang Chen's physical body had reached the level of a 4-star Dao body. Fang Chun did not want to put Elder Jin in a difficult position, so he stood out and said coldly, Compete with me in physical strength. If you win, I'll acknowledge you and won't speak rudely to you in the future, said this cultivator. All right, Fang Chun nodded. The cultivator's figure flashed and appeared in front of Fang Chun. Suddenly, a wild aura gushed out. His physical body had reached the peak of a 3-star Tao body. Although it wasn't very strong, he believed that it was enough to overwhelm Fang Chun. "How dare you embarrass yourself with a 3-star Tao body?" Fang Chun sneered when he saw this. He activated his sword body, and a wild sword intent instantly surrounded his body. Although Fang Chun's body had transformed into a sword body, his physical body was still tyrannical. Before transforming into a sword body, Fang Chun's physical body had already reached the level of a 4-star Tao body. Therefore, a 3-star Tao body wasn't a threat to Fang Chun. As soon as Fang Chun finished speaking, he gathered all the strength in his body and threw out a punch. The cultivator who had provoked Fang Chun also threw out a punch. The two fists contained all the strength in their bodies and instantly collided. Bang! There was a loud bang as the two fists violently collided. A deafening sound rang out. The two of them seemed to be still as they stood on the ground, motionless. Just as the crowd was wondering who had emerged victorious, a loud bang suddenly rang out, and a figure was sent flying backward. Everyone turned to look and was shocked to find that the person who had been sent flying was the cultivator who had provoked Fang Chun. As for Fang Chun, he stood quietly in place, motionless. He was like a god of war, surrounded by an extremely wild power. "Do you admit defeat?" Fang Chun narrowed his eyes and stared at the cultivator as he asked in a deep voice. The cultivator quickly got up and looked at Fang Chun with fear in his heart. Finally, he nodded helplessly and said, "I admit defeat wholeheartedly." The cultivator at the peak of a 3-star Tao body had been punched by Fang Chun with pure physical strength. It was enough to show how strong Fang Chun's physical body was. This is a freak. At such a young age, his physical body has already reached the level of a 4-star Tao body. Too freakish. Yes, such a freak is actually not a disciple of our physical body style, but a disciple of the spiritual body style. No wonder Elder Jean is willing to let him come to our physical body style to cultivate at any time. After the shock, the disciples looked at Fang Chun in awe and discussed among themselves. Elder Jean was very satisfied with Fang Chun's performance. His face was full of smiles. Zhou Yu, who was standing to the side, was even more furious when he saw Elder Jin's appreciation. "Elder Jean, this disciple still has matters to attend to. I will take my leave first." Zhou Yu finished speaking and glared at Fang Chun before turning to leave. "Fang Chun, come with me." After Zhou Yu left, Elder Jean said to Fang Chun. Then Fang Chun followed Elder Jean and left. Not long after, Fang Chun followed Elder Jean to a large hall. This was the physical body styles discussion hall. Usually, no one would come here. "Sit." Elder Jean sat on a chair and pointed to the chair next to him with a smile. Fang Chun sat down and looked at Elder Jean. He asked, "Elder Jean, why did you call me here?" Chapter 441. Fang Chun was startled when he heard Elder Jin's words. Soon after, he nodded his head heavily. No wonder. Elder Jean nodded with a smile after receiving Fang Chun's affirmation. "Elder Jean, how did you discover my sword body?" Fang Chun asked curiously. "When you used your physical strength, there was an extremely wild aura surrounding your body. I guess that it must be a sword body." "Sure enough, that was the case," said Elder Jean with a smile. Although Fang Chun already possessed a sword body, his understanding of sword bodies was still lacking. Now that he heard Elder Jean say this, he seemed to have a better understanding of sword bodies. "Fang Chun, do you understand sword bodies?" Elder Jean suddenly asked. Fang Chun nodded, then shook his head. Elder Jean instantly understood Fang Chun's meaning and said, "Let me explain it to you. On our ancient sword continent, the physical body cultivation system that has been passed down since ancient times basically starts with the most ordinary physical body. Then it goes from a 1-star body to a 9-star body. Of course, this is only the most traditional physical body cultivation system. It is also the cultivation system that we still use to this day." Elder Jean slowly explained. After tens of thousands of years of evolution, countless shocking geniuses have appeared in the physical body Tao. They have constantly explored the mysteries of the physical body Tao. Finally, After countless years, they have explored an even more advanced physical body cultivation system. That is the sword body you currently possess. Of course, the sword body is only one of many special constitutions. There are also some, such as the saber body, the staff body, and so on. In any case, there are many types. However, it is extremely difficult to transform into this kind of special constitution. It is many times more difficult than cultivating the martial path. Let me put it this way. In the entire ancient sword continent, the number of cultivators who can possess a sword body like yours can be counted on one hand. Think about it. What kind of concept is that? Asked Elder Jin. Hearing Elder Jin's explanation, Fangshan finally realized just how difficult it was to transform a Dao body into a sword body. Fortunately, I have the golden heart, Fangshan said softly as he glanced at the golden heart lying quietly on the ground. It was not an exaggeration to say that his current achievements were all because of the golden heart. If he did not have the golden heart, he would probably be an ordinary disciple of the Azure Edge Sword sect of the Divine Wind Nation. Moreover, Fangshan suspected that his transmigration had something to do with the golden heart. If he could uncover the true mysteries of the golden heart, he might be able to return to Earth. Of course, this was just Fangshan's imagination. Right now, he needed to survive on the ancient sword continent. Of course, he also wanted to see what the pinnacle of martial arts was. After coming to the ancient sword continent for so many years, Fangshan had gradually gotten used to life on the ancient sword continent. Here, the strong were respected. As long as you had the strength, you could get what you wanted. Life here was magnificent. To this day, Fangshan had not even left the Five Elements province of the ancient sword continent. The Namling land was just a small place. This place was already extremely exciting. What about the ancient sword continent? Even more exciting things were waiting for Fangshan. In the history of her Baron sect, there was once a special body type. However, it was not the sword body, but the fist body. The fist body was as tyrannical as the sword body. The disciple who possessed the fist body cultivated a powerful fist art. With a single punch, he suppressed all the core disciples of the Baron sect. That kind of strength made even us elders feel ashamed. Elder Jin was lost in his memories. Fangshan was shocked. Suppressing all the core disciples of the Baron sect with a single punch? Not to mention others, the core disciples of the Baron sect were all at the 5th or 6th level of the condensing reality realm. Some were even stronger. Suppressing all the core disciples with a single punch. Just thinking about such a scene was enough to make one excited. Therefore, the most suitable thing for you is to cultivate sword arts. One day, you will be like him, suppressing all the core disciples of the Baron sect with a single sword. Elder Jin looked at Fangshan and said sincerely. Fangshan shook his head slightly. He was not so arrogant as to think that he could easily reach that level. Fangshan, I'm afraid that you still don't understand the grades of special body types. Strictly speaking, special body types have already surpassed the category of Dao body. Special body types also have their own grades. Elder Jin said, Grades? Fangshan's eyes lit up as he asked. Solid body, refined body, and refined body. As of now, on the ancient sword continent, there are only these 3 grades for special body types. These 3 grades correspond to the 9-star Dao body. As for whether there are higher grades above these 3 grades, I do not know. Elder Jin said slowly. Take Fangshan's sword body as an example. Solid body, as the name suggests, was to completely stabilize the sword intent within the sword body, allowing the user to completely control the sword body. This was the solid body. The solid body realm was equivalent to a 9-star Dao body. However, under the same grade, special body types were slightly better than Dao bodies. Refined body, as the name suggests, was to make use of the sword body to train the sword intent, allowing the sword intent to perfectly merge with the sword body. Refined body was the last realm of special body types. It was also the most domineering realm. This realm determined the future development of a warrior. Refined body, as the name suggests, was to completely refine the sword intent within the sword body into the physical body, allowing the sword intent to merge with the physical body. When the sword body reached the refined body realm, the strength of the physical body would reach the peak. A punch would be enough to destroy a mountain or a piece of land. After listening to Elder Jin's introduction, Fong Chen finally had some understanding of the sword body. Although Fong Chen did not have much understanding of the ancient era's physical body cultivation system, he could vaguely feel that there should be a higher realm above refined body. Of course, all of this was because he knew that there were extraterrestrials outside the ancient sword continent. Your current sword body realm should have reached the initial stage of refined body, which is equivalent to a 4-star Tao body. This kind of physical strength is nothing in the ancient sword continent. However, your sword body will be stronger than a Tao body in the later stages, especially when the sword body is cultivated to the end. When combined with your swordsmanship, its power will increase by several times. Elder Jin said. Fong Chen nodded his head, carefully recalling everything that Elder Jin had said today. It seemed like the mysteries of the sword body were not as simple as he had imagined. Thank you for your guidance, Elder Jin. Fong Chen cupped his hands and thanked him. Elder Jin shook his head slightly, then said, "You are a disciple of the Baron's sect, and you also have a special body type. Naturally, I will teach you." "All right, do you have a physical body cultivation method?" Suddenly, Elder Jin asked. Fong Chen was stunned for a moment, then said, "When my physical body was still a Tao body, there was a physical body cultivation method. However, after my Tao body became a sword body, I felt that the cultivation method was not suitable for me." Hearing Fong Chen's words, Elder Jin stroked his beard and laughed heartily. Of course it is not suitable for you. Your physical body has already become a sword body, so there is no need for you to cultivate such an inferior cultivation method. There are quite a few physical body cultivation techniques in the physical body schools at Cultivation Technique Hall. Most of them are Tao body cultivation techniques. However, there's a cultivation technique that is incomplete. It was passed down by the Desolate sect from a very long time ago. "Go and give it a try," Elder Jin said. "Try it?" Fong Chen asked, puzzled. "This cultivation technique is very strange. Ordinary cultivators can't even get close to it. It has been stored in our Cultivation Technique Hall for many years. No one has been able to obtain it. Even a fist body back then couldn't obtain it. Maybe you can succeed," Elder Jin said with a smile. Fong Chen thought for a moment and said, "I can try it." A moment later, Elder Jin brought Fong Chen to the Physical Body Cultivation Method Hall. Elder Jin then greeted the elders of the Cultivation Method Hall and allowed Fong Chen to enter. Creak, the doors to the Cultivation Method Hall opened, and Fong Chen entered. What entered his eyes was a dazzling array of bookshelves. On each bookshelf were some books. These books were all physical body cultivation methods. From the beginning, it was an ordinary physical body cultivation method. Later on, it was a Tao body cultivation method. Casually looking around, Fong Chen was shocked to find that the Cultivation Method Hall's cultivation methods could only be purchased with spirit stones. Furthermore, the spirit stones required were extremely large. He casually picked up a Tao body cultivation method. Strictly speaking, it should be a third-rank cultivation method. The price here was 100,000 high-grade spirit stones. Fong Chen then saw a fourth-rank cultivation method. The price was 1,000,000 high-grade spirit stones. So expensive. Fong Chen was puzzled. "Kid, these cultivation methods are very good for you. 1,000,000 high-grade spirit stones is already cheap enough. You don't need to waste time looking at these. Hurry up and look at that incomplete book." Ancestor Bronze suddenly opened his mouth to speak. Fong Chen was startled. He immediately asked, "Ancestor, do you know what Elder Jin is talking about?" "Nonsense. I've lived for so long." "Of course I know," said Ancestor Bronze. Fong Chen nodded and quickly walked to the last bookshelf. There was only one book on this bookshelf. Fong Chen arrived in front of this bookshelf. There was a yellowed book on the bookshelf. The book was completely empty. There wasn't a single word on it. Fong Chen tried to use his soul to examine this book. However, he found that this book was isolated from his soul. "So strange," Fong Chen said. Then, Fong Chen approached the book step by step. To Fong Chen's surprise, this book didn't reject Fong Chen from beginning to end. Moreover, The closer Fong Chen got, the more irritated the book was. It seemed to be trembling. In the end, Fong Chen directly walked to the book and grabbed it. Suddenly, his golden heart beat rapidly. Fong Chen opened the book and found that there were 4 big words written on it. Small success sword body. So, with the sword body cultivation method, no wonder the fist body couldn't get close to it. Fong Chen saw these 4 words and smiled. The reason why he was able to obtain the book so easily was probably because he had a sword body. Even though Fong Chen didn't look at the content of the manual, he could tell that the lesser mastery sword body was extraordinary, and it was definitely suitable for him. It's barely suitable for your current cultivation method. Ancestor Bronze spoke again. Seeing Fong Chen's proud expression, he directly said, "It's just an incomplete book. What are you so proud of? It would be great if it was the complete book." "Ancestor, you know about this book?" Fong Chen asked hurriedly. Chapter 442. After obtaining the lesser success sword body, Fong Chen happily left the skills method hall. Seeing Fong Chen come out, Elder Jean hurriedly asked, "Did you get anything?" Fong Chen excitedly nodded his head and took out the lesser success sword body and showed it to Elder Jean. "You got it." Elder Jean flipped open the lesser success sword body cultivation technique and was surprised to find that it was a cultivation technique exclusive to the sword body cultivation technique. His face immediately bloomed into a smile. "Kid, your luck is pretty good to actually obtain such a cultivation technique. However, if you want to practice the cultivation techniques in the skills method hall, you need to pay enough spirit stones." Elder Jean said. Although he was the person in charge of the physical body cultivation technique, he still had to consider the sect. "How many spirit stones is this book?" Fong Chen asked. After all, he had plenty of spirit stones. If he ran out of spirit stones, he could still earn more. However, if he ran out of cultivation techniques, he would have no more. Because this is a cultivation technique passed down through the Baron sect's history, the price is extremely high. Although it is incomplete, it is still worth 10 million high-grade spirit stones. Elder Jean said, "If you don't have enough spirit stones, you can go earn some spirit stones first." Fong Chen was stunned when he heard this. He never thought that such a cultivation technique would be worth 10 million high-grade spirit stones. So expensive. Fong Chen sighed. There is no other way. This is the price set by the sect master himself. We have no right to change it. Elder Jean said. Fong Chen nodded his head and took out 10 million high-grade spirit stones. He handed it to Elder Jean and said, "I just happen to have some spirit stones left. Please take a look." Seeing the spirit stones that Fong Chen handed over, Elder Jean was also stunned. He then looked at Fong Chen thoughtfully. He originally thought that Fong Chen was unfathomable, but now it seemed that even he could not see through Fong Chen. To be able to casually take out 10 million high-grade spirit stones after just becoming an official disciple, it seemed that this kid had some fortuitous encounter. Fong Chen, this cultivation technique is extremely valuable. Therefore, you cannot take the original. You can only take the rub version. Elder Jean said as he kept the spirit stones. Fong Chen nodded his head. The Baron sect naturally would not let a disciple take away such a valuable cultivation technique. The reason was that if a sword body cultivation technique appeared in the future, it could still be used. From a certain point of view, cultivation techniques could be considered a huge part of a sect's heritage. Therefore, every sect would preserve the original copy of the cultivation technique very strictly and completely. Elder Jean, Fong Chen readily agreed. Then, Elder Jean began to make a copy for Fong Chen. After about an hour, the copy was done and Elder Jean handed it to Fong Chen. This is the rub version. Fong Chen, since you have obtained such a cultivation technique, you must cultivate it well when you return. Elder Jean smiled and said, "If you have any questions about the cultivation of the physical body, feel free to ask me." Ever since he knew that Fong Chen had a sword body, Elder Jean valued Fong Chen even more. He believed that Fong Chen would definitely achieve great things in the future. After Fong Chen bid farewell to Elder Jean, he left the physical body stream mountain and returned to the spirit stream mountain. As soon as he returned, Fong Chen met a troublemaker, Xing Feng. Fong Chun, you are finally back. I thought that you would hide and not appear. Xing Feng looked at Fong Chun and sneered. Fong Chun glanced at Xing Feng and said coldly, "Scram." Xing Feng had originally thought that Fong Chun would bow and scrape before him. However, he was wrong. Fong Chun's attitude was very unyielding. Fong Chun didn't even ask why Xing Feng had stopped him. Fong Chun, don't think that you can behave atrociously in the spirit stream just because you defeated Ruan Xiaofang. You have to remember that you are just a new disciple, Xing Feng said coldly. The reason Xing Feng had come looking for trouble with Fong Chun was because the Soul Stream branch was going to hold a tempering event for their disciples. 2 disciples were in a group, and Xing Feng and Fong Chun were in the same clan. This made him very unhappy. Xing Feng had originally thought that he would be able to place a stronger disciple in the same clan. That way, he would definitely be able to rank among the best in the event. It had to be known that the best teams in this event would receive generous rewards. When Xing Feng had learned that he had been assigned to the same clan as Fong Chun, his face had been filled with helplessness. In the end, he had made up his mind to find Fong Chun. He wanted to make Fong Chun back out of this event. That way, he would be able to change his teammates. However, when Xing Feng arrived at Fong Chun's pavilion, he found that there was no one there. Only then did he know that Fong Chun had left. After waiting for a long time, Fong Chun had finally arrived. When he heard Fong Chun's words, Xing Feng became even more furious. He was even more determined to teach this ignorant newcomer a lesson. Fong Chun, I advise you to withdraw from this event. If you stay with me, you will only drag me down. Xing Feng suppressed his anger. Event. Fong Chun frowned slightly. After thinking for a moment, he said, "What does that have to do with me?" After Fong Chun finished speaking, he prepared to turn and leave. When he saw that Fong Chun didn't know what was good for him, Xing Feng was thoroughly enraged. His fury directly erupted. "Fong Chun, you're courting death." Xing Feng roared. His orange-level soul spirit instantly shot out. In the sky, it turned into a huge hammer and smashed towards Fong Chun. Disciples of the soul style all fought using their souls. However, Fong Chun was an exception. When he saw Xing Feng's soul attack, he pushed off with the tip of his foot and dodged. "You won't be able to dodge," Xing Feng said coldly when he saw Fong Chun dodge. However, in the next moment, Xing Feng didn't say anything else. His body had already flown out uncontrollably. When Xing Feng looked at Fong Chun, he discovered that Fong Chun had already appeared where he had been standing. Sword light was revolving around his fist, and his strength was astonishing. Bang! Xing Feng was sent flying by Fong Chun's punch. When he finally stabilized himself, Xing Feng looked at Fong Chun with a trace of fear in his eyes. How can he be so strong? Xing Feng couldn't understand how he had been sent flying by Fong Chun's punch. Even a disciple of the physical body style wouldn't have such strength. It's only his physical body that's strong. As long as I don't get hit by him, it'll be fine. Xing Feng thought to himself. In the next moment, Xing Feng once again used a soul attack, launching a fierce attack at Fong Chun. Seeing that Xing Feng still hadn't given up, Fong Chun took out the hidden star sword and used the 12th level of the fire water sword art. His powerful sword body also instantly activated. Whoosh! A sword light flashed. Xing Feng felt a sword mark appear on his body. His heart tightened as he did his best to dodge. Poochie! Even though Xing Feng had tried his best, he was still hit by Fong Chun's sword light. He let out a miserable cry. When he raised his head, Fong Chun had already disappeared. At this moment, Xing Feng's heart was filled with complicated feelings. In the southern mountain land, in a very prosperous city, the Qin clan's mansion was brightly lit. In a meeting hall of the Qin clan's mansion, there were many elders of the Qin clan. At the head of the table was the Qin clan's patriarch. Everyone present was an elder of the Qin clan. There was only one exception, and that was Qin Yao, who was wearing a red dress. At this moment, Qin Yao had already recovered from her injuries. There was a faint smile on her beautiful face as she stood quietly in the meeting hall. Recently, the matter of the northern region's secret treasure had gradually come to an end. However, during the few days that Qin Yao had disappeared, the Qin clan seemed to have gone crazy and attacked the Wu clan. However, after Qin Yao's return, the Qin clan also stopped attacking the Wu clan. After all, the Wu clan was as big as the Qin clan. If they really fought, the Qin clan would definitely suffer great losses. Therefore, the Qin clan decisively gave up on attacking. Qin Yao. In the silent meeting hall, the Qin clan's patriarch suddenly spoke. Father. Qin Yao looked at the Qin clan's patriarch and said sweetly, Qin Yao, in the northern region's secret treasure, you helped the Qin clan bring back the most important inheritance treasure. It's very important to the Qin clan. Whatever reward you want, the Qin clan will satisfy you. The Qin clan's patriarch looked at his precious daughter with a smile. In the entire southern mountain land, Qin Yao was also very famous among the younger generation. Moreover, there were many young people who pursued Qin Yao. The Qin clan's patriarch was most proud of having a daughter like Qin Yao. Father, I'm a member of the Qin clan. It's only right for me to work for the Qin clan. Qin Yao said. The Qin clan's patriarch nodded in satisfaction and said, Yao, you don't have to say much. The clan will definitely reward you greatly this time. Later, come to my study room to receive your reward. The other elders also nodded. The inheritance treasure that Qin Yao brought back was very important to the Qin clan. A mere reward was nothing. Oh, that's right. Yao, you're not young anymore. You should think about your marriage, said the Qin clan's patriarch suddenly. Qin Yao's expression changed slightly. Clearly, she didn't want to talk about her marriage so early. Of course, the most important thing was that she hadn't met a man who could move her heart. That's right. Yao. There are so many young elites in the southern mountain land pursuing you. But you don't like any of them? Asked the first elder. The three-star sex peak experts all have feelings for you. Could it be that you don't like any of them? The elders all spoke. Qin Yao shook her head and pouted. Father, I don't want to talk about my marriage so early. After saying that, Qin Yao turned and left the meeting hall. The crescent moon hung in the night sky. In a certain garden of the Qin clan's residence, Qin Yao was in a daze. She didn't know why, but ever since she returned, she would often think of that man. Perhaps it's because he came all the way from the small divine wind nation to the southern mountain land. His perseverance moved me, said Qin Yao. At this moment, a stooped old man appeared. Grandfather, called Qin Yao. This stooped old man wasn't Qin Yao's grandfather by blood. He was one of the Qin clan's consecrators, but his relationship with Qin Yao was the best. Qin Yao had always called him grandfather. Chapter 443. Hearing the stooped old man's words, Qin Yao said, Grandfather, did you know? This time, I met that man that we casually saved in the divine wind nation. Oh, he came to the southern mountain land? It was obvious that the stooped old man was a little surprised. Not only did he come to the southern mountain land, but he also became a disciple of the desolate sect. Most importantly, I was able to escape from Wu Ni's hands because of him, Qin Yao said. Qin Yao's words shocked the stooped old man. He turned around and looked at Qin Yao and asked, You were saying that he saved you? Qin Yao nodded heavily and said, If it wasn't for him, I would have died in the hands of Wu Ni. If the stooped old man was surprised that Feng Chun, who was just a little Qi transformation realm martial artist, came to the southern mountain land and joined the desolate sect, then the fact that he saved Qin Yao from the hands of Wu Ni shocked the stooped old man to the point of disbelief. Grandfather, his strength isn't strong. He was able to save me because of an array. He thought of a way to trap Wu Ni in the array and then brought me back to the desolate sect. Qin Yao explained when she saw the stooped old man's shocked expression. Hearing this, the stooped old man's shocked heart finally calmed down. Why did he save you? The stooped old man asked. According to the situation back then, that kid shouldn't have known that Qin Yao had met him back then. Why did he take such a huge risk to save Qin Yao? Qin Yao blinked her eyes and said, According to what he said, when he received the news that someone was heading towards the direction of the Leaning Water City with the secret treasure inheritance, he came to the array formation. He didn't say in detail who set up the array formation. In short, when I was rushing to the array formation, I was already unable to move forward. At this moment, Wu Ni caught up. When Wu and I was about to kill me, he activated the array formation and trapped Wu and I. Qin Yao blinked her eyes and said, "At that time, he brought me out of the illusion array to obtain the secret manual, but when Qin Yao spoke until here, she paused for a moment. But what?" the stooped old man asked. However, she saw the identity token in my bosom. Qin Yao said, "After we saved him, we left in a hurry. I left my identity token there. When he woke up and saw my identity token, he hid it on his body. When he saw my identity token, he instantly understood that the warrior who saved him must be from the same family as me. That's why he saved me." Hearing Qin Yao's words, the hunchbacked old man finally understood. How can the matters of the world be so coincidental? The hunchbacked old man said, "You didn't tell him that you were the one who saved him." Qin Yao shook her head and said, "If we're fated, we'll talk about it the next time we meet." Then, Qin Yao turned around and looked at the lotus flowers in the pond under the moonlight. No one knew what she was thinking. Seeing this, the hunchbacked old man sighed and turned to leave. Currently, Fang Chun was only active within the Baron sect in Nearwater City. For the time being, he was still unable to come into contact with the top forces in the southern mountain land. As for Qin Yao, Fang Chun didn't think much about it. He just wanted to repay her kindness. On the Spirit Mountain Peak, in Fang Chun's pavilion. Ever since he obtained the minor success sword body, Fang Chun had been hiding in the pavilion to study it. Although the minor success sword body was only an incomplete copy, this cultivation method was very suitable for a sword body possessor to cultivate. Fang Chun was mesmerized by it. Unknowingly, 7 days had passed. One day, Elder Mo personally came to Fang Chun's pavilion. Fang Chun. Elder Mo smiled. "Elder Mo, why are you here?" Fang Chun looked at Elder Mo and asked, keeping the minor success sword body. "Fang Chun, you should know about tomorrow's event, right?" Elder Mo asked. "What event?" Hearing Elder Mo's words, Fang Chun was confused and asked, "You actually don't know?" Elder Mo looked at Fang Chun in surprise. Then he realized that Fang Chun must have stayed in the pavilion and never left. Thinking of this, Elder Mo shook his head. This kid was really crazy when it came to cultivation. This event is a training event for our Spirit Stream faction's disciples. On the entire Spirit Mountain Peak, there are 100 official disciples. They are divided into 50 groups of 2 and will participate in the event. In the end, the top 3 will be rewarded. Elder Mo explained. Among the 3 factions, the Spirit Stream faction had the fewest official disciples. The other 2 factions had a lot of official disciples. Oh, at this time, Fang Chun remembered that Xing Feng stopped him that day and said something about an event. At that time, he was focused on the minor success sword body and didn't pay attention to Xing Feng's words. Then, Elder Mo explained the contents of the event to Fang Chun and told Fang Chun that he must participate tomorrow. After Elder Mo left, Fang Chun's face showed a trace of helplessness. It seemed that he had been holed up in the pavilion and wasn't up to date with the latest news. Early the next morning, Fang Chun arrived at the plaza of the Spirit Stream Mountain Peak. When he arrived, the majority of the disciples in the plaza were already there. Fang Chun's arrival didn't attract any attention. Only Xing Feng, who was in the crowd, looked at Fang Chun thoughtfully. After a while, someone in the crowd exclaimed. Fang Chun looked over and saw that it was a few disciples. Judging from their auras, they should be the top disciples of the Spirit Stream faction. As expected, Fang Chun heard the discussions of the surrounding disciples. The top 10 disciples of the Spirit Stream faction are also here. I wonder who will get the top 3 this time. Is there a need to ask? It will definitely be one of the top 10 disciples. I heard that the 10 of them have been divided into 5 groups. With that kind of strength, we have no chance at all. That's right. The top 10 disciples are too strong. How are we going to survive? That's not necessarily true. This event is a combination of intelligence and strength. Strength alone isn't enough. That's right. Although they are the top 10 disciples, as long as we avoid them and make full use of them, we definitely won't lose. Fang Chun looked at the top 10 disciples. Each of them was surrounded by dense, spiritual strength to prevent others from probing them. The top 10 disciples. Fang Chun sighed. There was still a certain gap between him and the top 10 disciples. However, Fang Chun believed that there would be a day when he would reach the same height as the top 10 disciples. The arrival of the top 10 disciples completely ignited the atmosphere in the plaza. Countless disciples looked at the top 10 disciples with reverence. They were all fighting with them as their goals. After a few minutes, Elder Mo also arrived. Beside Elder Mo, there were a few other elders. They were also elders from the Spirit Stream mountain peak. Elder Mo waved his hand to indicate for everyone to quiet down. He then said, "This event is targeted at all the disciples of the Spirit Stream. It can also be considered a kind of tempering for you. Everyone should know the content of the event, right?" Elder Mo asked. Yesterday, Fang Chun already knew the content of the event from Elder Mo. In this event, 100 disciples would be divided into 50 groups. Each group would have 2 people. All the disciples would enter a mountain range next to the Spirit Stream mountain peak. This mountain range was specifically used to train the disciples of the Spirit Stream. The demonic beasts inside were basically between the 2nd and 5th level of the condensing reality realm. There were 100 spirit pearls hidden in this mountain range. The disciples of the Spirit Stream would enter the mountain range and try their best to obtain the spirit pearls. The time limit was 7 days. The group that obtained the most spirit pearls would win. It was very simple. However, this event didn't just rely on strength, it also relied on intelligence. Some of the places where the spirit pearls were hidden couldn't be obtained with strength. Instead, it required intelligence. This gave all the disciples a certain amount of hope. Unlike before, the spirit pearls would not be monopolized by the top 10 disciples. In addition to being on guard against other disciples stealing the spirit pearls, they also had to be on guard against the demonic beasts in the mountain range. In short, this was a comprehensive tempering. All the disciples were in high spirits. Their faces were filled with excitement. They couldn't wait to enter the mountain range. Chapter 444. If it was really dengue fever, he would have to be hospitalized in the Department of Infectious Diseases for treatment. Sorry for the announcement on the phone. He was still in the hospital. Chapter 445. There were a total of 100 disciples, and every one of them had a communication jade pendant. This type of communication jade pendant had been specially made for this event. Within the mountain range, if the stronger disciples encountered the weaker disciples, they would definitely try to snatch their spirit pearls. For the sake of fairness, Elder Mo and the others had specially made this type of communication jade pendant. If they encountered a stronger disciple and weren't a match for them, they could crush the communication jade pendant. However, once the communication jade pendant was crushed, it meant that they had already withdrawn from the event. Of course, the spirit pearls they had obtained earlier would still be considered their achievements. This way, all the disciples were filled with confidence. All right, the event has begun. Everyone enter the mountain range, Elder Mo said loudly. As soon as Elder Mo finished speaking, countless disciples rushed into the mountain range outside the Spirit Stream. Just as Fang Chun was about to move forward, a figure suddenly appeared beside Fang Chun. "Fang Chun, I was wrong before. I hope you don't take offense." This was Xing Feng. Ever since he had been defeated by Fang Chun, he no longer dared to underestimate Fang Chun. He had acknowledged Fang Chun from the bottom of his heart. It's fine. Fang Chun didn't have time to bear a grudge against Xing Feng. There were many disciples who had a grudge against him, and he couldn't possibly remember all of them. When he heard Fang Chun's words, a faint smile appeared on Xing Feng's face. Then, he followed Fang Chun and quickly left the Spirit Stream's mountain range. In just a short while, all 100 disciples had entered the mountain range. Fang Chun and Xing Feng had just entered the mountain range when they sensed a faint demonic beast aura. "Fang Chun, where are we going now?" Xing Feng asked. This small team was completely led by Fang Chun. "Let's search for spirit pearls first," Fang Chun said softly. Spirit pearls were a special kind of tool. The pearls would emit a faintly discernible spiritual aura. As long as you were within a certain distance, you would be able to sense the existence of the spirit pearl. Of course, some disciples with strong souls could even detect the existence of the soul pearls from even further away. After walking with Xing Feng for about 10 minutes, Fang Chun suddenly stopped and said, "There are soul pearls nearby." Hearing Fang Chen's words, Xing Feng's eyes brightened. "Where?" Fang Chun didn't answer Xing Feng. His deep eyes looked into the distance, and then he quickly walked away. Not long after, Fang Chun arrived in front of Small Hill. At this time, Fang Chun could clearly sense the existence of the soul pearl. "It's on the hill," Fang Chun said confidently. He could feel a very strong soul aura emanating from the small hill. He was sure that there was a soul pearl here. Then, Fang Chun took a step forward and stepped onto the small hill, ready to take the soul pearl. At this moment, the roar of a demonic beast was heard. Then, a black shadow attacked Fang Chun directly. "Evil beast, you're courting death." Seeing this, Xing Feng's figure flashed and appeared in front of the demonic beast. He activated all the strength in his body and directly punched the demonic beast. Crack! The demonic beast was hit by Xing Feng's punch. Its body immediately retreated and it let out a miserable cry. With a bang, the demonic beast's body fell heavily to the ground. Roar! The demonic beast quickly stood up and roared at Xing Feng. However, this demonic beast wasn't strong. Xing Feng could deal with it alone. "Fang Chun, leave the demonic beast to me," Xing Feng said in a low voice. Then, Xing Feng and the demonic beast started fighting. The fight between the two was very intense. The surrounding trees all fell to the ground. Poochie! When Xing Feng's punch landed on the demonic beast's head, the demonic beast finally fell to the ground unwillingly and lost its vitality. At this moment, Fang Chun dug up the soil at the top of the small hill. A white pearl emitting a gentle light appeared in front of Fang Chen's eyes. Fang Chun grabbed the white pearl. Immediately, a soul aura burrowed into his mind. Soul pearl. Fang Chen's face revealed a trace of smile. He didn't expect to get a soul pearl as soon as he entered the mountain range. How is it? Xing Feng had just killed the demonic beast. He turned to look at Fang Chun and asked. Fang Chun nodded. He took out the soul pearl and showed it to Xing Feng. "It's really a soul pearl." Xing Feng stared at the soul pearl and laughed excitedly. Whoosh! Just as Xing Feng was laughing excitedly, a sudden gust of wind blew. Then, a black shadow appeared in front of Xing Feng at lightning speed. Crash! Xing Feng felt that his hand was empty. Then, he looked down and saw that the soul pearl in his hand had disappeared. A figure appeared beside him. "Many thanks." A sinister smile appeared on the figure's face as he cupped his fists and smiled at Xing Feng. The mantis stalks the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind. When Fang Chun saw this, his face turned completely gloomy. "Pu Yang, return my soul pearl." Xing Feng roared furiously when he saw Pu Yang snatch his soul pearl. "The soul pearl is in my hands, so it's mine." "Xing Feng, what are you going to use to snatch it from me?" Pu Yang's face was filled with disdain. He had just passed by this place and accidentally discovered that Xing Feng and Fang Chun had obtained a soul pearl. So he had casually snatched it away. If it was anyone else, it would be impossible for them to silently snatch the soul pearl from Xing Feng's hands. But Pu Yang was able to do it. That was because besides cultivating the soul, Pu Yang had also cultivated a profound movement technique. With his movement technique, ordinary martial artists wouldn't be able to see his figure. "You're courting death." Xing Feng was furious. He took a step forward, preparing to attack Pu Yang. "Xing Feng, before you attack, you should think carefully. Once I attack, you will regretfully be eliminated. Of course, even if I kill you, no one will know." Pu Yang grinned, his eyes filled with disdain. Xing Feng knew that he wasn't Pu Yang's match. Being anxious was useless. Just at this moment, Fang Chun walked down from the small hill. He walked in front of Xing Feng and looked at Pu Yang. "Fang Chun, I'm sorry." Xing Feng blamed himself for losing the soul pearl. Fang Chun shook his head slightly. "It's not your fault." Fang Chun raised his head and looked at Pu Yang. "Hand over the soul pearl, and I can let you live." "Fang Chun, are you sure you're speaking the truth?" Pu Yang looked at Fang Chun. Boom! Fang Chen's body released a wild aura. Suddenly, powerful sword intent surged out of his body. His aura rose to its peak. "Oomph, you wanted to hand over my soul, Pearl? In your dreams." Pu Yang sneered when he saw that Fang Chun was about to attack. Daluo, Soul, Slaughter Flame. Fang Chun didn't hesitate to use the Daluo, Soul, Slaughter Flame. Suddenly, a wild spiritual aura surged out of his head. In the next moment, it transformed into a spiritual flame in the sky that attacked Pu Yang. "You want to compete in souls with me? You're really courting death." When Pu Yang saw this, he sneered and used a soul attack. His powerful soul turned into a long sword and pierced into Fang Chen's soul flame. Swish! At the same time, Pu Yang used a profound movement technique. After images appeared on the ground. For a moment, it was impossible to tell which one was his real body. "Fang Chun, be careful," said Xing Feng worriedly when he saw this. Fang Chun narrowed his eyes and looked at the series of afterimages. He grinned and used the 12th level of the Waterfire Sword Art. Whoosh! When the 12th level of the Waterfire Sword Art was unleashed, a powerful Waterfire sword light that carried boundless sword intent charged at the countless afterimages. At this moment, Pu Yang's body actually trembled. "What's going on?" Pu Yang was a little puzzled. Why had he felt his vision darken, as if he'd been caught in an illusion? However, just as Pu Yang regained consciousness, an ice-cold sword suddenly pierced his body. Pu Yang turned pale with fright and did his best to twist his body to avoid the sword's attack. Puchi! The sword deviated from its original trajectory and stabbed into Pu Yang's arm. Blood spurted out as Pu Yang's body was sent flying. Bang! Pu Yang's body fell to the ground. His face was filled with disbelief. His movement technique was so profound. How had Fang Chun been able to capture his real body? Impossible. This is impossible. Pu Yang cried out involuntarily. He didn't know that although his movement technique was profound, Fang Chen's illusory sword path was even more miraculous. When he used his movement technique, he had already unknowingly fallen into Fang Chen's illusion technique. "Spirit Pearl," Fang Chun said coldly as he walked over to Pu Yang. Pu Yang hesitated for a moment before finally taking out the Spirit Pearl. After all, it was only a Spirit Pearl. He didn't want to give up on this activity because of this Spirit Pearl. "Fang Chun, let's wait and see." Pu Yang took out the Spirit Pearl and dragged his injured arm before turning around and disappearing. Fang Chun took the Spirit Pearl and stored it in his interspatial ring. At this moment, Xing Feng finally woke up from his shock. "Fang Chun, you are really too strong," said Xing Feng with a grin. Xing Feng grinned. At the same time, he was also scared. Fortunately, he had thought things through after losing to Fang Chun. Otherwise, the consequences would be unimaginable if he had secretly done something to Fang Chun. "Let's go," said Fang Chun. At this moment, Pu Yang was dragging his injured arm forward on a piece of flat land. Suddenly, he saw a figure appear in front of him. Yes, big brother. Pu Yang saw that the movement technique used by the figure in front of him was exactly the same as his own. Immediately, he laughed. Following this, Pu Yang shouted loudly. The person in front of him stopped in his tracks and flashed out. He had discovered Pu Yang. "What happened to your arm?" asked Pu Han with a frown. "Big brother, my Spirit Pearl was stolen by Fang Chun." Pu Yang was incomparably excited when he saw his big brother. Chapter 446. Time passed by slowly. Many of the official disciples were looking for Spirit Pearls. The location where the Spirit Pearls were stored was very hidden. Many disciples found it very difficult to find them. However, there were some disciples who were lucky enough to find them. 3 hours later, Fang Chun and Xing Feng found another Spirit Pearl. This time, there were no demonic beasts in the location where the Spirit Pearl was stored. They easily obtained the Spirit Pearl. During this time, there were some disciples who met Fang Chun and Xing Feng. They wanted to snatch their Spirit Pearls. However, after Fang Chun displayed his powerful strength, they all fled. Half a day later, Fang Chun obtained the third Spirit Pearl. This made Xing Feng extremely excited. However, at this time, Fang Chun and Xing Feng also heard a piece of news. Pu Han and Pu Yang had joined forces to snatch many disciples' spirit pearls. Pu Yang and Pu Han? Fang Chen was puzzled after hearing this news. Pu Han is Pu Yang's elder brother. His strength is at the mid-third level of condensing reality realm. Xing Feng said with a grin, Fang Chen, I heard that Pu Han is a vengeful person. You injured his younger brother. He will definitely not let you go. Let's wait until he finds me. Fang Chen said. The current Fang Chen would still find it difficult to deal with a mid-third level of condensing reality realm warrior. However, he was not afraid of Pu Han. Let's go. After that, Fang Chen and Xing Feng quickly moved forward. At this moment, they were already in the depths of the mountain range. After walking for about 15 minutes, Fang Chen suddenly stopped in his tracks. Within his body, sword intent uncontrollably gushed out. This made him very surprised. What's going on? Fang Chen thought to himself. He followed his senses and quickly moved forward. After a while, Fang Chen appeared in front of a canyon. This canyon was deep in the mountain range. Just before arriving at the canyon, Fang Chen discovered that there were several spirit pearls in the canyon. They actually hid the spirit pearls here. Fang Chen grinned. He glanced at Xing Feng and said, Wait here for a moment. I'll be back soon. After Fang Chen finished speaking, his figure flashed and disappeared into the canyon. After entering the canyon, Fang Chen saw that there were 5 spirit pearls in the canyon. He shook his wrist and collected them all. After that, Fang Chen looked around and prepared to leave. Crack! After the wall was struck by the sword intent, stone chips immediately shattered and fell to the ground. Then a very deep sword mark appeared in front of Fang Chen. Fang Chen was shocked when he saw this sword mark. This sword mark contained an extremely majestic sword intent. Although Fang Chen's sword intent had reached the 3rd minor realm, the sword intent in this sword mark was countless times stronger than Fang Chen's own sword intent. Could it be that a martial arts ancestor had been here before? Fang Chen said. He walked in front of the wall and reached out to touch the deep sword mark. It was clear that this sword mark was man-made. A sword mark like this, after so many years, the sword intent still hasn't dissipated. It's too terrifying. Fang Chen thought to himself. When Fang Chen reached out to touch the sword mark, an extremely wild sword intent suddenly emerged from the sword mark. This sword intent instantly enveloped the entire canyon. Fang Chen was startled. In the next moment, he discovered that a sword move had appeared in his mind. That's right, it was a sword move. The Fated One can obtain my killing move. A shocking voice entered Fang Chen's ears. Fang Chen seemed to have lost consciousness. He sat cross-legged on the ground, and a small person appeared in his mind. That small person was holding a sword and constantly brandishing a tyrannical sword move. At this moment, Xing Feng was waiting for Fang Chen outside the canyon. Suddenly, he discovered a dusky aura outside the canyon. His expression changed slightly. He was a bit worried about Fang Chen. What's going on? Xing Feng was extremely puzzled. He prepared to go in and check on Fang Chen, but at this moment Pu Yang and Pu Han arrived. Big brother, our harvest really isn't small. Ha! Pu Yang's voice entered Xing Feng's ears. Those pieces of trash actually dared to fight us? They're really courting death. Pu Han sneered. Just as Pu Yang and Pu Han were speaking, they suddenly noticed Xing Feng in front of them. Pu Yang's eyes brightened, and he sinisterly smiled. Big brother, Xing Feng. As Pu Yang spoke, Pu Han also saw Xing Feng. A faint smile appeared on his face. Seeing Pu Yang and Pu Han approach, Xing Feng vigilantly watched the two of them. Xing Feng, where's Fang Chen? Pu Yang roared. Xing Feng didn't say anything. He just stared at Pu Yang. You dare join forces with Fang Chen to injure my little brother? You're really courting death. Break one of your arms and scram out of the mountain range, said Pu Han icily. Pu Han, you're going too far. Xing Feng was infuriated. He suddenly erupted with a sharp aura and attacked Pu Han. He wanted to take advantage of this opportunity to flee. But how could Pu Han given that chance? Seeing Xing Feng attack, Pu Han sneered and directly used a powerful and tyrannical technique to injure Xing Feng. Puchi! Xing Feng's body fell to the ground. At this moment, Xing Feng's heart was filled with fear. Pu Han, who was at the mid-third stage of condensing reality realm, was too strong. He didn't even have the chance to fight back. Stop! Xing Feng saw that Pu Han wanted to kill him, and he roared in anger. At the same time, a communication jade pendant appeared in his hand. With a cracking sound, Xing Feng crushed the communication jade pendant. A ray of light came out of the jade pendant and enveloped Xing Feng. He directly disappeared from the mountain range. You escaped quickly. Seeing Xing Feng disappear, Pu Han sneered. Big brother, since Pu Han is here, then Fang Chun must also be nearby, said Pu Yang with a smile. At this moment, Pu Han discovered the canyon in front of them. His face slightly changed, and he said, "This canyon is surrounded by a wild sword intent. Could it be that this is a treasure land?" Thinking of this, Pu Han's face changed. His figure flashed, and he directly arrived in front of the canyon. He wanted to enter the canyon, but he discovered that there seemed to be a layer of restriction in front of the canyon. He couldn't enter at all. Damn it! Pu Han was enraged. He then activated all the strength in his body and even released his transcendence. But he still couldn't break the restriction. How is this possible? This restriction is too strong. There must be a treasure here. The stronger the restriction, the more excited Pu Han was. Big brother, Pu Yang shouted. Let's go and find him. The treasure here is ours, said Pu Han excitedly. Pu Han and Pu Yang then left the place. At this moment, Fang Chun was sitting cross-legged in the canyon. His body was surrounded by an incomparably dense sword intent. This sword intent was constantly refining his sword body. Time passed by slowly. In Fang Chen's mind, the little person repeatedly waved a sword move. Although this sword move looked simple when the little person executed it, it gave off an earth-shattering feeling. So strong. After an unknown amount of time, Fang Chun suddenly opened his eyes. The next moment, he directly stood up and the star-concealing sword appeared in his hand. With a swoosh, he displayed that overbearing and fierce sword move according to the method of the little person in his mind. Swoosh! When Fang Chun executed this sword move, the wild sword intent around his body surged into the hidden star sword. When the hidden star sword pierced the wall in the distance, a deafening sound exploded. Rumble! On the cliff, stone fragments were constantly falling. Fang Chun squinted his eyes and looked at this scene in shock. What kind of sword move is this? Fang Chun was shocked. He vaguely remembered a heavy voice entering his ears. This was a killing move. It was only one move, but it was filled with killing intent. What a powerful killing move. Fang Chun was shocked. This killing move was many times stronger than the 12th level of the water and fire sword technique. However, Fang Chun felt that his execution of the killing move wasn't smooth enough. In the following time, he continued to cultivate the killing move. After 3 hours, Fang Chun waved his hidden star sword. Suddenly, a wild sword light directly pierced the cliff. However, the cliff didn't move at all. Even the stone fragments didn't fall. Fang Chun saw this scene and grinned. Just as Fang Chun grinned, the wall shook and stone fragments fell. When all the stone fragments fell, there was a deep sword mark on the wall. This is the essence of the killing move. Fang Chun smiled. Putting away the hidden star sword, Fang Chun felt very lucky. He accidentally came to this canyon and found a killing move left by the seniors. Moreover, he had successfully cultivated the killing move. Maybe it's because of my sword body. Fang Chun guessed. He bowed to the canyon and left. Before, Fang Chun could deal with early-stage condensing reality realm warriors at most. But now he had cultivated the killing move. Even if he faced mid-condensing reality realm warriors, he wouldn't be afraid at all. Of course, in the process of cultivation, he found that using the killing move consumed too much energy. With his current cultivation, he could only use the killing move once at most. The Heaven-Shocking Sword was the name of the killing move. Fang Chun didn't know who created this sword move, but he knew that this sword move was very terrifying. Because his cultivation was too low, he couldn't really understand the mystery of the Heaven-Shocking Sword. When his cultivation reached the condensing reality realm, the true power of the heaven-shocking sword would be completely exposed. Good harvest. Chapter 447. After learning the heaven-shaking sword, Fang Chun left the canyon. When he came out of the canyon, Fang Chun discovered that Xing Feng had already disappeared. He carefully examined the area and found that there were traces of a battle here. Could it be that someone came here and fought with Xing Feng? Fang Chun was extremely puzzled. After thinking about it for a moment, Fang Chun didn't think about it anymore. Xing Feng was no longer here. There were only two possibilities. The first was that Xing Feng had fled. The second was that he had been forced out of the mountain range. Fang Chun believed that Xing Feng shouldn't have been forced out of the mountain range. So he believed that Xing Feng had most likely fled. Fang Chun then took out a transmission jade pendant and sent a message to Xing Feng. Even after a while, there was no response from Xing Feng's side. Sensing that, Fang Chun's expression changed. This transmission jade pendant was something that Elder Mo and the others had specially made for this event. Not only could it send martial artists out of the mountain range, but it could also send messages to each other. At this moment, Fang Chun sent a voice transmission to Xing Feng, but there was no response from the latter. This meant that Xing Feng was either seriously injured or unconscious or dead. There was another possibility, and that was that Xing Feng had encountered danger and crushed his communication jade pendant to leave the mountain range. With Elder Mo watching, the disciples shouldn't kill each other. So Xing Feng should have been forced out of the mountain range. Fang Chun thought for a moment before speaking. Fang Chun adjusted his state of mind and softly said, "No matter what, Xing Feng and I are in the same group. Being forced out of the mountain range like this is really embarrassing." After saying that, Fang Chun turned and left. Although he didn't know who had attacked Xing Feng, he believed that one day he would find a culprit. In the following time, Fang Chun continued to search for spirit pearls. In the blink of an eye, 3 days had passed. By relying on his powerful spiritual strength, Fang Chun had found a total of 15 spirit pearls. If the other disciples knew of this, their jaws would definitely drop. In just 3 days, Fang Chun had found 15 spirit pearls. At this moment, countless disciples were still searching for soul pearls in the entire mountain range. As for the top 10 soul-type disciples, each one of them had a powerful soul force. It was very easy for them to find them. On this day, Fang Chun was walking when he suddenly heard the sound of fighting in front of him. His heart skipped a beat, and he quickly walked forward to see who was fighting. When Fang Chun arrived, he realized that the person fighting was Puyang. Puyang. When Fang Chun saw Puyang, he was a little surprised. Beside Puyang, there was a tyrannical warrior. Fang Chun guessed that this person should be Pu Han, the elder brother of Pu Yang that Xing Feng had mentioned. The two brothers, Pu Yang and Pu Han, were attacking a disciple together. The disciple's cultivation base was also at the mid-third level of the condensing reality realm. If it was a one-on-one battle, even Pu Han wouldn't have the confidence to defeat this person. However, if he joined forces with his younger brother, the other party wouldn't even have the chance to fight back. Fu Gu, hand over your soul pearls. Otherwise, I don't mind killing you. Suddenly, Pu Han threw out a punch and directly hit Fu Gu's body, causing the latter's body to continuously retreat. After Fu Gu stabilized his body, he took a deep breath. His face was solemn as he looked at the two brothers, his heart filled with anger. Pu Han, I will definitely take revenge for what happened today. After Fu Gu finished speaking, he flicked his wrist, and 3 soul pearls flew towards Pu Han. When Pu Han saw this, he clenched his fist and kept the 3 soul pearls. A trace of a smile appeared on his face. In fact, Fu Gu's choice was very wise. He wasn't a match for the two brothers, so he directly took out the soul pearls. This way he would be safe. As long as he was still in the mountain range, he could still find the soul pearls after meeting up with his teammates. You just wait. Fu Gu coldly snorted and turned to leave. When Pu Han saw this, he didn't chase after him. After all, this was an activity for the soul type to train the disciples. What he wanted was the soul pearls. There was no need to kill. Big brother, with these 3 soul pearls, the number of soul pearls we have has reached 12. Puyang walked towards Pu Han and grinned. If they relied on themselves, it would be very difficult to obtain so many soul pearls. But by robbing others, it seemed to be faster to obtain soul pearls. It's a pity that we couldn't get the soul pearls from Xingfeng. Puyang cursed in a low voice. Their soul pearls are probably with Feng Chun. Don't worry, we have plenty of time. The next time we meet Feng Chun, we will definitely take them back with interest. Pu Han grinned. When Feng Chun heard the two brothers' words, his face turned completely gloomy. Xingfeng was forced out of the mountain range by these two guys. Thinking of this, Feng Chen's figure flashed, and he directly walked out of his hiding place. Who is it? Hearing the footsteps, Pu Yang roared loudly. Just at this moment, Pu Han suddenly turned and saw that the person who had come was Feng Chun. When he saw him, a sinister smile appeared on his face. You can wear out iron shoes in a fruitless search, only to find it without any effort. Pu Han sinisterly smiled. Pu Yang also saw Feng Chun. His eyes were filled with dense killing intent as he icily said, Feng Chun, you actually dared to deliver yourself to us. You're really courting death. When Feng Chun walked in front of the Pu brothers, a strange smile appeared on his face. Xingfeng was forced out of the mountain range by the two of you? Feng Chun suddenly asked. He's lucky he ran fast. Otherwise, this day next year would be his death anniversary. Pu Han sneered. Feng Chun nodded. No matter what, Xingfeng is still my teammate. You attacked my teammate without my permission. What do you think will happen to me? Feng Chun, stop acting. If my big brother Pu Han wants to kill you, it'll be as easy as crushing an ant. Pu Yang sneered. Hand over the soul bead, and I'll give you a chance to crush your communication jade pendant. Pu Han stared at Feng Chun. And if I don't hand it over? Asked Feng Chun. If you don't hand it over, you'll die an extremely miserable death. Feng Chun could sense that at this moment, Pu Han was exuding an extremely wild, killing intent. Pu Han wanted to kill Feng Chun. Feng Chun had never been soft-hearted towards cultivators who wanted to kill him. Furthermore, in this huge mountain range, as long as he hid himself well, no one would be able to find him. After all, there were many powerful demonic beasts in this mountain range. Very good. Feng Chun grinned. He glanced at Pu Han and his brother. He also wanted to kill them, but he hid his killing intent very deeply. Are you going to hand it over or not? At this moment, Pu Yang looked at Feng Chun and asked. Feng Chun shook his head slightly. He spread out his hands and said, The soul bead is on me. If you have the ability, then take it. Hearing Feng Chun's words, Pu Yang was furious. He looked at his big brother Pu Han and said, Big brother, this kid doesn't know what's good for him. Kill him. You're courting death. A wild aura instantly appeared around Pu Han's body. In the next moment, Pu Han's mid-condensing reality realm aura burst out. Kill Pu Yang first. Feng Chun instantly made a decision. He would kill Pu Yang first. This way, he could kill Pu Han without any worries. But once he killed Pu Han, he would have to use the heaven-shocking sword that he had learned before. After using the heaven-shocking sword, Feng Chun didn't know how weak he would be. Therefore, he had to kill this unknown danger. Crash! Feng Chun used the Great Luo soul-killing flame. A thick soul flame directly shot towards Pu Han. Seeing this, the latter sneered and used a soul attack to block it. Seeing that Pu Han was fooled, Feng Chun sneered. The hidden star sword suddenly appeared in his hand. He instantly used the 12th level of the water and fire sword art. The sword will of the illusion spread out and enveloped Pu Yang. Pu Yang, who was about to attack, suddenly fell into an illusion. In the next moment, his heart was filled with fear. No! Pu Yang roared. He wanted to break free from the illusion, but it was too late. With a poochie sound, Feng Chun's hidden star sword had already pierced into Pu Yang's head. Bang! Pu Yang's soul instantly dissipated. His body softly fell to the ground. At this moment, Pu Han's soul attack had just shattered Feng Chun's soul flame. When he suddenly saw this scene, his heart was filled with anger. Little brother, Pu Han roared furiously. At the same time, he quickly came to Pu Yang's side and hugged him. He checked Pu Yang's body and found that his little brother was already dead. Even his soul was completely shattered. Arg! Pu Han roared towards the sky. His heart was burning with anger. He gently placed his little brother's body on the ground. Then his scarlet eyes looked at Fang Chun. You, even if you die 100 times, it won't be enough, Pu Han said in a hoarse voice. In the next moment, a wild soul aura was released from his head. Pu Han's soul attack was very powerful. At least, it was much stronger than Fang Chen's great Luo soul-killing flame. Bang! Bang! Fang Chun used the 12th level of the water and fire sword art, while using the great Luo soul-killing flame. He instantly clashed with Pu Han. In the blink of an eye, the two of them had exchanged hundreds of rounds. In the beginning, the two of them were evenly matched. However, as time passed, Pu Han gradually controlled the rhythm of the battle. In the end, Pu Han directly suppressed Fang Chun. Fang Chun, I want to avenge my little brother. Pu Han roared furiously. The hidden star sword in Fang Chen's hand was constantly brandishing. His body was also constantly flapping. At this moment, he could clearly feel that Pu Han was using his ultimate move to kill him. It's time, Fang Chun thought in his heart. Immediately, a small person appeared in his mind. He held a long sword in his hand and brandished a sword move that looked simple but was extremely powerful. One sword move, only one sword move, the only sword move. This sword move contained the lifelong efforts of that mighty swordsman. Heaven Startling Sword. Following Fang Chen's roar, the Heaven Startling Sword was instantly unleashed. Chapter 448. Fang Chun felt the spiritual qi within his qi si being crazily absorbed the moment he unleashed this move. Hiss! In the blink of an eye, all the spiritual qi within his qi si had been completely absorbed by the Hidden Star Sword. After absorbing that spiritual qi, the Hidden Star Sword let out a powerful sword cry. Puchi! The power of the Heaven Startling Sword was too tyrannical. This was the culmination of that Sword Dao powerhouse's lifetime of hard work. Although Fang Chun was unable to unleash the true power of the Heaven Startling Sword with his current strength, it was enough to kill Pu Han. Unleashing this move consumed an enormous amount of energy. It instantly emptied Fang Chen's qi si. Sensing that his qi si had been emptied, Fang Chen's Hidden Star Sword stabbed at Pu Han. How was this possible? At this moment, the originally incomparably furious Pu Han actually felt a trace of fear. Even his soul was trembling. No! In the next moment, Pu Han discovered that his body was unable to move. A wild aura had instantly locked onto him. He did his best to struggle free, but it was to no avail. Seeing this sharp and tyrannical sword about to stab him, Pu Han's heart was filled with unprecedented fear. No matter how hard Pu Han struggled, it was to no avail. The Hidden Star Sword in Fang Chen's hand pierced into Pu Han's body with a frightening might. When a Hidden Star Sword stabbed into Pu Han's body, an extremely wild aura immediately passed through the Hidden Star Sword and into Pu Han's body. In the end, it gathered in Pu Han's head, destroying his soul. No! Pu Han let out an unwilling roar. However, he discovered that as this powerful energy corroded his body was unable to move. His soul was rapidly crumbling. Puchi! When Fang Chun saw this, he pulled out the Hidden Star Sword. It was at this moment that Pu Han's body weakly fell to the ground, lifeless. Crash! After killing Pu Han, Fang Chun's body was also extremely weak. Unleashing this move had emptied all the spiritual qi within his qi si. At this moment, he no longer had any ability to fight. Let's leave this place first, Fang Chun thought to himself. Then, with a flick of his wrist, he took Pu Han's interspatial ring and quickly left. Just as Fang Chun left, a figure suddenly appeared. This figure also sensed the fluctuations of the battle and came over. In Pu Han and Pu Yang. When the person saw the two brothers' corpses, his expression changed. Just who was it that killed Pu Han? This person carefully sized up Pu Han and discovered that the interspatial ring on his finger had disappeared. Instantly, he thought of something. Pu Han's space ring must have been obtained by someone. Jin Chong thought for a moment before saying in a low voice. Jin Chong's strength could be considered as one of the top soul cultivators. Although he was only at the late stage of the third condensing reality realm, his strength was much stronger than Pu Han's. Looking at the traces of the battle, the warrior who killed Pu Han must not be very strong. He must not have gone far. This is an opportunity. Jin Chong laughed sinisterly. Then, his figure flashed as he chased after Fang Chun. At this moment, Fang Chun's speed was extremely fast. In a short while, he had left that place and appeared on a plain. Then, Fang Chun walked across the plain and arrived at a mountain peak. He sat down cross-legged and prepared to recover his strength. At this moment, Jin Chong appeared on the plain he had just passed. His aura still lingers in the air. It seems that he must be nearby. Jin Chong thought to himself. Then, Jin Chong continued forward. When he arrived at the foot of the mountain peak, he immediately saw Fang Chun on the mountain peak. Fang Chun. After seeing Fang Chun, a strange expression appeared on Jin Chong's face. He immediately climbed up the mountain peak. Crash! Fang Chun was concentrating on recovering the spiritual qi in his qi si when he suddenly sensed someone climbing up the mountain peak. Fang Chun opened his eyes and saw Jin Chong on the mountainside. His face was extremely solemn. Fang Chun. Jin Chong shouted loudly when he saw Fang Chun. However, before Fang Chun could do anything, a black figure covered in a black aura suddenly appeared from the mountainside and blocked Jin Chong's path. Kiki, it's been a long time since a human came here. The black figure exuded a wild aura. He was a remnant of the Yellow Spring sect. He had been hiding here for a long time. Because he was seriously injured, he had been recovering from his injuries. When Fang Chun went up, he had not yet come out of seclusion and did not notice Fang Chun at all. At this moment, he had just come out of seclusion and met Jin Chong. He grinned sinisterly, as if he wanted to taste the fresh soul of a human warrior. Remnant of the Yellow Spring sect. Seeing that he was blocked by the remnant of the Yellow Spring sect, Jin Chong's face changed slightly. He immediately roared angrily. Fang Chun, how dare you collude with the remnant of the Yellow Spring sect? As soon as Jin Chong's voice fell, the remnant of the Yellow Spring sect suddenly launched a fierce battle with Jin Chong. Seeing such a great opportunity, Fang Chun naturally chose to escape at once. After a while, Fang Chun disappeared from the mountain peak. At this moment, the battle between the remnant of the Yellow Spring sect and Jin Chong had reached its climax. Bang! With a loud bang, the remnant of the Yellow Spring sect punched Jin Chong and sent him flying. After stabilizing his body, Jin Chong's face turned ugly. His communication jade pendant appeared in his hand. Fang Chun colluded with the remnant of the Yellow Spring sect. After Jin Chong sent the message, he crushed his communication jade pendant and disappeared from the mountain range. The moment Jin Chong sent the message, all the disciples in the mountain range received the same message through their communication jade pendants. Fang Chun colluded with the remnant of the Yellow Spring sect. How can this be? Fang Chun colluded with the remnant of the Yellow Spring sect? Is this true? It should be true. After Jin Chong sent the message, he crushed his communication jade pendant. He must have encountered a life and death crisis. Who would have thought that the remnant of the Yellow Spring sect would infiltrate our Baron sect, kill Fang Chun? In an instant, countless disciples in the mountain range were shouting. Fang Chun had become a street rat that everyone wanted to beat up. Of course, Fang Chun was aware of all this. This was because his communication jade pendant had also received the message. At that time, he knew that things weren't going well. However, he couldn't stop Jin Chong's message. Let's hide and recover our strength first, Fang Chun said to himself. Fang Chun was also surprised that the remnant of the Yellow Spring sect was hiding in the mountain range. However, the most important thing now was to recover his strength. In a secluded place in the mountain range, Fang Chun had been there for 6 hours. During these 6 hours, Fang Chun had been absorbing the spiritual energy within the upper-grade spiritual stones. In the beginning, the spiritual energy was extremely lacking. Later on, the spiritual energy was extremely thin. Now, the spiritual energy had already recovered. Of course, in these 6 hours, Fang Chun had wasted a total of 300,000 upper-grade spiritual stones. Continue. Fang Chun checked his qi and said in a low voice. In the following time, Fang Chun continued to absorb the spiritual energy within the upper-grade spiritual stones. After about 10 hours, Fang Chun finally stopped. At this time, his body was surrounded by an extremely dense spiritual energy. Within his qi, the wild spiritual energy was constantly rolling. Adding the 300,000 upper-grade spiritual stones from before, I have consumed a total of 800,000 upper-grade spiritual stones this time. Fang Chun couldn't help but sigh. Using the heaven-shocking sword once had consumed so much spiritual energy. However, this couldn't be helped. If he didn't use the heaven-shocking sword, he wouldn't have been able to kill Pu Han. After pondering for a while, Fang Chun stopped thinking about it. He took out Pu Han's space ring and opened it. He was surprised to find that there were 12 spirit pearls in Pu Han's space ring. Adding my 15 spirit pearls, there are a total of 27 spirit pearls. Fang Chun said to himself, even the top 10 experts might not be able to possess 27 spirit pearls. After all, there were only 100 spirit pearls in the entire mountain range. 27 spirit pearls accounted for 1/3 of the total. Now, there must be a lot of disciples looking for me outside. I have to increase my strength as soon as possible. There are still a few days before the event ends. Fang Chun thought to himself. In the outside world, on the barren sex spirit flow mountain, Jin Chang's face was ugly. His heart was filled with anger. Jin Chang, what exactly happened? Explain it clearly. Elder Mo asked with a grave expression. Elder Mo, I was originally chasing after Fang Chun. However, along the way, I encountered a remnant of the Yellow Spring sect. This remnant of the Yellow Spring sect did not attack Fang Chun. Instead, it helped Fang Chun stop me. From this point alone, it is enough to prove that Fang Chun is colluding with the remnant of the Yellow Spring sect. Jin Chang said in a low voice. The remnant of the Yellow Spring sect has infiltrated the barren sect. Elder Mo said in a low voice. The other elders also shook their heads. At this moment, Xing Feng opened his mouth and said, I'm afraid this alone is not enough to prove that Fang Chun is colluding with the remnant of the Yellow Spring sect. Xing Feng was in the same group as Fang Chun. Now that someone was slandering Fang Chun, he naturally had to speak up for Fang Chun. Xing Feng, you're in the same group as Fang Chun. I even suspect that you are in cahoots with the remnant of the Yellow Spring sect. Hearing this, Jin Chang roared in anger. You Jin Chang, don't go overboard. Xing Feng shouted in anger. Trash like you is not qualified to speak to me. Jin Chang said coldly. In the square, the atmosphere was very heavy. At this moment, Elder Mo spoke. No matter what, let's talk about it after the event ends. Chapter 449. Within the mountain range. After Fang Chun recovered the spiritual qi in his qi, he left the secluded place. This event was also a form of training. There were only a few days left before the event ended. Fang Chun wanted to train himself well before the event ended. Who knows, he might even be able to break through to the 9th level of the Qi High realm. Fang Chun randomly walked through the mountain range. Along the way, he encountered several soul-type disciples. When the disciples saw Fang Chun, their faces flickered. One by one, they brought out their communication jade pendants, seemingly trying to send him a message. As for them, they knew that they weren't a match for Fang Chun, so they didn't dare to attack Fang Chun. In a short period of time, the news of Fang Chun appearing on a piece of flat land spread throughout the mountain range. Countless disciples rushed over at once, especially the top 10 disciples. As official disciples of the Barren sect, they hated the Yellow Spring sect. When they heard that Fang Chun was in cahoots with the Yellow Spring sect, they naturally wanted to take action. Fang Chun didn't care about this. If any disciples came looking for trouble, he would deal with them if they were weak. If they were strong, he could choose to escape. After walking for about 6 hours, Fang Chun suddenly found a cliff in front of him. The cliff was shining. What is this? Fang Chun was puzzled. His body flashed, and he rushed towards the cliff in the depths of the mountain range. After a short while, Fang Chun arrived at the bottom of the cliff. Only then did he realize that there was a quicksand on the cliff. Fang Chun looked at the sparkling quicksand and was puzzled. Kid, your luck is really good. You actually encountered the golden quicksand. Ancestor Bronze's voice came from the python's sword. Golden quicksand. Fang Chun had naturally heard of the golden quicksand. The so-called golden quicksand was a very special type of quicksand. This type of golden quicksand was specially used by blacksmiths to refine weapons. If one could inject the golden quicksand into a weapon, the grade of the weapon would increase by at least 1 grade. Why is there golden quicksand here? Fang Chun looked at the golden quicksand on the cliff with a wild smile on his face. At this moment, the little mouse and the Banksian shoe came out of the special space ring and quickly climbed up the cliff in front of Fang Chun's stunned eyes. Then it stopped in front of the golden quicksand and absorbed it madly. What are you spacing out for? Hurry up and collect the golden quicksand, Patriarch Bronze urged. Fang Chun nodded and arrived in front of the cliff. There were some vines on the cliff. Fang Chun wrapped himself around the vines and climbed up the golden quicksand step by step. When Fang Chun approached the golden quicksand, he could feel the scorching aura coming from it. What a powerful flame aura! Fang Chun could not help but sigh. After that, Fang Chun began to absorb the golden quicksand with his spatial ring. The golden quicksand was originally very rare, so it was enough to find so much. After the little mouse and the Banksian shoe swallowed some, the amount of golden quicksand that Fang Chun kept in his spatial ring was only the size of a wash basin. If a blacksmith knew that Fang Chun had so much golden quicksand, they would definitely be shocked. After successfully collecting the golden quicksand, Fang Chun slowly descended from a cliff. At this moment, 2 sonic booms came from the distance, following which 2 figures appeared in front of the cliff. When they saw Fang Chun, a sinister smile appeared on their faces. Fang Chun, you really are here. Chiang sneered. Fang Chun, you actually dared to collude with the Yellow Springs sect. Today, let's clean up the sect, Buhan said sinisterly. Chiang and Buhan were the top 10 disciples of the Soul Stream. They were ranked 10th and 9th respectively. For this event, they were also in the same group. Hearing their words, Fang Chun's expression changed. He silently took out his transmission jade pendant. I'm not colluding with the Yellow Springs sect, said Fang Chun. If you say you're not, then you're not. Let's first search your spatial ring to see if there's anything from the Yellow Springs sect. Chiang pressed forward step by step, a wild aura coming from his body. He was forcing Fang Chun. Fang Chun, I'll give you a chance. Die, or let us search your spatial ring, said Buhan. When Fang Chun saw the expressions of the 2, he instantly understood. These 2 were using this as a pretense to snatch his spirit pearl. What if I don't choose either of them? Fang Chun narrowed his eyes at the 2 of them. Then you could go to hell. When Chiang heard this, he let out a low growl. His figure flashed, and a wild aura erupted from his body. He immediately launched a fierce attack at Fang Chun. At this time, Fang Chun raised his hand and gently pinched the transmission jade pendant. This enmity will definitely be avenged in the future. Crash! The transmission jade pendant shattered, and Fang Chun disappeared from the mountain range. At this time, Elder Mo was chatting with several other elders on the Soul Stream's mountain peak. Suddenly, space fluctuated, and a figure appeared. Yes, Fang Chun. Elder Mo hastily said when he saw Fang Chun appear. The other elders also quickly arrived in front of Fang Chun. Fang Chun, what's going on? Elder Mo still trusted Fang Chun, so he immediately asked Fang Chun what had happened. Jin Chang is framing me. Fang Chun cupped his hands towards Elder Mo and the others. Fang Chun, do you have any proof? Asked the other elders. I don't have any proof, said Fang Chun bluntly. Elder Mo narrowed his eyes and stared at Fang Chun. His eyes flickered, and after a long while, he shook his head slightly. Fang Chun isn't lying. With Elder Mo's cultivation base and the fact that he specialized in the Soul Dao, even if Fang Chun covered it up well, he wouldn't be able to escape Elder Mo's eyes. However, After Elder Mo's investigation, he came to the conclusion that Fong Chun wasn't lying. Since that's the case, call Jin Chong over, said the other elders. A moment later, Jin Chong arrived at the plaza. Xing Feng had also come with him. Xing Feng was very happy to see Fong Chun. Fong Chun, you still dare to come back? Jin Chong was infuriated to see Fong Chun. Jin Chong, Elder Mo said that Fong Chun isn't lying, reminded an elder. How was that possible? When I went to chase Fong Chun, he was cultivating on a mountain peak. Just as I reached the middle of the mountain, a Yellow Spring sect member suddenly appeared and blocked my path. If they weren't colluding, then why did that Yellow Spring sect member only attack me and not him? Roared Jin Chong. The other elders were also discussing this matter. This matter wasn't easy to say. Since it involved a Yellow Spring sect member, they had to carefully investigate it. Otherwise, there would be trouble in the future. However, right at this moment, Fong Chun took a glance at Elder Mo and said, Elder Mo, may I have a word with you? Elder Mo was a bit puzzled, but he still followed Fong Chun to a secluded area. Fong Chun, just as Elder Mo was about to speak, a silent soul ripple suddenly enveloped him. The next moment, Elder Mo actually saw the scene of Fong Chun in the mountain range. In just 10 seconds, the image disappeared and Elder Mo returned to his original state. However, Elder Mo was still incomparably shocked. To be able to affect my mind and record what happened just now. Just which expert was it? Elder Mo's heart was in turmoil. Although it had only been 10 seconds, that kind of method was not something Elder Mo could compare to. Fong Chun. Elder Mo tried his best to calm the excitement in his heart as he looked at Fong Chun with a burning gaze. Elder Mo, I presume you also saw what happened just now? Asked Fong Chun. Elder Mo nodded. Fong Chun, just which expert is it? This senior doesn't want others to know of his existence, said Fong Chun softly. Hearing Fong Chun's words, Elder Mo nodded heavily. Such an expert could kill him with a flip of his hand. In order to clear Fong Chun's name, this expert had actually recorded what happened just now for him to see. It seemed this expert's relationship with Fong Chun was very good. Fong Chun, I've already seen what happened just now. You have nothing to do with the remnants of the Yellow Spring sect. Although Elder Mo was very curious, he still held back from asking. Such an expert was actually able to affect his mind in an instant. He even suspected that expert was right beside him. It was just that he hadn't been able to discover him. The more he thought about it, the more Elder Mo felt that Fong Chun was incomparably mysterious. Not long later, Fong Chun and Elder Mo returned. Elder Mo, Fong Chun definitely has something to do with the remnants of the Yellow Spring sect, said Jin Chong loudly. Elder Mo waved his hand for everyone to quiet down. He then said, Don't mention this matter again in the future. Fong Chun has nothing to do with the remnants of the Yellow Spring sect. If anyone brings this up again, they will be punished according to the sect's rules. Elder Mo's words shocked the other elders. They had never seen Elder Mo defend a disciple in such a way. Just what kind of background does this Fong Chun have? Everyone was guessing. The reason Fong Chun had been able to clear his name was naturally because of Ancestor Bronze. Within the Python sword, Ancestor Bronze's remnant was a bit weak. Kid, I've sacrificed a lot for the sake of copying this image. Give me some spirit stones to help me recover. Old Ancestor Bronze said weakly. Fong Chun didn't even think about it. He directly tossed over 1,000,000 high Great Spirit stones to Ancestor Bronze. Fong Chun didn't want Elder Mo to know about Ancestor Bronze's existence. However, Elder Mo believed that a mysterious expert had appeared. Elder Mo even thought that this mysterious expert had been secretly protecting Fong Chun. Standing in the independent courtyard, Fong Chun recalled the scene that Ancestor Bronze had recorded today. He was still shocked to be able to record everything that had happened in an instant. Even an expert like Elder Mo couldn't do it. Chapter 450. Read on mobile phone. A few days later, the Spirit Stream event ended, and all the disciples returned to the Spirit Stream mountain peak. The moment Qi Yang and Bu Han returned, they immediately clamored to find Fong Chun. After the two of them said that, the other disciples began to discuss the matter of Fong Chun colluding with the remnants of the Yellow Spring sect. For a moment, all the Spirit Stream disciples wanted to know the truth of the matter. Where's that traitor Fong Chun? Where is he? Come out and face your death. Trash. As a disciple of the Baron sect, he actually colluded with the remnants of the Yellow Spring sect. This is a disgrace to our Baron sect. That's right. Our Spirit Stream actually produced a traitor. How shameful. This kid should be killed. Following Qi Yang and Buhan's secret instigation, the emotions of many disciples were stirred up. They were extremely angry and were denouncing Fong Chun. However, the top 10 disciples did not say anything. They were all waiting for Elder Mo to appear. Indeed, Elder Mo appeared shortly after they returned. Hearing the angry shouts of the crowd from afar, Elder Mo's face was a little displeased. After he walked to the square, he waved his hand to signal for everyone to be quiet. He then said, "Everyone, I can understand your feelings of hatred towards traitors. However, I want to tell you that Fong Chun is not a traitor. This matter has been verified by me. In the future, you are not allowed to say that Fong Chun is a traitor." Elder Mo said sternly. When the disciples heard this, their faces kept changing. In the end, there was still a disciple who questioned him. "Elder Mo, we need a sufficient reason." A disciple shouted. The other disciples also looked at Elder Mo without blinking. "A mysterious expert has recorded the scene that happened in the mountain range. I saw the scene, and I can clearly tell that Fong Chun is not a traitor." Elder Mo shook his head slightly and said. Hearing Elder Mo's words, many disciples were shocked. Even the top 10 disciples' faces changed slightly. At this moment, they were no longer concerned about whether Fong Chun was a traitor. Instead, they were concerned about the mysterious expert who recorded the scene. To be able to record the scene of the past. What a great existence! This, a disciple cried out in shock. Elder Mo looked around and said, "Don't tell me that you don't even believe my words?" Upon hearing Elder Mo's words, everyone finally stopped talking. Even though their eyes were filled with disbelief, they couldn't not believe what Elder Mo had said. "Elder Mo, is that person a senior of our spirit type?" asked one of the top 10 disciples. Elder Mo shook his head slightly, indicating that it was inconvenient for him to reveal the details. After the disturbance, the crowd finally stopped attacking Fong Chun. Although they still held grudges against Fong Chun in their hearts, Elder Mo's words were very trustworthy. He was the person in charge of the Soul Stream, and also one of the Baron sect's leading figures. His words were the most convincing evidence. After the commotion, Elder Mo began to inspect the Soul Pearl. "Everyone, since the event has ended, hand over the Soul Pearls you obtained to me," said Elder Mo. After that, each group quickly handed over their Soul Pearls. An hour later, all the groups had handed over their Soul Pearls. At this time, Elder Mo had determined the top 3. After our appraisal, the group that obtained the most Soul Pearls is Lung Ninghua and Wu Qiu. They obtained 25 Soul Pearls. Following Elder Mo's announcement, many disciples nodded their heads. This result was within their expectations. After all, Lung Ninghua and Wu Qiu were the 2 strongest people in the entire Soul Stream. When the 2 of them joined hands, no one could defeat them. Lung Ninghua and Wu Qiu smiled when they heard the news. Next, Elder Mo announced the second group. It was Wang Tong and Shi Mingfu. These 2 people's strength was second only to the first group. The number of Soul Pearls they obtained was also second only to the first group. They obtained a total of 20 Soul Pearls. As for the third group, contrary to everyone's expectations, it wasn't the 5th or 6th group. Instead, it was the 9th and 10th group. It was Qi Yang and Buhan. How is this possible? The third place is actually Qi Yang and Buhan. Although Qi Yang and Buhan's strength was in the top 10 of the Soul Stream, they were at the bottom of the top 10. No one had expected the 2 of them to obtain third place. The 2 of them were very happy to obtain third place. After announcing the results, Elder Mo said, "Since the results are already out," Elder Mo hadn't finished speaking when a voice suddenly rang out in his ears. Elder Mo, have you forgotten someone? The person who had spoken was Xing Feng. When the disciples had returned, he had come to the plaza. He had thought that Feng Chen would come, but he hadn't expected that Feng Chen wouldn't come even after the competition ended. He finally couldn't help but ask. Although he didn't know how many soul pearls Feng Chen had obtained, he still had to remind him. Furthermore, Feng Chen had given him too many surprises. He even had some fantasies about whether Feng Chen would be able to obtain even more soul pearls. Hearing Xing Feng's words, Elder Mo looked around and instantly saw that Feng Chen hadn't come. He grinned. Xing Feng, are you talking about Feng Chen? Correct. Although Feng Chen left the mountain ahead of time, he still obtained soul pearls. This time, Feng Chen should be included in the competition, said Xing Feng. Hearing Xing Feng's words, many disciples' faces were filled with disdain and ridicule. A piece of trash. Even if he didn't leave the competition ahead of time, it's impossible for him to obtain more soul pearls. Yeah, so what if he's here? Can he change the result of the competition? What a joke. Feng Chen is a joke. Does he have as many soul pearls as Qi Yang and Buhan? He probably doesn't have as many as I do. Hearing those disciples ridicule, Buhan and Qi Yang's eyes were also filled with disdain. They had already seen Feng Chen. In their eyes, Feng Chen was nothing more than an ant. How many soul pearls could a piece of trash like him obtain? Elder Mo waved his hand, indicating for everyone to quiet down. He then looked at Xing Feng. Since that's the case, Xing Feng, go call Feng Chen over. Hearing this, Xing Feng quickly retreated. A moment later, Xing Feng arrived at Feng Chen's courtyard. He saw that Feng Chen was inside the pavilion. Feng Chen, Xing Feng called out. There was no response. Xing Feng was just about to call out a second time when the door creaked open and Feng Chen walked out. Xing Feng, what's the matter? Asked Feng Chen. Feng Chen, today's the end of the competition. Aren't you going to take a look? Xing Feng glanced at Feng Chen. Oh, I was cultivating and forgot about that. Feng Chen patted his head and laughed. He then asked, it's still not too late, right? The top 3 have already been announced by Elder Mo. But if you have more soul pearls than third place, you can fight for it, said Xing Feng. How many soul pearls did third place get? Asked Feng Chen. Third place got 18 soul pearls. How many did you get? Hearing this, Feng Chen nodded and said, it's all right, I'll go now. After saying that, Feng Chen took the lead and left the courtyard. Seeing Feng Chen's departing back and hearing Feng Chen's words, Xing Feng was shocked. He then hastily chased after Feng Chen. Could it be that he really did get more soul pearls than third place? Xing Feng was incomparably excited. When Feng Chen had appeared in the plaza, many disciples had looked at him with hatred. But Feng Chen had directly ignored them. Feng Chen, you've come. Elder Mo smiled when he saw Feng Chen. Feng Chen nodded, but before he could say anything, Qiang said, So what if he's here? I don't believe he can get so many soul pearls by himself. That's right. If he has more than 18 soul pearls, no, more than 10, I'll eat all of them, sneered Buhan. Childish. Feng Chen sneered. Feng Chen, who are you calling childish? You trash, you dare call me childish. Buhan was enraged. Feng Chen, if this wasn't the soul flow peak, I would break your legs, said Qiang. Elder Mo sensed the anger of both sides and directly asked, Feng Chen, how many soul pearls did you get? Not many. Feng Chen nodded to Elder Mo. Some people must have gotten so few soul pearls that they don't dare to take them out to embarrass themselves. Of course, he doesn't even dare to say the exact number. What trash! Hearing Qiang and Buhan's ridicule, Feng Chen frowned slightly. Looking at the two of them, he said, it's not that I don't dare to say it, but that I'm afraid I'll scare you. Hearing Feng Chen's arrogant tone, the other disciples were also a bit displeased. They all began to mock Feng Chen. For a moment, Feng Chen had become the target of public criticism. If you have the ability, then take out your soul pearls. Don't just shoot your mouth off. That's right. Anyone can talk, but the key is to take out your soul pearls. How? What arrogance! I don't believe you have that many soul pearls. Feng Chen didn't care about their mocking. That was because he knew that if you wanted to slap someone in the face, you had to slap them hard. So Fong Chen didn't say anything. Instead, he gently took out the soul pearls he had obtained from his spatial ring. 27 soul pearls instantly appeared in the plaza. Countless martial artists had their souls ejected from their bodies and landed on the soul pearls to determine the number of soul pearls. Once they determined the number of soul pearls, their hearts were filled with shock. How is this possible? Even Elder Mo was incomparably shocked. 27 soul pearls. Fong Chun had actually obtained so many soul pearls by himself. Not only had he surpassed third place, but he had even surpassed first place. It had to be known that first place Lung Ninghua and Wu Qiu had only obtained 25 soul pearls. For a moment, the entire plaza was in an uproar. Chongqing Bookstore's primordial sword empyrean only represents the views of the author, Qingshi Whisper. If any content is found to violate the country's laws, please delete it. Our position is only to provide a healthy and green reading platform. Chapter 451. At this moment, the gazes of the top 10 disciples were all attracted by the 27 spirit pearls. Their eyes were also filled with shock. Lung Ninghua and Wu Qiu had only obtained 25 spirit pearls. Fong Chun had withdrawn from the event a few days ago, but he had obtained 27 spirit pearls. What's more, he got it all by himself. What a crazy concept. Seeing the 27 spirit pearls, even Lung Ninghua and Wu Qiu were a bit moved. They tried their best to suppress the shock in their hearts and shook their heads slightly, sighing. They knew that in this event, it wasn't possible to obtain first place by relying on martial strength. It also required intelligence. Although they were shocked that Fong Chun had obtained 27 spirit pearls, they were still able to accept it when they thought about it carefully. However, the others were different. They didn't think the same way. Fong Chun being able to obtain so many spirit pearls was simply unimaginable. How is this possible? He can't possibly obtain so many spirit pearls. I don't believe it. Some disciples directly roared in disbelief. As for Qi Yang and Buhan, their expressions were ugly. Their hearts were filled with anger. Fong Chun obtaining so many spirit pearls had infuriated them. Damn it! Buhan was constantly cursing in his heart. His gaze was so vicious that it seemed like he wanted to kill Fong Chun. After his shock, Elder Mo revealed a brilliant smile. He waved his hand and put away the spirit pearls. Then he laughed, as expected of a disciple with shocking potential. Fong Chun, this old man didn't misjudge you. Elder Mo then looked at the disciples and said, Fong Chun obtained 27 spirit pearls. His team has obtained first place in this event. The other teams will be pushed back by 1 place. Hearing Elder Mo's words, Qi Yang and Buhan became even more furious. Just like that, Fong Chun had obtained first place. The third place that they had originally obtained had also disappeared. Damn it, Qi Yang was furious. Only the top 3 would be rewarded in this event. They were about to get the reward, but Fong Chun had interfered. This made Qi Yang and Buhan even more furious. They even regretted that they hadn't killed Fong Chun and snatched his spirit pearl back in a mountain range. Originally, we had a chance to win first place, Qi Yang and Buhan thought at the same time. If they had killed Fong Chun with lightning speed and snatched his soul pearl, they would have been the undisputed number 1 in this event. But now, they couldn't even keep their third place. Some were angry, while others were happy. At this moment, the happiest person was none other than Xing Feng. He hadn't placed much hope in Fong Chun to begin with. He had even attacked Fong Chun before the event. Thinking of this, Xing Feng found it laughable. I'm really too childish, Xing Feng thought to himself as he laughed. Elder Mo waved his hand, and the square instantly quieted down. Next, I will announce the rewards for the top 3. The reward for the third place is a grade 4 spirit cultivation technique. The reward for the second place is a peak grade 4 cultivation technique. As for the first place, there is one condition. One condition that is within my ability. One condition. Hearing Elder Mo's words, the few winners were full of smiles. As for the others, their faces were filled with envy. As for Qi Yang and Buhan, their hearts were filled with anger. A grade 4 spirit cultivation technique was important even to them. Fong Chun, just you wait. In the end, the two of them vented all their anger on Fang Chun. They believed that Fang Chun was the main cause of all this. "One day, I will make you beg for death," Qi Yang said in his heart. As for Buhan, his eyes flickered with murderous intent. He was already thinking about how he could kill Fang Chun without anyone noticing. In the following time, the disciples in the last two groups went to receive their spirit cultivation techniques. As for Fang Chun and Xing Feng, they were called away by Elder Mo. Within Elder Mo's study, Fang Chun and Xing Feng were calmly standing there. "Speak. What conditions do you two have?" asked Elder Mo. "Elder Mo, we can raise any conditions," said Xing Feng excitedly. "Let's see," said Elder Mo. Xing Feng pondered for a moment. In the end, he decided to ask for a spirit cultivation technique. After all, his main cultivation technique was a cultivation technique. Only a cultivation technique was most suitable for him. "I want a cultivation technique," said Xing Feng. Elder Mo nodded. "That's fine, but the highest grade can only be peak grade 4. "That's enough." "Ha ha," said Xing Feng excitedly. Elder Mo casually tossed a medallion to Xing Feng, telling him to go to the cultivation technique hall and choose a cultivation technique. After Xing Feng left, Elder Mo looked at Fang Chun and asked, "What about you?" "Elder Mo, I won't be choosing a cultivation technique," Fang Chun said with a smile. Truth be told, Fang Chun had initially considered choosing a spiritual cultivation method. However, after giving some thought, he realized that although the Baron sect was divided into 3 major schools, the soul school was not that outstanding. Although there were powerful soul cultivation techniques within the soul school, for a true soul cultivator like Fang Chun, they weren't that useful. The most important thing was to choose a cultivation technique that was most suitable for him. Otherwise, he would rather not have one. That was what Fang Chun thought. Therefore, he gave up on choosing a cultivation technique. "Oh, then what do you want?" asked Elder Mo as he looked at Fang Chun with interest. "Elder Mo, I wonder if there are any Grandmaster blacksmiths in our Baron sect?" asked Fang Chun after pondering for a moment. "Grandmaster blacksmiths?" Hearing this, Elder Mo was a little surprised. He then asked, "You are looking for a Grandmaster blacksmith to refine a weapon?" Fang Chun nodded his head in agreement. Elder Mo said, "Fang Chun, it is not easy to get a Grandmaster blacksmith to refine a weapon. You will have to pay a great price." "There is no need for Elder Mo to worry about this," Fang Chun said. Upon seeing this, Elder Mo said, "A weapon refining great Grandmaster is considered a peak existence even in the southern mountain land. My desolate sect does not have a weapon refining great Grandmaster. However, there is a weapon refining great Grandmaster in Water-Leaning City. He can be considered to have some friendship with me. If you need, I can help you contact him." "Then I'll have to thank Elder Mo." Fang Chun cupped his hands in thanks. "This is what you deserve. Go back and wait for my news," said Elder Mo. Fang Chun nodded his head and turned to leave. Fang Chun's greatest harvest from this event was naturally the golden quicksand and the powerful killing move. However, the killing move could not be used casually. The price to pay was too great. However, its power was really great. When it was used, it instantly killed Pu Han. Fang Chun's cultivation had already reached a bottleneck. Therefore, he temporarily gave up on cultivating. Instead, he prepared to strengthen his weapon. Otherwise, he would be letting down the golden quicksand. This event allowed Fang Chun to gain some fame in the spirit stream. Many disciples remembered Fang Chun's name. In this event, more than a dozen disciples had died in the mountain range. The upper echelons of the spirit stream did not investigate how these disciples died. As a disciple of the Baron sect, if he could not even withstand such a small test, then what was the use of having him? A large sect like the Baron sect was not used to raise trash. Instead, it was used to nurture elites. As for Pu Yang and Pu Han, Jin Chang had told him that they were killed by Fang Chun. If it was before, Elder Mo might have punished Fang Chun. However, ever since he found out about the mysterious almighty behind Fang Chun, he naturally gave up on this decision. Moreover, from the fact that Fang Chun was able to obtain 27 spirit pearls alone, Elder Mo was very satisfied with Fang Chun's performance. Fang Chen's potential was much better than he had expected. He had already treated Fang Chen as a seed disciple of the spirit stream and was prepared to nurture him with all his might. In the past few days after returning from the mountain range, Fang Chen had been studying the minor success sword body. Although the minor success sword body was incomplete, it was still very suitable for Fang Chen to cultivate. When Fang Chen transformed into a sword body, his Dao body had reached 4 stars. Therefore, it was very easy for him to cultivate the minor success sword body. It didn't take long for him to reach the minor success sword body. After reaching the minor success sword body, Fang Chen felt that his sword body had become even more powerful. Now, with just a thought, he could activate the sword body. The sword intent was even more illusory and the aura was even more harmonious. However, as his sword body improved, Fang Chen realized that the illusory aura was slowly unable to keep up with the strength of his sword intent. It was fine for a short period of time. However, as time passed, cracks would definitely appear between the two, causing them to be unable to fuse. Therefore, Fang Chen decided that if he had time, he would head to Luisui City to purchase some illusory herbs to consume. After all, the illusory sword path was not only powerful, but it could also confuse enemies. It was very suitable for Fang Chen to cultivate. 3 days later, Fang Chen received news from Elder Mo that the weapon refining grandmaster in Luisui City had been contacted. Furthermore, Elder Mo had also told the weapon refining grandmaster to ask Fang Chen to head over when he had time. However, Elder Mo also confessed to Fang Chen that the weapon refining grandmaster's personality was a little strange. He couldn't guarantee that the weapon refining grandmaster would refine a weapon for Fang Chen. Of course, as long as he could contact the weapon refining grandmaster, that was enough. Fang Chen could handle the rest by himself. I'd better head over as soon as possible, Fang Chen thought after receiving the news. However, just as Fang Chen was about to leave, Xing Feng arrived. Fang Chen, Xing Feng called out. Xing Feng. Fang Chen was a little puzzled when he saw Xing Feng. Fang Chen, thank you so much for this activity. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't have been able to obtain such a good mind cultivation technique. Xing Feng cupped his hands and thanked Fang Chen. Even though I treated you like that before, you still disregarded our past enmity and teamed up with me. Before Xing Feng could finish speaking, Fang Chen interrupted him. Fang Chen said, "There's no need for that." Xing Feng laughed mischievously. The more he interacted with Fang Chen, the more Xing Feng realized that Fang Chen was actually quite charming and suited to be a boss. He had already made up his mind to follow Fang Chen in the future. You definitely didn't come to find me just to talk about this, right? Fang Chen asked. Hearing this, Xing Feng slapped his head and said, I almost forgot about the important matter. While I went down a mountain yesterday, I met 2 martial path disciples. One of them was a good friend of mine, and the other seemed to be called Long Tongue. After we chatted for a while, Long Tongue realized that I knew you and our relationship wasn't bad, so he wanted me to pass on a message to you, said Xing Feng. What message? Fang Chen asked. Chapter 452. Hearing Xing Feng's words, Fang Chen was taken aback. He immediately asked, what else did he say? Xing Feng shook his head and said, only that. Fang Chen nodded and said, I understand. After that, Fang Chen left the pavilion and headed towards the Martial Path Mountain. Because of Fang Chen's special identity, he easily entered the Martial Path Mountain. After that, he asked around and found out the location of the Soaring Dragon Marquis. At this moment, in a certain square, a few disciples were arguing. Many disciples were watching. Han He, don't go overboard. The Soaring Dragon Marquis' face was filled with anger. Han He was clearly suppressing him on purpose. He was too shameless. Soaring Dragon, this is not the honorary disciple area. Here, strength is respected. I'm stronger than you, and I think you're affecting my cultivation here. So, please get out of this square. Han He's voice was filled with disdain. The surrounding disciples were already used to it. Ever since Han He and the Soaring Dragon Marquis came to the Martial Path Mountain, there would often be friction between the two. However, because Han He's strength had always been stronger than the Soaring Dragon Marquis, the soaring dragon Marquis, had always been bullied by Han He. Of course, in the martial path, this was nothing. Strength was respected here. As long as you had the strength, your words were the truth. Therefore, in the eyes of the crowd, Han He's request was understandable. However, in the eyes of the soaring dragon Marquis, this was naked humiliation. Han He was humiliating him. After entering the martial path mountain, Han He had been suppressing him. The reason was because he had a good relationship with Fong Chun. He couldn't go to the spiritual path mountain to find trouble with Fong Chun, so he had been suppressing him. In the martial path mountain, there were countless disciples. If you cultivated slightly slower, you would be surpassed by other disciples. Han had been suppressing the soaring dragon Marquis, causing the soaring dragon Marquis various resources to decrease. The surrounding disciples also distanced themselves from the soaring dragon Marquis. As a result, it was very difficult for the soaring dragon Marquis to cultivate. After entering the martial path, the soaring dragon Marquis cultivation was very slow. On the other hand, because Han He was stronger than him, he was not suppressed by others. He had endless resources, and his cultivation speed was very fast. Within a short period of time, Han He's cultivation had already reached the mid-second level of the condensing reality realm. If he was given a little more time, he would be able to break through to the peak second level of the condensing reality realm. Of course, in the beginning, the soaring dragon Marquis was still suppressing it. However, in the end, the soaring dragon Marquis could no longer bear it and finally erupted. But the result was that the dragon soaring martial Marquis was beaten by Han He until he was looking for his teeth on the ground. The dragon soaring martial Marquis was filled with resentment towards Han He. There would be a day when he would take revenge on Han He. Han He, you are too despicable, the soaring dragon Marquis said furiously. Are you going to scram or not? Han He did not want to waste any more words with the soaring dragon Marquis and directly shouted out. The soaring dragon Marquis expression kept changing. His eyes flickered. Even though his face was filled with fury, he still made a concession. If he refused to back down, Han He would definitely find an opportunity to beat him up. At this moment, Fong Chun had already followed the route and arrived at the square. His face was originally full of smiles, but after hearing the conversation between the soaring dragon Marquis and Han He, his smile disappeared and was replaced by anger. Could it be that the soaring dragon Marquis has been suppressed by Han He all this time? Fong Chun inwardly thought. A trace of displeasure also appeared on his forehead. Just at this moment, Han He told the soaring dragon Marquis to scram. The soaring dragon Marquis was forced to leave under the pressure. Fong Chun took a step forward and directly appeared behind the soaring dragon Marquis, blocking his retreat. He put a hand on the soaring dragon Marquis' shoulder and said in a deep voice, "Retreating like this will not solve the problem." When the soaring dragon Marquis heard this, he turned around and saw that the person who had spoken was Fong Chun. A trace of worry appeared on his face as he said, "Brother Fong, this is not the place to talk. Let's go." Originally, Han He was already very angry with Fong Chun. Now that Fong Chun had appeared at the martial path peak, Han He would definitely make a move on Fong Chun. The soaring dragon Marquis naturally didn't want to see that happen. However, it was already too late because Han He had also seen Fong Chun. Ha ha ha! Fong Chun, are you finally willing to set foot on the martial path peak? A wild smile appeared on Han He's face the moment he saw Fong Chun. He hated Fong Chun to the core. Every day and night, he would think about how he would trample Fong Chun beneath his feet and make him suffer a fate worse than death. However, he couldn't do anything about it. He couldn't go to the spiritual path peak, and if Fong Chun didn't come to the martial path peak, he wouldn't be able to do anything to Fong Chun. Therefore, he vented all of his anger on the soaring dragon Marquis. However, at this moment, Fong Chun had appeared at the martial path peak. Furthermore, he had appeared in front of him. This was definitely a good opportunity for revenge. Fong Chun shook his head slightly and said, "Soaring dragon Marquis, since I'm here, I naturally have to help you solve this problem." The reason why the soaring dragon Marquis was worried about Fong Chun was because he was worried that Fong Chun's strength was inferior to Han He's. However, in Fong Chun's eyes, Han, he was nothing to be afraid of. Fang Chun, today I will let you know how I humiliate you, the so-called disciple who passed the 3 major factions test. Han He laughed wildly. Hearing Han He's words, the surrounding disciples were all shocked. They had long heard that there was a disciple who passed the 3 major factions test, but ultimately joined the spiritual path. They hadn't expected it to be this person. Furthermore, they had also heard from Elder Wu that this person could enter the other 2 peaks as he pleased. Everyone's eyes turned to Fang Chun. They were all curious. To be able to pass the 3 major factions tests, he definitely wasn't simple. You still don't have the qualifications, said Fang Chun. Han He's hatred for him had been vented on the soaring dragon marquee. Now that Fang Chun had arrived, how could he remain indifferent? Since that's the case, then I'll let you see whether or not I have the qualifications. Han He shouted. In the next instant, his figure flashed, and he clenched his fist. All his strength gathered in his fist as he punched at Fang Chun. Scram. Fang Chun directly said a single word. Then, he threw a simple punch at Han He. Bang! With a loud bang, Han He fell to the ground. His fist had been smashed into pieces. Blood spurted out as he screamed miserably. Isn't this too exaggerated? This sudden turn of events caused many of the surrounding disciples to be extremely shocked. He had become an official disciple at the same time as Han He. He hadn't cultivated in the Spirit Stream Mountain for long, but his strength was actually so strong. A simple punch was able to send Han He flying and heavily injure him. This kind of strength was at least comparable to the 3rd level of the condensing reality realm. What a terrifying genius. No wonder he was able to pass the 3 major factions tests. What's laughable is that Han He actually dared to provoke this kind of genius. Not only the surrounding disciples, even the soaring dragon marquee behind Fang Chun was completely shocked. Fang Chun's strength had risen too quickly. Fang Chun, I'll kill you. Han He let out a miserable cry. Because of what had happened here, some disciples had come over. In the end, even Elder Wu had appeared. Elder Wu had a straight face at first. He thought that it was a spar between disciples and that he had used too much force, causing someone to be injured. However, when he saw Fang Chun, a smile immediately appeared on his face. Fang Chun, why didn't you inform me that you were coming over? Elder Wu grinned and laughed. Fang Chun cupped his hands at Elder Wu and said, I came in a bit of a hurry, so I didn't have time to inform Elder Wu. Haha, I was wondering why you didn't come to my martial stream mountain after going to the physical stream mountain. If you didn't come, I was going to look for you. Let me tell you, although you're in the spirit stream mountain, you're still a common disciple of the 3 major factions. Elder Wu laughed. The surrounding disciples were completely dumbfounded. They had never seen Elder Wu treat a disciple so well. I'll definitely come more often in the future. Fang Chun smiled and said. Elder Wu nodded, then turned to look at Han He and said, You disciples only know how to fight every day. You don't know how to cultivate properly. Hearing this, Fang Chun said embarrassedly, Elder Wu, this person was injured by me. What? You said he was injured by you? At first, Elder Wu did not react. When he did, his face was filled with astonishment as he asked hurriedly. Fang Chun was a little embarrassed. He had just arrived at the Martial Stream Mountain, and he had already injured a disciple. Elder Wu, Han, he was indeed injured by him, and it was a heavy injury with a single punch, the surrounding disciples said. Hearing this, Elder Wu was even more surprised. Fang Chun, your strength has improved quite well. After all, Elder Wu was an elder who had been through a lot. Elder Wu quickly calmed down and said slowly, Elder Wu, you must be joking. Fang Chun said, All right, you guys help him back. Don't embarrass yourself here. Elder Wu turned around and waved to the surrounding disciples. After a while, only the soaring dragon marquee, Fang Chun, and Elder Wu were left in the square. After everyone left, Elder Wu said, Fang Chun, I was going to look for you if you didn't come. Because tomorrow, our Martial Stream School's Mu Gang will open. You can go and try. Mu Gang? Fang Chun was a little confused. I asked Brother Fang to come here because of this. The soaring dragon marquee grinned. Fang Chun had injured Han He with a single punch. At the very least, Han he would not be able to recover in a short period of time. He also did not have to suffer from Han He's suppression. He was very happy. "So, little fellow, you've already notified Fong Chun," Elder Wu said after hearing that. "What is this Mu Rin gang?" Fong Chun asked. Chapter 453. Mu Rin Lane was a special cultivation holy land for martial artists. Because it required a huge amount of spirit stones every time it was opened, it was only opened once every 3 years. After all, if it was opened all year round, even the Baron sect wouldn't be able to afford such a huge amount of wealth. Within Mu Rin Lane, there were countless wooden puppets. Every martial artist who entered Mu Rin Lane could attack the wooden puppets. The more wooden puppets they attacked, the more benefits they would receive. Of course, the wooden puppets were also divided into different grades. Generally speaking, the wooden puppets were divided into ordinary wooden puppets, wooden warrior, wooden king, and wooden spiritual knight. Ordinary wooden golems could be activated as long as one had some spirit stones. Their attack power wasn't too high. The strength of a wooden warrior was slightly stronger than an ordinary wooden golem. So on and so forth. Wooden golems that could be called wooden spiritual knights already possessed a certain amount of intelligence. It was too difficult to defeat them. Every martial arts disciple would carry a sensor with them before they entered the labyrinth of wooden dummies. This sensor was also a specialized one, and it could record the number of wooden dummies attacked. Once they left Mu Rin Lane, they would receive their reward. After listening to Elder Wu's introduction, Fong Chun was very interested in Mu Rin Lane. Within Mu Rin Lane, there were many wooden puppets. Not only would he be able to receive rewards, but most importantly, he would be able to train his combat experience, which would help him make a breakthrough in his cultivation. "How is it? Are you tempted?" Elder Wu looked at Fong Chun and smiled. Any martial artist who focused on a martial path would be tempted after hearing about Mu Rin Lane, and Fong Chun was no exception. Fong Chun heavily nodded and said, "Elder Wu, are there any requirements for entering Mu Rin Lane?" Hearing Fong Chun's words, Elder Wu said, "There are a few requirements, but for official disciples, they aren't much. Before entering Mu Rin Lane, you will have to pay a fee." "How much?" Fong Chun asked. 100,000 high-grade spirit stones. Elder Wu said. Fong Chun nodded. Elder Wu then said, "You can rest at Long Tang's place today. Tomorrow you will go with him to Mu Rin Lane." "Many thanks, Elder Wu," Fong Chun said. After that, Fong Chun followed Marquis Long Ting out. On the way, Marquis Long constantly praised Fong Chun for his tyrannical strength and heaven-defying potential. Fong Chun only smiled. After a night of silence, Fong Chun followed Marquis Long Tung to Mu Rin Lane. Mu Rin Lane was located in a very spacious square on the Martial Path Mountain. There was a huge palace on the square. Even though it looked like a palace, it was actually a small independent space. Mu Rin Lane was located here. After arriving, Fong Chun realized that there were martial arts disciples everywhere. All the disciples had their attention focused on the Wooden Dummies Alley, and no one cared about Fong Chun. "Is this Mu Rin Lane?" "That's right. This is the Wood Dummy Alley." According to the older disciples, if you can travel further in the Wood Dummy Alley, your strength will definitely increase. The Soaring Dragon Marquis said. Fong Chun and Marquis Long Tung each paid 100,000 high-grade spirit stones and then waited in line. Mu Rin Lane. Only one person could enter at a time, so everyone else had to wait. Fong Chun looked at the line. He didn't know where he was, but in order to enter Mu Rin Lane, he still chose to wait patiently. Rumble. Just as Fong Chun was waiting, the palace in the square suddenly began to tremble. The palace's door opened, and an ancient aura came out of the palace. "Mu Rin Lane has opened," many disciples excitedly said. Elder Wu appeared at the entrance of the labyrinth of wooden dummies and scanned the crowd. "Everyone, the labyrinth of wooden dummies is only opened once every 3 years. This time, it will be open for a month. Mu Rin Lane opened once every 3 years. Every time, it would be open for half a month to a month. This time, it would be open for a month, which was quite long. As time passed, it gave many disciples a chance. Because if some people failed in Mu Rin Lane, they could pay 100,000 high-grade spirit stones and try again. Shoo! As soon as Elder Wu finished speaking, a figure stepped out and disappeared into the wooden dummies alley. It's senior brother Tai Wushuang. He was the first one to enter Mu Ren Lane. A disciple shouted. Tai Wushuang was a famous disciple of the martial school. His strength was ranked first in the martial school. He was at the peak of the 5th condensing reality realm. He was only one step away from the 6th condensing reality realm. But this step had troubled him for 3 years. For 3 whole years, his cultivation had not improved at all. He had tried countless methods, but he still could not succeed in the end. When Elder Wu heard the news, he could not help but sigh. He could see that Tai Wushuang had an obsession in his heart. If he could not get rid of this obsession, he would not be able to reach the 6th condensing reality realm. Maybe this is a chance. Elder Wu looked at Tai Wushuang's disappearing figure and said in a low voice. Tai Wushuang entered Mu Ren Lane. Many disciples were waiting for the news. Time passed by slowly. In the blink of an eye, half an hour had passed. After half an hour, Tai Wushuang came out of Mu Ren Lane. His face was full of frustration, as if he was not satisfied with his performance. Elder Wu took Tai Wushuang's sensor and checked it, then announced, Tai Wushuang passed the first 4 Mu Ren lanes, but failed the 5th one. Hearing Elder Wu's words, many disciples were shocked. Mu Ren Lane was very difficult. Being able to pass the first 4 meant that even the Wood King warrior was not Tai Wushuang's opponent. However, he was defeated by the Wood Spiritual Knight in the last Mu Ren Lane. After Tai Wushuang, the other disciples entered Mu Ren Lane one after another. Time passed bit by bit. In the beginning, the strong disciples took a long time to pass the Mu Ren Lane, but later on, the weak disciples were eliminated almost immediately. Mu Ren Lane was divided into 5 levels. The first Mu Ren Lane was a normal Mu Ren Lane. There were 72 Mu Ren warriors in it. Only by defeating all the Mu Ren warriors could one enter the second Mu Ren Lane. The second Mu Ren Lane also had 72 Wood warriors. So on and so forth. Every Mu Ren Lane had 72 Mu Ren warriors. According to the classification of strength, the ordinary wooden puppets in the first wooden puppet lane were at the first level of the condensing reality realm. Although they were weak, the 72 wooden puppets together had a very strange attacking style. Even a second-level condensing reality realm warrior would be eliminated if he was not careful, not to mention the other Mu Ren lanes. Therefore, Tai Wushuang was already very powerful to be able to pass the 4th Mu Ren lane. On the martial arts peak, after waiting for a whole day, it was finally the soaring Dragon Marquis turn. Fong Chun, I'll go in first and scout the way for you. The soaring Dragon Marquis grinned and directly entered Mu Ren Lane. After a while, the soaring Dragon Marquis came out. His face was full of confusion, as if there were a lot of things that he did not understand. How was it? Fong Chun asked. Brother Fong, the Mu Ren and Mu Ren Lane have very strange attacks. You have to be careful. The soaring Dragon Marquis reminded. Fong Chun nodded. When it was his turn, he entered the Wood Dummies Alley. Just as he entered Mu Ren Lane, Fong Chun found himself in a long lane. In this lane, there were 72 Mu Ren. These Mu Ren were all made of wood. They felt Fong Chun enter and move their bodies mechanically. What a mysterious guy. Fong Chun carefully sized up the Mu Ren and grinned. Just as Fong Chun was grinning, the first Mu Ren had already approached Fong Chun. With a whoosh, the Mu Ren's arm directly attacked Fong Chun. As the first ordinary wooden puppet began its attack, the wooden puppets behind it also began their fierce attacks. In an instant, Fong Chun was surrounded by the wooden puppets. However, Fong Chun's reaction was fast. He used his full strength and instantly forced back a few Mu Ren. However, Fong Chun found that the Mu Ren's defense was very strong. It seemed that they could not hurt him. Bang, bang, bang after a battle. Fong Chun was trapped in the center of Mu Ren Lane. He took out the hidden star sword and used the 12th level of the fire and water sword technique to continuously attack the Mu Ren around him. However, there were 72 Mu Ren here. Moreover, their attacks made Fong Chun not know whether to laugh or cry. What kind of strange attack is this? This is clearly a combined attack array. Fang Chun could not help but have the urge to curse. The almighty of the Baron sect who set up Murin Lane was too naive. How could the disciples pass through such a difficult Murin Lane? Although Fang Chun kept cursing, he still moved forward slowly. Under Fang Chen's powerful attacks, the Mu Ren could not get close to Fang Chen. The Mu Ren's cultivation was only at the first level of the condensing reality realm. Even if they used a combined attack array, they could not trap Fang Chun. They just needed some time. Whoosh! After countless fierce battles, Fang Chun finally found the Mu Ren's weakness and directly attacked it. Crash! In an instant, the Mu Ren retreated one after another. Some were even directly defeated by Fang Chun. This is my chance. Seeing that there were no more Mu Ren blocking his path, Fang Chen's figure flashed and directly disappeared into the end of Murin Lane. Crash! The scene in front of Fang Chen changed. This meant that he had passed the first Murin Lane and entered the second. Chapter 454. The fact that Fang Chen was able to pass the normal wooden dummy lane with his Qi High realm cultivation could be considered as making history in the Baron sect. In the history of the Baron sect, there had never been a Qi High realm warrior who had entered the wooden dummy lane. Of course, although Fang Chen was only at the Qi High realm, his strength had already reached the early stage of the third condensing reality realm. If he used a shocking sword attack, he could kill a mid-stage of the third condensing reality realm warrior. This kind of strength was enough to make many condensing reality realm warriors feel ashamed. After entering the second wooden dummy lane, Fang Chun discovered that these wooden warriors were different from the normal wooden warriors. The normal wooden warriors were gray in color, but the wooden warriors were dark gray. This time, Fang Chun was experienced. Before the wooden warriors moved, he attacked first. With a flick of his wrist, the hidden star sword slashed out a sword light and directly sent the nearest wooden warrior flying. Of course, this was because he was caught off guard, and there was no such thing as good luck. After colliding with the wooden warriors, Fang Chun discovered that the wooden warriors were much stronger than the normal wooden warriors. The 12th stage of the water and fire sword art. To deal with the wooden warriors, one could only use pure physical attacks. As for soul attacks, they could not be used at all because the wooden warriors did not have souls. Bang, 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 the wooden warriors' attacks were even more tricky. Fang Chen almost lost a few times, but luckily, Fang Chen's battle experience was very rich. He was able to control the rhythm of the battle effectively, so he was not eliminated by the wooden warriors. If I train here for a long time, I will definitely be able to improve my battle skills. Fang Chun thought to himself. At the same time, Fang Chen could not help but sigh. The fact that Tai Wu Shuang could pass the fourth wooden dummy lane was enough to prove that his battle skills were unparalleled. Compared to Tai Wu Shuang, I still have a long way to go, Fang Chen said. But soon, Fang Chun regained his confidence because he was only at the peak of the 8th Qi High realm. If he could break through to the condensing reality realm and form his Dharma idol, his power would increase tremendously. At that time, he might not be able to surpass Tai Wu Shuang, but he would at least be able to close the gap between them. Time slowly passed. An hour later, Fang Chun discovered that his combat skills had improved a great deal. This was all because of the intense battle with the wooden warriors. The attacks of the wooden warriors were extremely crafty and hard to defend against. Fighting with them was an effective way to improve one's combat skills. Continue. After improving his combat skills, Fang Chun was naturally excited and continued to fight. At a certain moment, Fang Chun discovered that his water and fire sword art had reached the 12th level of the transformation stage. This scene made Fang Chun pleasantly surprised. Fang Chen's water-fire sword technique, which had reached the perfection stage, had completely displayed his true strength. His hidden star sword was incomparably magnificent. It displayed a majestic sword light that constantly bombarded the wooden warrior's body. Bang, bang, bang. After an hour of intense fighting, Fang Chun finally barely passed the second wooden puppet alley and entered the third. Not long after entering the third wooden puppet alley, Fang Chun came out. When Fang Chun came out, Elder Wu's eyes brightened, and he asked, "How was it?" Fang Chun handed the censer to Elder Wu. After examining it, Elder Wu's face was filled with shock. He actually passed 2 wooden puppet alleys. Fang Chen's censer showed that he had passed 2 wooden puppet alleys. He had been eliminated in the wooden warrior alley. What a monster! After a long while, Elder Wu muttered to himself. Fang Chun nodded to Elder Wu and then walked over to the soaring dragon marquee. The latter asked, "How was it?" This really is a good place to improve one's combat skills. Fang Chun grinned. After entering the wooden puppet alley for more than 2 hours, his combat skills had greatly improved. Moreover, his water and fire sword art's 12th level had reached the transformation realm. Fang Chun turned his head and looked at the huge palace. He thought to himself that in a few days, when there were fewer people in the wooden puppet alley, he would definitely come a few more times. After all, he had a lot of spirit stones. When Murin Lane first opened, there were a lot of people, but after a while, there were almost no people left. First, it was because their fighting skills had already been dug out, so there was no point in going in anymore. Secondly, they didn't have enough spirit stones. After bidding farewell to the soaring dragon marquee, Fang Chun left the Martial Path Mountain. His destination this time was Water City. He wanted to find a weapon refining grandmaster to upgrade the Hidden Star Sword to the Profound Weapon grade. If the Hidden Star Sword's grade could be upgraded, he would definitely be able to go further after entering the wooden puppet alley. After arriving at Water City, Fang Chun followed the address given to him by Elder Mo and found a quiet and remote mansion. This mansion was very low-key. There was not even a golden plaque above the mansion. There were also no guards at the mansion's entrance. However, the true upper echelons of Water City knew very well how terrifying this mansion was. This was because this mansion belonged to the weapon refining grandmaster, Ku Fa. Ordinary people would not be able to set foot in this mansion. When Fang Chun arrived at the mansion, he cupped his hands and said, "Grandmaster Ku Fa, I am Baron Sek's disciple, Fang Chun. Elder Mo has contacted you before." Hearing Fang Chun's words, the door creaked open. When Fang Chun saw this, he entered the mansion and the door closed behind him. The mansion was very small and there were not many buildings. There were only 2 or 3 rooms in total. Fang Chun carefully sized it up. He discovered that there was a lounge chair in the garden. An old man was lying quietly on a lounge chair, enjoying the warm sunlight. Great Grandmaster Ku Fa. Fang Chun came to the garden and cupped his hands at the old man. Grandmaster Ku Fa slowly opened his eyes and asked, "Are you the genius disciple that Elder Mo strongly recommended?" Fang Chun chuckled and said, "How could I dare call myself a genius in front of Grandmaster Ku Fa?" Grandmaster Ku Fa raised his head and looked at Fang Chun. "Elder Mo has already told me why you have come. Although I have some friendship with Elder Mo, if you want me to help you refine a weapon, you'll have to follow the rules." Fang Chun replied, "Grandmaster Ku Fa, I actually want to ask you to help me improve the grade of my weapon." "Oh, take out your weapon and let me take a look," Grandmaster Ku Fa said. As a weapon refining grandmaster, Ku Fa's status was so high that countless martialists in the Southling land looked up to him. Normally, Ku Fa wouldn't casually meet people. If Elder Mo hadn't come looking for him, he definitely wouldn't have met Fang Chun. Taking the Hidden Star Sword, Ku Fa carefully examined it. After a long while, he said, "Not bad. The person who refined this sword also knows a bit about the Tao of weapon refining. Furthermore, he was able to fuse meteoric metal into the sword. That is truly rare." In Ku Fa's eyes, the peak weapon refining grandmaster of the Jingguangua was only not bad. The difference between a weapon refining grandmaster and a weapon refining grandmaster was not just a little bit. The true difference was something only insiders like them knew best. "What kind of price is needed to upgrade this sword to a profound weapon?" asked Fang Chun. "If it were an ordinary top-grade spirit weapon, the price to upgrade it to a low-grade profound weapon wouldn't be too high. However, your spirit weapon has been added with meteoric iron, so it's rather difficult to upgrade it. Therefore, the price will be slightly higher." Great Grandmaster Ku Fa said. "Grandmaster Ku Fa, there's no harm in asking," said Fang Chun. Since he had come, he had made all the necessary preparations. Hearing Fong Chen's words, Ku Fa wasn't in a rush to make any demands. Instead, he asked, "Do you have meteoric metal?" Fong Chen was startled when he heard this. He immediately nodded and said, "This junior does have one." Fong Chen's words caused Ku Fa's eyes to brighten. He had only casually asked. He hadn't expected Fong Chen to actually have it. In that case, things will be much easier. If you're willing to give me some meteoric iron, I can help you upgrade your weapon for free, Martial Grandmaster Ku Fa said with a smile. Although he was a weapon refining Grandmaster, meteoric metal was still an extremely important refining material to him. "All right," said Fong Chen. In any case, he still had a lot of meteoric metal. Giving some to Ku Fa wouldn't be a problem. "Good, straightforward. Since you're so straightforward, Ku Fa, will definitely not disappoint you." Martial Grandmaster Ku Fa grinned. "How much meteoric metal do you have?" asked Ku Fa. "Around 5 kilograms. Fong Chen gave a random number. Of course, that wasn't the true number. He had said a lot less. "Give me 6 kilograms. I'll fuse the remaining 4 kilograms into your sword." "How about it?" asked Ku Fa. Fong Chen pondered for a moment before nodding. "That's fine. However, Grandmaster Ku Fa, I have a question. If I fuse meteoric metal into the sword, can I fuse other things into it?" asked Fong Chen. "What do you want to fuse with?" asked Ku Fa. "Golden quicksand." Chapter 455. Martial Grandmaster Ku Fa stared at Fong Chen as if he was a monster. This martialist before him was so young, yet he actually possessed golden quicksand and extraterrestrial meteoric iron. This shocked him greatly. One had to know that meteoric iron and golden sand were top-quality materials for crafting weapons. In the southern mountain land, it was extremely difficult to find them. One could only purchase them from those large merchant guilds. However, the price was really too high. At first, when Elder Mo had come to look for Martial Grandmaster Ku Fa, the latter hadn't been willing to refine a weapon for a junior. However, Elder Mo had said that no matter what, they should meet first. Martial Grandmaster Ku Fa had been a little surprised when he had seen Fong Chen. However, when he had discovered that Fong Chen's hidden star sword had contained extraterrestrial meteoric iron, a thought had formed in his mind. Of course, he had only asked casually. He hadn't expected that this kid would really possess extraterrestrial meteoric iron. Extraterrestrial meteoric iron was a very important material for refining weapons for martial grandmasters, let alone Martial Grandmaster Ku Fa, who was obsessed with refining weapons. Therefore, Martial Grandmaster Ku Fa had only needed a little extraterrestrial meteoric iron to upgrade Fong Chen's weapon. However, he hadn't expected that Fong Chen would actually want to add golden quicksand into the weapon. This shocked Martial Grandmaster Ku Fa greatly. "You have golden quicksand?" Martial Grandmaster Ku Fa asked hurriedly as he looked at Fong Chen. Fong Chen nodded and said, "Roughly how much golden quicksand would be needed if it could be incorporated?" Despite having lived for so many years, Martial Grandmaster Ku Fa was still shocked when he heard Fong Chen's words. After a long time, he calmed himself down and said, "Because of the extraterrestrial meteoric iron, you don't need to add too much golden quicksand. 1/2 kilogram would be enough." 1/2 kilogram of golden quicksand, which was the size of a wash basin, was at least a few dozen kilograms. However, 1/2 kilogram was nothing to Fong Chen. "Thank you very much, Martial Grandmaster Ku Fa." Fong Chen flicked his wrist, and a gene of golden quicksand appeared in his hand. The dazzling golden quicksand lay in Fong Chen's hand and emitted a gentle light. Martial Grandmaster Ku Fa's eyes were fixed on the golden quicksand. He also wanted the golden quicksand, but he had just obtained a few kilos of meteoric iron from Fong Chen. How could he ask for it now? Fong Chen could naturally tell what Martial Grandmaster Ku Fa was thinking. After Ku Fa received the 500 grams of golden quicksand, another golden quicksand light cluster appeared in Fong Chen's hand. This light cluster was much larger than the previous one. "Great Grandmaster Ku Fa, this junior obtained some golden quicksand by chance. I still have quite a bit. Here are 2 kilograms. Consider this junior's thanks for your help. Fong Chun said with a smile while holding the golden quicksand. What a joke. How could Fong Chun miss such an opportunity to make friends with a refining grandmaster? One had to know that refining grandmasters were top-notch figures in the entire Nanling land. Although their combat strength wasn't necessarily strong, their connections were very wide. Martial Grandmaster Ku Fa was a little stunned when he heard Fong Chen's words. He immediately lifted his head to look at Fong Chun, who was smiling at him. Martial Grandmaster Ku Fa hadn't expected that this kid would actually give him 2 kilograms of golden quicksand so casually. One had to know that golden quicksand was very valuable. As a senior, Martial Grandmaster Ku Fa naturally felt a little embarrassed to accept Fong Chen's golden quicksand. Great Grandmaster Ku Fa, you should accept it. Perhaps this junior will need your help in the future. Fong Chen grinned. Martial Grandmaster Ku Fa no longer put on an act. He immediately accepted the 2 kilograms of golden quicksand and laughed heartily. Fong Chun, I like your character. If you have any problems in the future, you can come to me at any time. Ku Fa, will definitely help you. From this moment on, Martial Grandmaster Ku Fa truly approved of Fong Chun. Thank you, Great Grandmaster Ku Fa. Fong Chun cupped his hands in thanks. Fong Chun, you rest here first. I will be able to upgrade your weapon in half a day. Martial Grandmaster Ku Fa let Fong Chun rest as he went to upgrade Fong Chen's weapon. Half a day later, Martial Grandmaster Ku Fa chuckled as he arrived at Fong Chen's location. He held a faintly glowing long sword in his hand. The sword was very sharp, and the blade faintly emitted the aura of a king. It's done. Fong Chen's eyes brightened when he saw the weapon. Fong Chun, with the addition of golden quicksand and meteoric metal, the upgrade process was very smooth. Your weapon has already reached the initial profound weapon level. Because you're upgrading it, you can't upgrade it in one go. Otherwise, your long sword won't be able to handle it. If you were refining it separately, I would definitely refine an even better one for you. Martial Grandmaster Ku Fa handed the Hidden Star Sword to Fong Chun with a smile. Fong Chun held the Hidden Star Sword. A trace of an icy aura entered his palm. At this moment, Fong Chun felt like the Hidden Star Sword had gained a trace of spirituality. Is this an initial profound weapon? Fong Chun thought to himself. Profound weapons were much stronger than spirit weapons. Now that the Hidden Star Sword had reached the profound weapon level, Fong Chun could clearly sense the changes in it. After a long time, Fong Chun put away the Hidden Star Sword. He looked at Martial Grandmaster Ku Fa and grinned. It's my battle companion. Fong Chun's meaning was very clear. The reason he wanted to upgrade the Hidden Star Sword was because he didn't want to refine a new weapon and give up on the Hidden Star Sword. In a sword cultivator's life, they would only use their blood and sweat to raise a battle companion that belonged to them. Fong Chun was no exception. Good, very good. Brother Fong, the more I look at you, the more I like you. Martial Grandmaster Ku Fa laughed heartily. Since the weapon had been upgraded, Fong Chun also had to take his leave. After all, the Wood Puppet Alley would only be open for a month. During this month, he had to work hard to raise his cultivation base. Martial Grandmaster Ku Fa, I still have things to do, so I'll take my leave first. I'll come visit again when the situation changes. Fong Chun cupped his hands and said, All right, go ahead. You can come to my place anytime in the future. Martial Grandmaster Ku Fa smiled. After Fong Chun left Martial Grandmaster Ku Fa's residence, he hurriedly rushed towards the Baron Sek's mountain peak. However, when he was halfway there, he discovered that someone was following him. He quietly advanced towards the Baron Sect in the distance. As he neared the desolate Sek's mountain peak, he noticed that it was a desolate and uninhabited place. Usually, no one would come here. Fong Chun increased his speed. He wanted to reach the desolate sect as soon as possible before the person who was secretly following him appeared. However, it was obvious that the other party wouldn't give Fong Chun this opportunity. Suddenly, a black figure appeared out of thin air. He smiled eerily and said, Your soul power is pretty good. It seems like you're a disciple of the Baron Sex soul style. This black figure was a middle-aged cultivator. He had 2 scars on his face, and his entire body emitted a fiendish aura. Who are you? Fang Chun asked in a deep voice. Who I am is not important. What's important is that you've been in Martial Grandmaster Ku Fa's residence for half a day. I'm very curious as to how you managed to stay in Martial Grandmaster Ku Fa's residence for such a long time. The black figure sneered. What does that have to do with you? Fang Chun said coldly. Ha, brat. You dare to say such words in front of me. Ghostface Kuang Sheng. Do you not want to live anymore? Ghostface Kuang Sheng said eerily. Ghostface Kuang Sheng was a condensing reality realm expert from Water-Leaning City. It was said that he was originally a very righteous cultivator. However, when he was condensing his Dharma idol, he suffered from chi deviation and almost died. However, in the end, he still managed to condense his Dharma idol. However, what he condensed was the Dark Shadow Dharma idol. This kind of Dharma idol was a Dharma idol that carried an evil intent. After condensing the Dark Shadow Dharma idol, Ghostface Kuang Sheng's personality changed greatly. He became a bloodthirsty madman. Ghostface Kuang Sheng's cultivation had already reached the 5th layer of the condensing reality realm, which was equivalent to the standard of the Baron Sect's top official disciples. Although Ghostface Kuang Sheng's cultivation had reached the 5th layer of the condensing reality realm, he was not invincible in the same realm. If it were not for the Dark Shadow Dharma idol, he would not have been able to establish himself in Water-Leaning City. It was precisely because of the Dark Shadow Dharma idol that Ghostface Kuang Sheng could freely hide in the darkness. No one could detect him. In this way, he was able to avoid the pursuit of countless almighty experts. Ghostface Kuang Sheng believed that what he lacked was a suitable weapon. Within Water-Leaning City, the most famous person was Martial Grandmaster Ku Fa. Originally, he went to Martial Grandmaster Ku Fa to ask him to refine a profound weapon for him. However, he was rejected by Martial Grandmaster Ku Fa. Every time he went, he would be rejected. In the end, Martial Grandmaster Ku Fa refused to see him. This made Ghostface Kuang Sheng very angry, but there was nothing he could do. Afterwards, Ghostface Kuang Sheng had always been hiding in front of Martial Grandmaster Ku Fa's residence. He secretly watched the warriors who entered Martial Grandmaster Ku Fa's residence, hoping to find an opportunity from them. However, his first few attempts had all failed. This time, Fang Chen's appearance had caused his eyes to brighten, so he had followed Fang Chen. Ghostface Kuang Sheng. When Fang Chen heard the words ghost-faced wildlife, his expression also changed. Little fellow, if you obediently cooperate with me, I can spare you from death, said Ghostface Kuang Sheng. What are you planning on doing? Asked Fang Chen. He wasn't a match for Ghostface Kuang Sheng, so he was waiting for an opportunity to flee. The fact that you can stay in Martial Grandmaster Ku Fa's residence for half a day is enough to prove your relationship with him. I just want you to go to Martial Grandmaster Ku Fa's residence and refine a profound weapon for me. I'll provide the materials, said Ghostface Kuang Sheng. You want to refine a profound weapon? Asked Fang Chen. Correct. If you don't agree, I'll personally kill you, said Ghostface Kuang Sheng sinisterly. Fang Chen thought about it for a moment. His eyes spun, but in the end, he agreed to Ghostface Kuang Sheng's request. All right, I agree, but you have to give me the materials first, said Fang Chen. Little fellow, you'd best not play any tricks. Otherwise, you'll die without a burial ground, said Ghostface Kuang Sheng icily. Chapter 456. Fang Chen received the spatial ring. When he opened it, he was immediately stunned. There were too many materials inside. All kinds of precious refining materials could be found inside. This net is worth collecting. If you sell these materials, you'll definitely make a huge profit, thought Fang Chen. Swish! Ghastly Wildlife's figure flashed, and he appeared in front of Fang Chen. Without any warning, he fed Fang Chen a black pill. Brat, now that you've eaten my fatal 7-killing pill, if you don't get the antidote within 7 days, you'll definitely die. So don't think you'll get lucky. Ghastly Wildlife laughed sinisterly. At this time, Fang Chen felt a movement in his throat as the pill entered his body. Just at this moment, the golden heart began to rapidly beat, and the poison was sucked into the golden heart. In the blink of an eye, the poison had vanished without a trace. It was as if Fong Chun had never experienced it. Fong Chun was incomparably shocked. However, he still put on a very hurt expression. "What if I help you refine a weapon, but you don't give me the antidote?" Fong Chen's face was filled with pain as he looked at ghastly wildlife. "Don't worry. Although I'm vicious and merciless, I still keep my word," said ghastly wildlife. Fong Chun helplessly nodded. Under ghastly wildlife's watch, he once more arrived in front of Ku Fa's residence. "I'll wait for you outside." After saying that, ghastly wildlife's figure flashed and disappeared into the darkness. Fong Chun turned and entered his residence. However, a bright smile appeared on his face. "Brother Fong, why have you come again?" Seeing Fong Chun return, Grandmaster Ku Fa asked with a smile. A wisp of helplessness appeared on Fong Chen's face as he said, "Supreme Grandmaster Ku Fa, there was a cultivator called Ghost-Faced Mad Life Form who saw me staying in your residence for half a day. He thought that we had a good relationship, so he intercepted me halfway and forced me to come to you to refine a profound weapon for me. I was forced to come to you because I had no other choice." Preposterous. Such a thing actually happened. Hearing that, Grandmaster Ku Fa was naturally furious. He looked to Fong Chun and asked, "Are you all right?" "I'm fine. However, I'm afraid that I won't be able to return to the Baron's sect for the time being," said Fong Chun. "Brother Fong, you have given me so much golden quicksand and meteoric iron. Naturally, I will help you with such a small matter. Let's go. I will personally escort you back to the Baron's sect," said Grandmaster Ku Fa. "How can I accept that?" said Fong Chun. "Brother Fong, don't say any more. Let's go," said Grandmaster Ku Fa straightforwardly. In the end, Fong Chun left the mansion under the accompaniment of Grandmaster Ku Fa and headed towards the Baron's sect. When Ghost-Faced Mad Life, who was hidden in the darkness, discovered this scene, his heart was filled with anger. Was this brat not afraid of death? He actually dared to embezzle his materials. "I don't believe that there is anyone who can cure the poison in your body," said Ghost-Faced Mad Life sinisterly. Grandmaster Ku Fa sent Fong Chun to the Baron's sect's mountain peak before bidding farewell and leaving. As for Fong Chun, he leisurely headed towards the Marshall Way's mountain peak. "Fortunately, I have the golden heart. Otherwise, I would really have to refine a weapon for Ghost-Faced Mad Life. I wonder if I could be considered immune to poison now." After discovering this function of the golden heart, Fong Chun was extremely excited. Never in his wildest dreams would the ghost-faced mad life form have thought that he was not poison at all. These materials can be considered as interest. Just you wait, ghost-faced mad life. When Fong Chun arrived at the Marshall Way's mountain peak, he thought to himself, if ghost-faced mad life had not tried to kill Fong Chun, he would not have embezzled his refining materials. If he had to blame someone, he could only blame himself for being ruthless. The total value of these refining materials was at least tens of millions of upper-grade spirit stones. Just thinking about it made him excited. At this moment, Fong Chen's face was full of smiles as he arrived at the Wooden Dummies Alley. At this moment, there were still disciples in front of the Wooden Dummies Alley, but the number was not as many as before. Fong Chun paid 100,000 upper-grade spirit stones and continued to queue. After queuing for about an hour, it was finally Fong Chen's turn. This time, with experience, Fong Chun entered the Wooden Dummies Alley. He easily passed the first and second Wooden Dummies Alley, and then entered the third Wooden Dummies Alley. In the third Wooden Dummies Alley, there were only Wooden Dummies warriors. The strength of these Wooden Dummies warriors was equivalent to the LV3 condensing reality realm. Fong Chen's true strength was at the LV3 condensing reality realm. With the help of a low-grade profound weapon, his strength increased again. This time, he was not directly eliminated by the Wooden Dummies warriors. Instead, he fought with them. The 12th level of the Water and Fire Sword art. Fong Chun used the Hidden Star Sword, a low-grade profound weapon, to display the 12th level of the Water and Fire Sword art. Suddenly, a rainbow-like sword light pierced the body of a wooden dummy's warrior. Crack! The wooden dummy's warrior's body directly shattered and scattered on the ground. However, the scattered wooden dummy's warriors on the ground instantly reassembled. However, the reassembled wooden dummy's warriors did not attack Fang Chen anymore, because they had already lost. Continue. Seeing this, Fang Chen grinned and continued to fight. 10 minutes later, Fang Chen had already defeated more than 20 wooden dummy's warriors. This made Fang Chen very excited. Just because of a low-grade profound weapon, he was able to persist for such a long time in the third wooden dummy's alley. No wonder it was called a profound weapon. However, he could only persist for such a long time. When he defeated the 30th wooden dummy's warrior, he was besieged by the other wooden dummy's warriors and was instantly forced out of the wooden dummy's alley. After Fang Chen came out, his face was full of excitement. He directly found a quiet place and sat down cross-legged and began to comprehend the process of his battle. In this way, he continued to comprehend and fight. Half a month later, in the entire wooden dummy's alley, only Fang Chen was left. At this time, Fang Chen had entered the wooden dummy's alley 20 times. 20 times, he had spent a total of 2 million high-grade spirit stones. However, spirit stones were nothing to Fang Chen. Most importantly, in these 20 times, Fang Chen had gained a lot. He was now able to defeat more than 60 wooden dummy's warriors. If he was given a little more time, he would definitely be able to pass the third wooden dummy's alley. At this time, Fang Chen could faintly feel that his cultivation that had been stuck at a bottleneck for a long time was finally showing signs of loosening. Am I going to break through? Fang Chen's heart slightly moved as he thought to himself. In the next moment, Fang Chen realized that his Qi was expanding. After being stuck at the peak of the 8th Qi High realm for so long, he was finally going to break through. Rumble, rumble, rumble within his Qi. Spirit Qi gushed out, and a deafening sound entered Fang Chen's ears. His body was filled with a wild aura. After half an hour, Fang Chen's cultivation had finally broken through to the 9th level of the Qi High realm. After reaching the 9th level of the Qi High realm, Fang Chen suddenly realized that the expansion of his Qi had not stopped. It was still expanding. Fang Chen was puzzled. He carefully examined his Qi and was surprised to find that his cultivation was still breaking through. After a while, his cultivation had reached the middle stage of the 9th level of the Qi High realm. Good preparation? Fang Chen murmured. Originally, Fang Chen thought that his cultivation would stop when he reached the middle stage of the 9th level of the Qi High realm. However, he was wrong. He had already laid down a good foundation. Now that he had accumulated enough, his Qi had expanded to its maximum. After 2 hours, Fang Chen's cultivation had finally stabilized. At this time, the aura around Fang Chen's body had increased significantly. Peak of the 9th level of the Qi High realm. Fang Chen's face was filled with excitement. After half a month of training in the Muren Lane, his cultivation had reached the peak of the 9th level of the Qi High realm. Such a strong feeling. Fang Chen was very excited. When he was at the peak of the 8th level of the Qi High realm, he could already fight with a warrior at the 3rd level of the condensing reality realm. Now that he had reached the peak of the 9th level of the Qi High realm, he could even fight against a warrior at the 4th level of the condensing reality realm. Let's try the Muren Lane again. Fang Chen still had more than 10 days before the Muren Lane closed. After Fang Chen paid the spirit stones, he continued to enter the Muren Lane. When he arrived at the 3rd Muren Lane, Fang Chen held the hidden star sword in his hand and performed the 12th stage of the water and fire sword art. Shu Fang Chen was shocked to find that he could defeat dozens of Muren warriors at the same time. So strong. Fang Chen grinned and kept on waving the hidden star sword. After about 3 minutes, Fang Chen defeated all 72 Muren warriors and successfully passed the 3rd Muren Lane. Then, he entered the 4th Muren Lane. The Muren Lane was filled with Muren King warriors, whose strength was comparable to a warrior at the 4th level of the condensing reality realm. Muren King warriors were much stronger than Muren warriors. As soon as Fang Chen entered, 72 Muren King warriors immediately attacked. Shoo! Fang Chun performed the 12th stage of the water and fire sword art and attacked the Mu Ren King warriors. If it was one-on-one, Fang Chun would not be afraid. But the attacks of these Mu Ren King warriors were even more strange than Mu Ren warriors. Their attacks were linked together, as expected of Mu Ren King warriors. After a fierce battle, Fang Chun could not help but sigh. These Mu Ren King warriors were too strong. Although Fang Chun's strength had increased a lot, he was still eliminated after defeating 25 Mu Ren King warriors. Standing outside the Mu Ren lane, Fang Chun's face was full of smiles. It seems that with my current strength, which is equivalent to a warrior at the middle 4th level of the condensing reality realm, it is impossible for me to pass the 4th Mu Ren lane. Fang Chun thought to himself. At this moment, Elder Wu came to the Mu Ren lane. He had already heard from the staff that Fang Chun had entered the Mu Ren lane more than 20 times. More than 20 times in a row? This was too crazy. Fang Chun, I heard that you entered the Mu Ren lane more than 20 times in a row. Elder Wu asked. Fang Chun nodded and said, I feel that I've gained a lot from fighting against the Mu Ren lane. Then how did you gain? Crash. Chapter 457. You broke through? Sensing Fang Chun's aura, Elder Wu's face was full of smiles as he asked. Fang Chun nodded. The Wooden Dummies Alley had brought him a lot of benefits, which made him very happy. However, even though the Wooden Dummies Alley was very useful to him, there was still a limit. Now that Fang Chun had reached that limit, there was no point in continuing. You little brat. Elder Wu grinned and said. After chatting with Elder Wu for a while, Fang Chun left the Martial Stream Mountain and returned to the Spirit Stream Mountain. At this moment, on the Spirit Stream Mountain, a weak disciple saw Fang Chun return and immediately ran away. After a while, the warrior arrived at a courtyard. Brother Gu, Fang Chun is back. Oh, he's back. Hearing this, Gu Yong's eyes emitted a terrifying golden light as he said eerily. Gu Yong, on the Spirit Stream Mountain, could be considered as a mid-level cultivator. His cultivation had reached the early stage of the 4th condensing reality realm. A few days ago, he left the barren sect and entered the Water City to buy some pills. Who knew that he would encounter the ghost-faced mad student? Moreover, the ghost-faced mad student had forced him to swallow the poison. If he did not have the antidote, he would definitely die within 7 days. The ghost-faced mad student's request was very simple. He wanted him to kill Fang Chun and bring back Fang Chun's space ring to him. Then, he would naturally give him the antidote. In order to save his own life, Gu Yong had no other choice. It just so happened that he did not like Fang Chun. However, after returning to the Spirit Stream Mountain, Gu Yong found that Fang Chun was not there. He was very worried. If Fang Chun did not return within 7 days, what would he do? Fortunately, Fang Chun had already returned. The next step would be for him to take action. 2 hours later, a piece of news spread throughout the Spirit Stream Mountain. Gu Yong was going to have a death match with Fang Chun. As soon as this news came out, it caused a huge uproar. Countless disciples were shocked. Why would Gu Yong, who was usually so low-key, suddenly become so high-profile? Furthermore, he wanted to have a death match with Fang Chun. No one knew the inside story of this matter, but everyone was paying attention to this matter. They didn't know if Fang Chun would dare to accept the challenge. At this time, Fang Chun was quietly sitting in his pavilion. He had already heard the news. Fang Chun pondered for a moment and thought to himself, we don't usually interact with each other, so why do they want to fight me to the death? Could it be because of Qi Yang and Buhan? However, before Fang Chun could figure out, Gu Yong appeared in Fang Chun's courtyard. Gu Yong was followed by many disciples, all of whom were here to watch the fun. Fang Chun, do you dare accept my challenge? Gu Yong stood in the courtyard, his aura surging as he roared. Fang Chun walked out of his pavilion and narrowed his eyes at Gu Yong. His expression fluctuated, but he didn't say anything. Many disciples didn't think that Fang Chun would dare accept Gu Yong's challenge. After all, with Fang Chun's strength, he wasn't a match for Gu Yong. Only an idiot would accept such a challenge. However, Fang Chun's answer was outside of everyone's expectations. Are you in such a hurry to die? Softly asked Fang Chun. So you're saying you accept my challenge? Guiyong wildly laughed. If you want to die, then I'll help you out, said Fong Chun sinisterly. Fong Chun, you really are arrogant. You won't be so arrogant in a bit because you won't have another chance, said Guiyong sinisterly. Guiyong's figure flashed, and he directly left Fong Chen's courtyard. He said, I'll wait for you at the martial practice stage. When the disciples heard that Fong Chun had accepted Guiyong's challenge, they were all incomparably shocked. Once they saw Guiyong leave, they all scattered to fight for a spot in front of the martial practice stage. At this moment, Elder Mo hastily rushed over. Fong Chun, are you crazy? How could you accept Guiyong's death match? Asked Elder Mo hastily. Fong Chun glanced at Elder Mo. Elder Mo, do you know where I went when I wasn't in the spiritual flow mountain for the past half a month? Where? Elder Mo was usually very busy, so he naturally didn't pay attention to every disciple's movements. The martial path, the wood dummy alley, said Fong Chun. You went to the wood dummy alley? Asked Elder Mo. However, even if you went to the wood dummy alley, you still wouldn't be a match for Guiyong. You should give up. Fong Chun shook his head and released his wild aura. In the next moment, Elder Mo's expression changed, and he no longer said anything. Are you confident? Asked Elder Mo. I am. Good, go ahead and do it. Elder Mo nodded and turned around to leave. In Elder Mo's eyes, he could naturally see that Fong Chen's strength had increased. Since Fong Chun said he was confident, then he must have a certain level of confidence. Otherwise, he wouldn't be so reckless. After Elder Mo left, Fong Chun headed to the martial arts arena. When Fong Chun arrived at the martial arts arena, there were many disciples in the arena. They were all here to watch the show. Even Qiyang and Buhan were here. Fong Chun, that brat, got lucky. I originally wanted to kill him with my own hands, but Guiyong beat me to it. Qiyang said, yeah, but as long as I can see that brat die, I'll be very happy. Buhan grinned and said, his strength is at most equivalent to the third condensing reality realm. Guiyong's cultivation is at the early fourth condensing reality realm. He is no match for Guiyong. Overestimating himself, he actually dared to accept Guiyong's deathmatch challenge. He's really courting death. Qiyang and Buhan seemed as if they could already see the scene of Fong Chun dying at Guiyong's hands. They were very happy. Fong Chen's arrival caused an uproar in the entire martial arts arena. Stepping onto the martial arts arena, Fong Chun narrowed his eyes and looked at Guiyong. He asked, I don't understand. I have no enmity with you. Why do you want to have a death match with me? Guiyong was furious when he heard this. He said, brat, don't pretend to be ignorant. If it weren't for you, how could I have been poisoned? Hearing Guiyong's words, Fong Chun was startled. He immediately thought of something. Ghost face madness. Could it be that ghost face madness used poison to force him to kill me? Fong Chun thought inwardly. The more he thought about it, the more he felt that ghost face madness must be eliminated. You're the one who proposed this death match. I won't be lenient, said Fong Chun. He never showed mercy to people who wanted to kill him. If it was before, he might not have been Guiyong's match. But now he could easily kill Guiyong. Arrogant. Guiyong roared. A wild aura instantly erupted from his body. In the next instant, Guiyong's palm smashed towards Fong Chun. This was Guiyong's strongest attack. When this palm strike was unleashed, the entire martial arts stage emitted a buzzing sound. Seeing Guiyong take the initiative to attack, Fong Chun didn't hesitate to take out the hidden star sword. With a flick of his wrist, he instantly used the 12th level of the water flame sword art. An extremely wild sword light of water and fire suddenly pierced out like a cold light. Its speed was so fast that it was hard for anyone to react to it. Swish! The water and fire sword light pierced Guiyong's palm. With a poochie sound, it pierced Guiyong's palm, and blood immediately flowed out. Ah! Guiyong let out a miserable scream. He found that his palm had been pierced, and he was forced back. Your strength. At this moment, Guiyong discovered that Fong Chen's strength was much stronger than he had imagined. Outside the martial arts arena, Qiyang and Buhan also discovered this. How is this possible? How did this kid's strength increase again? How long has it been? In less than a month, his strength is already comparable to a fourth stage condensing reality realm martial artist. This is too monstrous. No, we must find a way to kill him as soon as possible. This kid is too big a threat. That's right, we must kill him. At this moment, Qi Yang and Buhan felt a little pressure in their hearts. Fang Chen's growth was too fast. It was so fast that it shocked the two of them. Boom! On the martial arts arena, a seven-colored flower suddenly appeared above Gu Yong's head. After this flower appeared, the martial arts arena was filled with an illusory aura. Dharma idol? When Fang Chen saw this Dharma idol, a trace of a smile appeared on his face. Gu Yong's Dharma idol was an illusory flower that could increase the illusory aura. If it was used against other people, it might work, but against Fang Chen, it paled in comparison. Fang Chen cultivated the illusory sword principle. Fang Chen, go to hell. Gu Yong urged his Dharma idol and attacked with all his strength, directly rushing towards Fang Chen. At this moment, Fang Chen also used the illusory sword principle. The illusory sword principle was many times stronger than Gu Yong's illusory techniques. With a poochie sound, the hidden star sword directly pierced Gu Yong's chest. In the next moment, Gu Yong's soul directly dissipated, and his body fell limply to the ground. In a flash, Gu Yong, a fourth-stage condensing reality realm martial artist, died at the hands of Fang Chen. This shocked all the disciples in the martial arts arena. He died. Gu Yong died just like that. I'm not dreaming. Oh my God, how did Fang Chen do it? All the disciples' hearts were filled with shock. Even Qi Yang and Buhan were dumbfounded as they watched everything that happened on the martial arts arena. Fang Chen killed Gu Yong in a flash with lightning speed. He put away the hidden star sword, turned around, and left the martial arts arena, leaving behind a shocking back view. After Fang Chen left, the martial arts arena was completely in an uproar. How strong is his sword technique? Gu Yong was not his opponent even when he urged his Dharma idol. He killed Gu Yong, a fourth-stage condensing reality realm martial artist, in just a breath's time. His strength has already reached such a level. 1 spread to 10, 10 spread to 100, and in less than 10 minutes, this news spread throughout the entire Spirit Stream Mountain. After the top 10 disciples heard this, they were all shocked. Even Lung Minghua and Wu Qiu, who had not paid attention to the other disciples, appeared. Elder Mo, who was observing everything in the dark, was even more shocked to the extreme. In less than a month, he has already grown to such a level. Although Elder Mo knew that Fang Chen had entered the wooden dummy alley, he did not expect him to grow to such a level. Chapter 458. Gu Yong's provocation not only made Fang Chen an influential figure in the spirit sect, but it also made Fang Chen wary of ghost-faced Berserk Ghost. Although ghost-faced Berserk Ghost did not dare to enter the Baron sect, he could threaten a Baron sect disciple to kill him. Fortunately, it was Gu Yong this time. If it was any other disciple, Fang Chen might not have been able to kill him so easily. Fortunately, the crisis this time was resolved. At this moment, Fang Chen remembered that the large amount of refining materials in Ghost-faced Berserk Ghost spatial ring had yet to be sold. He had a beginner-level profound weapon and had no use for these materials, so he might as well sell them. Soon after, Fang Chen arrived at the exchange hall. Among the official disciples of the 3 main sects, there was only one common exchange hall. This exchange hall was extremely huge. As long as you had enough spirit stones, you could exchange for anything you wanted here. Of course, if you had treasures, you could also exchange them for spirit stones here. Fang Chen arrived at the exchange hall and directly informed the staff of his purpose. He took out his spatial ring and handed it over to the staff. The staff checked the spatial ring, and his expression changed instantly. He then hurriedly ran into the conference hall to look for the deacon elder. After a while, the deacon elder came out. He glanced at Fang Chen and asked, "Little brother, are you sure you want to exchange all of them for upper-rank spirit stones?" Fang Chen nodded and said yes. The deacon elder was extremely excited. He then began to clean up the materials. After about an hour, the deacon elder finally finished cleaning up. There were about 30 types of materials, and they were basically all rare materials. If a weapon refining grandmaster were to obtain these materials, he would be able to refine a high-grade profound weapon at the very least. The price of a high-rank profound weapon was at least 30 million upper-rank spirit stones. Little brother, I'll give you a total of 20 million upper-rank spirit stones for these materials. The deacon elder asked. Fangshan nodded. These materials were roughly worth this price. Only in the hands of master blacksmith would these materials become profound weapons. After becoming profound weapons, they would naturally be more valuable. As for the individual materials, even if they were extremely precious, their price was limited. 20 million upper spirit stones was within Fang Chen's expectation. After Fang Chen took the spirit stones, he turned around and left. With the addition of the 20 million high-grade spirit stones, Fang Chen's total number of spirit stones had finally broken through the 100 million mark. If the other disciples knew that he had more than 100 million high-grade spirit stones, who knew what they would think? Even a core disciple at the 6th stage of the condensing reality realm would not have that many top-ranked soul stones. As for the official disciples, they would not have that many top-ranked soul stones. After completing the exchange, he walked around the exchange hall. Brother, what do you want to buy? The managing elder asked. Transcendence pills, Fang Chen asked. The Transcendence elixir is a profound level elixir. Only an alchemy grandmaster can refine it. It is very expensive. We do have it here, but only 3. The deacon elder thought for a moment and said slowly. 3. Fang Chen thought for a moment and said, How much for one? The Transcendence elixir was a low-level, profound-level elixir. In terms of price, it was not as expensive as a low-level profound weapon, but it was still more than 1 million. You are a disciple of the Baron sect, so the price is naturally the best. I will give you the lowest price, 3 million for one, 9 million for 3. The managing elder said. Fangshan nodded and said, All right, I will take all 3. After that, Fangshan paid the 9 million high-grade spirit stones and left with the 3 transcendence elixirs. Back in the pavilion, Fangshan started to adjust his body, preparing to take the transcendence elixir. His cultivation had already reached the peak of the 9th stage of the Qi High realm. If he could take the transcendence elixir, he might be able to form a transcendence dharma and step into the condensing reality realm. The transcendence elixir was the most attractive item for a warrior at the 9th stage of the Qi High realm. The effect of the transcendence elixir could help a warrior at the 9th stage of the Qi High realm increase the chances of forming a transcendence dharma. Many warriors were stuck at the Qi High realm, unable to form a transcendence dharma and break through to the condensing reality realm. The transcendence elixir, which could only be made by an alchemy grandmaster, was the elixir that they needed the most. However, the price of the transcendence elixir was very high, and normal warriors could not afford it. Fangshan also had a strong family background, which was why he could afford to buy the transcendence elixir. I wonder if 3 transcendence elixirs can help me break through to the condensing reality realm. Fangshan thought to himself. After a while, Fangshan found that his body had already adjusted to its best condition. Next, he started to take the transcendence elixir. After swallowing the first transcendence elixir, Fangshan found that the effect of the transcendence elixir had spread out in an instant and entered his qi si. Rumble, 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 the wild, liquefied spirit qi kept spinning, and Fangshan felt that his qi si was boiling. Condense the transcendence dharma. Fangshan shouted and started to condense the transcendence dharma. Hiss, hiss. Under Fangshan's control, the liquefied spirit qi started to condense the transcendence elixir. However, it had only condensed a little before it shattered with a crack. This meant that the condensation of the transcendence elixir had failed. At this time, Fangshan swallowed the remaining 2 transcendence elixirs. Suddenly, the quiet qi si boiled again, and the wild spirit qi started to condense the transcendence elixir. Condense! Fangshan saw that the transcendence elixir had started to condense. The condensation of the transcendence elixir was determined by one's overall strength. This was beyond one's control. For example, Fang Chun could only try his best to condense the Transcendence Elixir. As for what kind of Transcendence Elixir he condensed, he had no control over it. Time passed by slowly. Fang Chun felt that he had already tried his best, but he still did not succeed in condensing the Transcendence Elixir. After an hour, Fang Chun finally could not hold on any longer. In his Qi Si, there was a crack. The condensation of the Transcendence Elixir had failed. Puchi! Fang Chun's throat moved, and a mouthful of blood spurted out. Did I fail? Fang Chun muttered to himself. Although the Transcendence Elixir could increase a warrior's chances of condensing the Transcendence Elixir, Fang Chun had only swallowed 3 Transcendence Elixirs. If he had eaten a few more Transcendence Elixirs, he might have succeeded. From this point, Fang Chun also felt the difficulty of condensing the Transcendence Elixir. Just a little more, Fang Chun said to himself. After failing to condense the Transcendence Elixir, Fang Chun started to recover. At this moment, the golden heart started to beat rapidly. Traces of clear energy flowed out of the golden heart and finally flowed to his limbs and bones. After a while, Fang Chun felt refreshed. There were no sequelae in his body. Under normal circumstances, if one failed to condense the Transcendence Elixir, there would be sequelae. Perhaps it was because of the golden heart, but Fang Chun's body was intact. I wonder what the Transcendence Elixir I condense will be like. Fang Chun always felt that his failure to condense the Transcendence Elixir had something to do with the golden heart. However, he did not know what it was exactly. Forget it, it's not time yet. After losing 3 Transcendence Elixirs, Fang Chun directly gave up on condensing the Transcendence Elixir. In a hidden courtyard in Water-Leaning City, the ghost-faced wildlife was extremely angry. Damn it, that useless thing was actually killed by that kid. It seems like I have to think of another way. The ghost-faced wildlife said eerily. Even in early stage, condensing reality, Realm Warrior was killed. It seemed like this kid's strength had increased a lot. I don't believe that you can survive this time. The ghost-faced wildlife said eerily. Fang Chun, who was in the Baron's sect, naturally did not know what the ghost-faced wildlife was thinking. He had been cultivating on the Spirit Stream Mountain. Just like that, 3 months passed by peacefully. In these 3 months, Water-Leaning City was very peaceful. The Southern Mountain Land was also very peaceful. Of course, the Southern Mountain Land was only peaceful on the surface. In the dark, a storm was brewing. It was said that a mysterious big force had entered the Southern Mountain Land and had secretly subdued many small forces. Some people said that the mysterious big force's goal was to take over the entire Southern Mountain Land. Then, with the Southern Mountain Land as the foundation, they would launch a strong attack on the other 3 territories and finally take over the entire 5-element state. Of course, the warriors who knew about this were all-powerful warriors. As for the weaker warriors, they had no way of knowing. In these 3 months, the 3-star sect leaders of the Southern Mountain Land would occasionally meet to discuss countermeasures. This foreign forces attack was too fierce. They were almost unable to withstand it. Of course, everything in the Baron's sect was peaceful as usual. In these 3 months, Fang Chun thought of ways to obtain 5 Transcendence Elixirs. After swallowing them all at once, he finally condensed the Transcendence Elixir in one breath. When the Transcendence Elixir was condensed, the hidden star sword rushed out of the space ring and stabbed into the ground. It worshipped the Transcendence Elixir above Fang Chun's head. Fang Chun's Transcendence Elixir was a giant golden sword. Yes, it was a giant golden sword. The reason why Fang Chun was able to condense the Transcendence Elixir was because of the golden heart. Ever since he condensed the Transcendence Elixir, Fang Chun realized that his understanding of swordsmanship had become more thorough. When he casually displayed the 12th level of the water and fire sword technique, the power was several times stronger than before. Fang Chun was a sword cultivator. Condensing the Transcendence Elixir into a giant golden sword was definitely the best choice for a sword cultivator like Fang Chun. Just condensing the Transcendence Elixir was enough to make Fang Chun excited for a long time. Moreover, After a period of observation, Fang Chun realized that his transcendence elixir could actually resonate with the golden heart. It was very magical. After reaching the condensing reality realm, Fang Chun finally understood the true difference between the Chi-Hai realm and the condensing reality realm. Condensing reality realm warriors could refine treasures in the Chi Sea and condense the transcendence elixir. Once they had the transcendence elixir, their power would multiply. At this time, they could slightly control the surrounding spiritual chi and could fly for a short period of time. Yes, it was flying. Fang Chun tried it out. Flying felt really good. When he was on Earth, Fang Chun had read a lot of fantasy novels. Some warriors, after reaching a certain level of cultivation, could fly. Now, he could finally feel how good it was. Chapter 459. Condensing the Dharma Idol and Reaching the Condensing Reality Realm. Fang Chun could be considered as one of the strongest among the official disciples. With the Condensing Reality Realm cultivation, a powerful sword body, an early orange level soul, and the hidden star sword, Fang Chun's overall strength was without a doubt among the top 10 disciples of the Soul Stream. Condensing Reality Realm. Fang Chun's eyes were filled with passion. He had walked step by step from the Shangfeng Nation to where he was now, and finally reached the Condensing Reality Realm with his own efforts. The Condensing Reality Realm, even in the Jin Guan Nation, was a peak existence. In the Shangfeng Nation, it would definitely be a legendary existence. The Condensing Reality Realm is only the starting point. Fang Chun had heard about the legends of the extraterritorial realm a long time ago, so he knew that the Condensing Reality Realm was considered a strong existence in the southern mountain land, but in the extraterritorial realm, it was even lower than an ant. Therefore, Fang Chun would never be arrogant. He would continue to work hard, and one day, he would step out of the extraterritorial realm to find his mother. However, Fang Chun was still very excited to reach the Condensing Reality Realm. The fire and water sword art's power seems to be a bit lacking. I need to find a stronger martial art, Fang Chun said in a low voice. Before, Fang Chun had obtained the Absolute Heaven sword art from the Absolute Heaven martial marquee. He wanted to practice it, but he never did. Now, Fang Chun was no longer interested in the Absolute Heaven martial marquee martial art. He wanted to find a stronger martial art. Let's go to the skills library, Fang Chun said in a low voice. Then, Fang Chun left the pavilion and went to the skills library. While walking in the square, Fang Chun met Qiyang. When the latter saw Fang Chun, his eyes lit up, and he quickly walked up and blocked Fang Chun's path. Fang Chun, you bastard, hiding in the pavilion for 3 whole months, you really know how to hide. Qiyang sneered. What does it have to do with you? Fang Chun replied coldly. Brat, I'll let you be arrogant now. In a few days, you won't be able to be arrogant anymore. Qiyang's eyes were filled with mockery as he sneered. Ignorant. Fang Chun shook his head. He didn't want to talk to Qiyang, so he turned and left. Seeing that Fang Chun had ignored his words, Qiyang was furious. However, he held himself back in the end. Brat, I'll make sure you die a horrible death during the Soul-type Grand Competition. Qiyang roared furiously. Fang Chun ignored Qiyang and went to the skills library. After searching for a while, Fang Chun found 3 books that were suitable for him. Of the 3 books, 2 were rank 4 cultivation techniques, and the last one was actually a rank 5 cultivation technique. Of course, this was the only rank 5 cultivation technique in the entire cultivation technique hall. Illusion God Sword Technique. In the end, Fang Chun still chose the 5th grade cultivation technique, the Phantom God Sword Art. This was because the Phantom God Sword Technique was also an illusory sword technique. When combined with Fang Chun's illusory sword principle, it would definitely be very powerful. Rank 5 cultivation techniques were considered more precious in the southern mountain land. Therefore, the price was a little more expensive. It cost 30 million upper spiritual stones. This price is almost the same as a dark weapon. Fang Chun thought to himself. However, Fang Chun still bought the Phantom God Sword Technique. After a while, Fang Chun finished copying the Phantom God Sword Technique. He took the copied version and left the skills library. In the end, he paid 30 million upper spiritual stones and returned to the pavilion. In the pavilion, Fang Qian focused all his attention on the Phantom God Sword technique. In a short while, he had memorized all the moves of the Phantom God Sword technique. In the next moment, Fang Qian began to cultivate. Just as Fang Qian was circulating the chant of the Phantom God Sword technique, the golden giant sword in his chi si suddenly rushed out and floated above Fang Qian's head. Then, the golden heart rapidly trembled and resonated with the golden giant sword. Fang Qian realized that a clear stream was flowing through his body. Then, Fang Qian suddenly stood up. He held the hidden star sword and began to use the first level of the Phantom God Sword technique. Whoosh! The hidden star sword was constantly waved. One after another, illusory swords appeared in the void. These illusory swords were constantly changing, as if they were moving at any time. In the end, these illusory swords were all gathered together. In an unexpected manner, they directly bombarded the ground in the distance. Bang! A large pit appeared on the ground. Of course, this was because Fang Qian did not use his spiritual qi. This Fang Qian was shocked. Although it was only a large pit, Fang Qian was the one who used the Phantom God Sword technique. He knew the power of the Phantom God Sword technique the best. The moment he used the Phantom God Sword technique, the combination of the Phantom God Sword technique and the Phantom Sword principle allowed him to quickly set up a simple illusion. Think about it. If the enemy's strength was on par with yours and they were caught off guard and fell into an illusion, would you be able to seize the opportunity to kill them? Even if the opponent was a cultivator stronger than you, as long as they were not too much stronger, they would fall into an illusion and give you enough time to escape. Moreover, Fang Qian did not use his spiritual qi. If he did, the power of the Phantom God Sword technique would definitely be extraordinary. Of course, it would require the cooperation of the Golden Giant Sword. The Phantom God Sword technique had a total of 9 levels. After cultivating the first level, Fang Qian felt that it was extremely powerful. He could not wait to try it out. Going down the mountain to give it a try was Fang Qian's idea. Ever since he had offended the ghost-faced mad scholar, Fang Qian had not left the Baron sect. Now, he could finally leave the Baron sect openly. Since the ghost-faced mad scholar could threaten the Baron sect's disciples to kill him, he would naturally keep an eye on the Baron sect's movements. As long as he went down the mountain, the ghost-faced mad scholar would definitely come to kill him. As soon as he thought of this, Fang Qian immediately left the Baron sect and appeared in Luoshui City. When Fang Qian appeared in Luoshui City, the ghost-faced mad scholar was the first to know. He immediately rushed towards Fang Qian's location. Not long after, the ghost-faced mad scholar saw Fang Qian. At this moment, Fang Qian was still in a sparsely populated area and had yet to enter the main city of Luoshui City. "This will be your burial ground," the ghost-faced mad scholar sinisterly said. Soon after, the ghost-faced mad scholar's figure flashed and appeared in front of Fang Qian, blocking his path. "Brat, you still dare to appear?" the ghost-faced mad scholar angrily roared. Sure enough, he came. Seeing the ghost-faced mad scholar, Fang Qian's face revealed a trace of a smile. Just as he had expected, the ghost-faced mad scholar had rushed over at the fastest speed to kill him. How could he miss such a live target? Moreover, he could also solve this problem in an instant. "Brat, obediently hand over the materials I gave you," the ghost-faced mad scholar sinisterly said. "Your materials," Fang Qian said. "I have already exchanged them for transcendence pills and swallowed them." Hearing Fang Qian's words, the ghost-faced mad scholar was thoroughly enraged. His materials were worth at least 20 million high-grade spirit stones. Yet this brat had actually taken them all for himself. "Brat, I will tear you to pieces," the ghost-faced mad scholar furiously roared. In the next moment, he unleashed an extremely wild attack. Crash! Seeing the ghost-faced mad scholar's attack, Fang Qian immediately displayed his transcendence body. A huge golden sword floated above his head, emitting a terrifying aura. At the same time, the hidden star sword also appeared in his hand. After seeing Fang Qian's transcendence body, the ghost-faced mad scholar felt an inexplicable pressure. However, he did not think too much about it, and continued to attack Fang Chun. Phantom Sword Art, First Level. Fang Chun displayed the first level of the Phantom Sword Art. This was the first battle after Fang Chun had reached the condensing reality realm. He immediately displayed his most powerful move to deal with the ghost-faced mad scholar. Rumble. The moment the Phantom Sword Art was displayed, countless illusory swords appeared in the sky. These illusory swords pierced towards the ghost-faced mad scholar. At the same time, the huge golden sword above Fang Chen's head continuously spewed out a wild sword intent, increasing the power of the illusory swords. For a moment, even the ghost-faced mad scholar was stunned. At this moment, his mind went blank. Not good. The ghost-faced mad scholar instantly sobered up. However, at this moment, those illusory swords had already appeared in front of him. He suddenly punched out to block those illusory swords. Bang! Bang! The ghost-faced mad scholar's fists blocked dozens of illusory swords. Just when he thought that Fang Chen's attack would not be able to do anything to him, he suddenly heard a sound. He looked down at his chest and was shocked to find that there was an illusory sword piercing his chest. How is this possible? The ghost-faced mad scholar was shocked. He could not believe that Fang Chen's strength had increased to such an extent. His transcendence body is strange. The ghost-faced mad scholar's body kept retreating as he thought to himself. Seeing the ghost-faced mad scholar retreating, Fang Chen's face revealed a smile. My transcendence body is indeed different. It seems to be much stronger than the transcendence bodies of other condensing reality realm experts. Fang Chun thought to himself. His transcendence body, the huge golden sword, seemed to be related to the golden heart. No matter what it was, as long as it was related to the golden heart, it would definitely not be simple. Looks like the one who will die today will be you. Fang Chun sneered. Kid, it's too early for you to be happy. The ghost-faced mad scholar roared angrily. Ghost fire. Following the ghost-faced mad scholar's roar, a gloomy flame suddenly appeared around his body. These flames turned into countless small fireballs and directly rushed towards Fang Chun. Phantom Sword Art. Chapter 460. Ghost-faced wildlife displayed the ghost fire. He didn't believe that Fang Chen's strength had reached such a level. He wanted to kill Fang Chun. Rumble. The wild attack directly appeared in front of Fang Chun. At this moment, ghost-faced wildlife seemed to have sunk into the darkness and disappeared in an instant. Bang! Fang Chen's phantom sword technique heavily bombarded ghost-faced wildlife's ghost fire. Suddenly, a wild sound erupted. However, at this moment, Fang Chun also noticed ghost-faced wildlife's disappearance. This made Fang Chun extremely vigilant. Ghost-faced wildlife was famous in Luisui City because of his dark shadow Dharma idol. As long as he activated this Dharma idol, ghost-faced wildlife could easily enter the darkness and launch a sneak attack on his opponent. Fang Chun looked around vigilantly. At the same time, the wild sword intent in his body constantly surged into the hidden star sword. Fang Chun was accumulating power, preparing to display the heaven-shocking sword at any time. Just as Fang Chun was preparing, ghost-faced wildlife suddenly appeared behind Fang Chun. In an instant, ghost-faced wildlife's attack fiercely appeared behind Fang Chun. I've been waiting for you. Fang Chun sneered. Immediately, a wild aura erupted from his body. In the next moment, he displayed the heaven-shocking sword. With Fang Chun's current strength, if he used a shocking sword move, not to mention Ghostface Kuang Sheng, even a martial artist stronger than Ghostface Kuang Sheng would not be able to withstand it. Ghost-faced wildlife didn't even have time to speak. A cold light flashed past, and ghost-faced wildlife's corpse directly fell to the ground, lifeless. After displaying the heaven-shocking sword, Fang Chun felt that more than half of the spiritual qi in his qi sea had been consumed. His body was very weak, much better than before. Fang Chun's face revealed a trace of a smile as he said faintly. Before breaking through to the condensing reality realm, Fang Chun's qi sea was directly emptied when he displayed the heaven-shocking sword. But now, his chi wasn't emptied yet. As his strength increased, displaying the heaven-shocking sword would become easier. After confirming ghost-faced wildlife's death, Fang Chun turned around and returned to the Baron sect. Ghost-faced wildlife's death made Fang Chun realize his own strength. Although he was now only a condensing reality realms, his combat power was comparable to a 5th-stage condensing reality realm expert. However, if he were to fight against Lung Ninghua and Wu Qiu, who were both at the 5th stage of the condensing reality realm, he would still be no match for them. Therefore, he still needed to work. Fang Chun had just returned when he heard a piece of news. The soul sect, spiritual sect, spirit sect, spirit sect. A friendly competition between disciples. Fang Chun's heart skipped a beat as he said in a low voice. Fang Chun had been in the Baron sect for a while now. He could be considered as one of the top disciples in the Baron sect. Among the official disciples, other than the top few disciples, no one was his match. However, Fang Chun had never seen those core disciples. He didn't know how strong the core disciples were. Before Fang Chun returned to his residence, he met Qi Yang and Buhan. When the two of them saw Fang Chun, they couldn't wait to kill Fang Chun. However, due to Elder Mo and the others' prestige, they didn't dare to do so. Although they didn't dare to kill Fang Chun, it didn't mean that they didn't dare to humiliate Fang Chun. Therefore, when they saw Fang Chun, Qi Yang and Buhan quickly walked up and blocked Fang Chun's path. The two of them mocked and ridiculed Fang Chun. Fang Chun, you piece of trash. You better pray that you don't meet me in the Spirit Sect's grand competition 3 days later. Qi Yang sneered. Fang Chun, if you meet me in the Spirit Sect's grand competition, I'll make you wish you were dead. Buhan said in a gloomy voice. Looking at the two of them, Fang Chun didn't even bother to talk to them. He turned around and left. Fang Chun, stop right there. Seeing Fang Chun ignore the two of them, Qi Yang's face changed, and he said in a cold voice, if you have something to say, just say it. Fang Chun said directly. Fang Chun, do you think that you can act all high and mighty just because you got first place in the event? Let me tell you, in the face of absolute strength, everything else is fleeting clouds, Qi Yang said. Fang Chun, just you wait. If I don't kill you, I swear that I'm not human, Buhan said. Fang Chun didn't say anything else and turned to leave. Just as Qi Yang had said, in the face of absolute strength, everything else was fleeting clouds. Since the two of them wanted to kill him, he naturally wouldn't show them any mercy in the Spirit Sect's grand competition. In the face of absolute strength, everything else is fleeting clouds. Fang Chun muttered to himself. The corners of his mouth curled upwards as a cold smile appeared on his face. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. Today was the day of the Spirit Sect's grand competition. All the disciples on the Spirit Sect's mountain peak were gathered in the plaza. Many of the higher-ups of the Spirit Sect were also accompanied by Elder Mo to the main platform in the plaza. When Fang Chun arrived, the plaza was already packed with people. All the disciples were present. Elder Mo, who was on the main platform, nodded his head in satisfaction when he saw that everyone was present. He then said, everyone, today is the Spirit Sect's grand competition. The main purpose of this competition is to test your strength. I hope that you can do your best. After a while, Elder Mo briefly explained the rules. It was nothing more than a one-on-one battle. The first round was an elimination round. Fang Chun's opponent was a LV3 condensing reality realm martial artist. Before the battle even started, this martial artist was directly eliminated. What a joke. Although Fang Chun's cultivation wasn't high, this disciple knew that Fang Chun's true strength was definitely comparable to a LV3 condensing reality realm martial artist. The other disciples who were ranked at the top also easily won the first round of the competition. After about 2 hours, the second round of the competition began. This round was still a battle between the weak and the strong. Because after all the weak were eliminated, the battle between the strong was the highlight of this Spirit Sect's grand competition. None of the top 10 disciples made a move. They stood on the martial arts stage and already intimidated their opponents. As the top 10 disciples won, the other disciples won and lost. When it was Fang Chun's turn, His opponent was a LV4 condensing reality realm martial artist. This disciple seemed to think that his strength was enough to defeat Fang Chun, so he launched a fierce attack on Fang Chun. However, Fang Chun only used the wind and cloud sky extinguishing scripture and easily defeated this opponent. At this time, Fang Chun still didn't reveal his condensing reality realm cultivation. All the disciples thought that Fang Chun's cultivation was still at the Qi-Hai realm. Next was the third round of the competition. After 2 rounds of elimination, there were only 20 disciples left. These 20 disciples were basically the top disciples of the spirit sect. Fang Chun was also among them. From the third round onwards, the battles gradually became more intense. In this round, Fang Chun's opponent was an early LV5 condensing reality realm martial artist. He was very powerful. Being able to be in the top 20 of the spirit sect, he must have some skills. However, since he was up against Fang Chun, he could only be eliminated. Fang Chun, just admit defeat. This disciple was called to pay. He looked at Fang Chun and said in a deep voice. On the square, after seeing Fang Chun's opponent, many disciples started to discuss. This time, Fang Chun was finally going to lose. Fang Chun's strength is increasing very fast. However, he is up against Depay. He is definitely going to lose. Depay is at the early LV5 condensing reality realm. Fang Chun is definitely not his opponent. That's right. Fang Chun is definitely going to lose. If I lose to Fang Chun, I will just admit defeat. If I continue fighting, I might get injured. He knows that he is going to lose, but he is still fighting. This is the most unwise choice. Many disciples did not think that Fang Chun would win. Even Elder Mo nodded slightly. He thought that this was Fang Chun's limit. What a pity. I did not expect him to meet Depay. He is definitely going to die this time. Chiang said with some regret. Yeah, if he meets me, I will definitely make him wish he was dead. Buhan said with a gloomy voice. At this moment on the martial arts stage, Fang Chun looked at Depay quietly and said, If I were you, I would not say such stupid words. I would even admit defeat. Fang Chun's words seemed to have angered Depay. Depay's face was filled with anger. All right, since you want to die, then don't blame me. Just as Depay finished speaking, suddenly, a wild aura gushed out from his body. In the next moment, a strong soul power appeared around Depay's head. Depay's soul power had reached the late orange rank. He was only 1 step away from the peak of the orange rank. Hence, Depay's attainments in soul power were extremely high. At this moment, Depay decisively used a strong soul attack. He wanted to defeat Fang Chun directly. Daluo, Soul Killer Flame. Fang Chun used the Daluo, Soul Killer Flame. His soul power instantly turned into a strong flame and attacked Depay. Pucci. Indeed, as everyone had expected, Fang Chun's soul attack was instantly shattered when it came into contact with Depay's soul attack. Trash. You dare to use such a weak soul attack? That's right. What a piece of trash. If I were Depay, I would destroy his soul. Seeing this, Qiyang and Buhan continued to mock and ridicule. Bang! Just as Depay's soul was about to hit Fang Chun, it suddenly exploded. The wild air current caused Fang Chun's body to continuously retreat. Now, do you know the difference between us? Depay looked down at Fang Chun and said in a deep voice. Fang Chun nodded and said, Yes, I do. Depay thought that Fang Chun knew that he wasn't as good as him. However, he didn't know that Fang Chun had thoroughly understood his strength after that attack. Therefore, the battle can end now. As soon as Fang Chun finished speaking, a wild aura gushed out from his body. In the next moment, a huge golden sword appeared above Fang Chun's head. Upon seeing this, Elder Mo's expression changed slightly. His eyes were filled with astonishment. Chapter 461. Condensing Reality Realm. Elder Mo cried out after recovering from his shock. Fang Chun had broken through to the 9th level of the Qi-Hai realm in the Mu-Ren lane. Who would have thought that he would break through to the condensing reality realm so quickly? Moreover, the Dharma idol that he formed was a huge golden sword. The power that was contained within the huge golden sword made Elder Mo feel pressured. On the square, many disciples were also surprised. Fang Chun was already so strong when he was at the 9th level of the Qi realm. How strong would he be when he reached the condensing reality realm? Condensing reality realm. So this is your trump card. Depay sneered as he saw the huge golden sword floating above Fang Chen's head. Fang Chen did not say anything. He used the hidden star sword in his hand to perform the phantom sword art. With a swoosh, countless illusory swords appeared in an instant. At the same time, the huge golden sword was trembling nonstop. The wild sword intent directly penetrated into Fang Chen's hidden star sword. Boom! Instantly, the phantom god sword skill was displayed and attacked towards Depay. Soul attack. Depay still used his soul attack. He believed that his soul attack was not weaker than Fang Chen's sword art. Boom, boom, boom. When the two attacks collided, a deafening sound was heard on the whole martial arts stage. The soul attack and the illusory sword collided. In an instant, Depay felt his vision go black, and he fell into an illusion. Not good. When Depay regained his consciousness, the illusory sword had already destroyed his soul attack, and there was a long sword at his neck. Depay glanced at Fang Chun as a bitter smile appeared on his face. He then said, "I've lost." Depay lost. It was out of everyone's expectations. No one would have thought that Depay would lose to Fang Chun so easily. Fang Chen's strength is too strong. This kid's potential is too scary. Many disciples were discussing. At this moment, on the VIP stage, Elder Mo was extremely excited when he saw this scene. When he was recruiting Fang Chun, Elder Mo had said that Fang Chen's potential was the strongest he had ever seen. Now, Fang Chun had finally grown up. With only the first level of the condensing reality realm, he defeated Depay, who was at the 5th level of the condensing reality realm. Good job. Elder Mo laughed in his heart. Although Fang Chen's battle had shocked countless disciples, the competition still continued. However, the following battles did not attract the attention of the crowd. When Qiyang and Buhan saw that Fang Chun had won instead of losing, the two of them were very unhappy. I hope you'll meet me next time, Qiyang and Buhan thought at the same time. Not long after, the 3rd round of the competition also ended. A total of 10 people were eliminated. In other words, the 10 people who advanced were the top 10 disciples. Among the original top 10 disciples, the disciple ranked 8th was a little unlucky. He encountered the disciple ranked 4th during the battle and lost the match, unable to enter the top 10. And Fang Chun had successfully replaced this disciple and entered the top 10. Among the top 10 disciples, only Fang Chun was a new disciple. The rest were all veterans. The 10 of you are the top 10 disciples of the spirit stream. The following battles will be 2-on-1. Elder Mo laughed. He was very happy that the spirit stream could produce an elite disciple like Fang Chun. With Fang Chen's current potential, it would not take long for him to become a core disciple. At that time, the sect leader would definitely reward the spirit stream. In the 4th round of the competition, Fang Chun met his arch-rival. It was Qiyang, the top 10 disciple. When Qiyang found out that his opponent was Fang Chun, his face was filled with joy. He was extremely excited. "Haha, Fang Chun, you're dead." Qiyang looked at Fang Chun as if he was looking at his prey. There was no expression on Fang Chen's face. He calmly walked up to the arena and waited for Qiyang to come up. After Qiyang went up to the stage, he looked at Fang Chun and said with a sinister smile, "Fang Chun, I told you before that if I met you in the Soul-type Grand Tournament, I would make you wish you were dead. I'm afraid you don't have the strength." Fang Chun said indifferently. Qiyang heard this and laughed wildly. He thought that Fang Chun was too arrogant. Although Fang Chun defeated Depay, Qiyang's strength was many times stronger than Depay's. Qiyang's cultivation was at the late stage of the 5th condensing reality realm, while Depay was only at the early stage of the 5th condensing reality realm. The gap between them was huge. "I'll let you show off now. I hope you won't kneel and beg for mercy later," Qiyang sneered. Fang Chun looked at Qiyang, his heart filled with killing intent. However, he knew that Qiyang was very strong. He didn't have 100% confidence that he could kill Qiyang unless he used a shocking sword attack. Then, Fang Chun shook his head. "Let's take it one step at a time. Battles are constantly changing. I'll just have to adapt to the situation. Fang Chun, I will slowly torture you. Qiang looked at Fang Chun and said in a low voice. At the same time, a wild soul aura appeared in his mind. He was using a soul attack, extinguishing sky flames. Qiang shouted and used the extinguishing sky flames. Suddenly, his powerful soul power turned into rolling flames. These flames contained an extremely majestic power and attacked Fang Chun. Phantom Sword Art. Without any hesitation, Fang Chun unleashed the first level of the Phantom God Sword technique. Wild sword lights floated in the sky and blasted towards the soul flames. Bang! 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 Fang Chun's Phantom Sword Art created illusory swords that constantly collided with the soul flames. However, what surprised Fang Chun was that each soul flame was extremely strong. When it came into contact with the illusory swords, it was able to consume the energy of the illusory swords. What a powerful soul attack! Fang Chun sighed inwardly. If it was just a soul attack, he wouldn't be Qi Yang's opponent. Fortunately, his martial strength was also very strong. Otherwise, he would have been defeated by Qi Yang. Whoosh! Qi Yang shattered Fang Chun's attack and continued to control the soul flames to attack Fang Chun. Fang Chun used the Phantom Sword Art again. The wild, illusory aura, along with the extremely dense sword intent, bombarded out once again. However, although Fang Chun's attack was powerful, it was still mercilessly shattered by Qi Yang. On the square, Buhan sneered when he saw this scene. Trash, said Buhan. During this entire battle, Qi Yang had been suppressing Fang Chun the entire time. Because of this, all the disciples thought that Qi Yang would end Fang Chun's life. However, Elder Mo still believed that Fang Chun still had a trump card. What is this brat waiting for? Elder Mo saw that Fang Chun was dodging Qi Yang's soul attacks while waiting for an opportunity. At this moment, on the martial arts stage, Fang Chun was dodging while performing the Phantom Sword technique to block Qi Yang's attacks. At the same time, he was rapidly approaching Qi Yang. About a minute later, he finally found the best opportunity to attack. It was also at that moment that Qi Yang was enraged. Fang Chun, weren't you very fierce just now? Why are you dodging now? Qi Yang roared furiously. His wild soul aura once more increased, and he directly launched a fierce attack at Fang Chun. Now's the time. Fang Chun found the exact moment when Qi Yang was about to unleash his soul attack and suddenly unleashed a shocking sword strike. When he unleashed that heaven-shaking sword, the huge golden sword above Fang Chun's head trembled. A wild sword intent poured into the hidden star sword, emptying over half of Fang Chun's qi. Rumble. In an instant, the shadow of a giant sword appeared in the sky. The aura emanating from the shadow of the giant sword made Qi Yang's expression change drastically. Qi Yang was puzzled. However, despite his doubts, he still didn't stop his attacks on Fang Chun. Not good. On the rostrum, after Elder Mo sensed the danger of this move, he was prepared to intervene and stop the battle between the two. However, at that moment, the sword image stabbed into Qi Yang's body. No, Qi Yang was just about to attack when a huge sword stabbed him. He didn't have the slightest ability to block it. He cried out in pain, unable to believe what was happening. He had just been suppressing Fang Chun, but in the blink of an eye, he had been pierced by Fang Chun's sword. Furthermore, he realized that his life force was fading. This sword was too powerful. Even his consciousness was starting to fade. I can't accept this. Qi Yang roared furiously. However, his body was also swaying. By the time Elder Mo arrived on the martial stage, Qi Yang's body had already collapsed to the ground. He had lost his life force. After glancing at Qi Yang, Elder Mo's gaze landed on Fang Chun. Qi Yang has fallen. Everyone in the plaza was dumbfounded. Qi Yang had actually fallen at Fang Chun's hands. That sword just now was too powerful. How could Fang Chun know such a fierce sword move? Damn it! Buhan roared furiously. The entire plaza was in an uproar. Just at this moment, Buhan stepped forward and loudly questioned, Elder Mo, this brat's cultivation technique is too vicious. He actually killed Qi Yang during the competition. He should be executed. That's right. With such vicious thoughts, he doesn't have the qualifications to be a disciple of our spirit stream. Following Buhan's words, many disciples began to shout loudly. They wanted to seek justice for Qi Yang. Fang Chun, how could you know such a vicious sword technique? Elder Mo calmly looked at Fang Chun. Fang Chun glanced at him. His body was a bit weak. My sword technique is vicious. In my eyes, there is only the viciousness of a person's heart. There is no viciousness of a cultivation technique. Then you still shouldn't have killed Qi Yang, continued Elder Mo. Fang Chun shook his head slightly. If I hadn't killed him, the one lying on the ground would have been me. After saying that, Fang Chun didn't say anything else. Hearing the commotion in the plaza, Elder Mo sank into silence. Qi Yang's hatred for Fang Chun was something he could see. But now that Qi Yang was dead, he had to give all the disciples an explanation. But, Chapter 462, Elder Mo's face was filled with helplessness. He turned around and looked at the countless noisy faces in the plaza. He wanted to say something, but hesitated. Fang Chun had used up more than half of his spiritual qi to unleash that heaven-shocking sword. His body was a little weak, and beads of sweat appeared on his forehead. Elder Mo, today, Fang Chun must give us an explanation. Otherwise, where are the rules of our Baron's sect? The person who spoke was Buhan. His face was filled with anger. He actually killed his own fellow disciple in the large competition of soul style. This kind of disciple is the disgrace of our large competition of soul style. That's right. Elder Mo, please punish Fang Chun. Otherwise, who among our large competition of soul style disciples will abide by the sect's rules in the future? Elder Mo, if you don't give us an explanation, does that mean that in the future, we can kill whoever we want in the large competition of soul style? We can kill whoever we don't like. Many disciples directly questioned Elder Mo. Fang Chun didn't say anything. He had been watching this scene the entire time. When he killed Qi Yang, he had already made his preparations. It wasn't just the ordinary disciples. Even the top 10 disciples spoke in support of Buhan. They also felt that Fang Chun had gone too far. It was just a large competition of soul style, yet he had killed Qi Yang. It was truly intolerable. However, from the beginning to the end, Lung Ninghua and Wu Qiu didn't say anything. The two of them looked thoughtfully at Fang Chun, then shook their heads slightly. No matter what, Fang Chun was an extremely talented person. If nothing unexpected happened, he would definitely be able to enter the ranks of the Baron's sect's core disciples in the future. But now, it would be a little difficult for him to pass this hurdle. Fang Chun, get out of the large competition of Soul Style Mountain. Many disciples loudly shouted under Buhan's lead. Elder Mo was struggling in his heart. If it was an ordinary small matter, he could use his authority to suppress it. But now, he had no other choice. Qi Yang had died in a large competition. If he didn't give these disciples an explanation, which disciple would abide by the rules of the large competition of soul style in the future? Which disciple would be willing to join the large competition of soul style? At this moment, Elder Mo felt that he had let down Fang Chun. After a long time, Elder Mo turned around and looked at Fang Chun. His eyes were filled with pain. Fang Chun, Elder Mo, you don't need to say anything more. I was the one who did this, so I will naturally take responsibility for it. As for what they want, so what if I give them an explanation? Fang Chun said solemnly. Fang Chun, why don't you train in the martial arts school or the physical body school? Elder Mo asked. Fang Chun shook his head slightly and said, I've made up my mind. Since he was going to leave, he might as well leave thoroughly. Then he turned around and left. However, before he left behind a sentence. If you want to avenge Qi Yang, come find me. After that, Fang Chun left the square and returned to his residence. After returning, Fang Chun began to pack his things. He threw everything that belonged to the Baron's sect into the pavilion. After that, he sighed slightly and left the Spirit Stream Mountain. It seems that I'm still not suitable to stay in the sect, Fang Chun said. When everyone was denouncing him, he had already made this decision. To be honest, Elder Mo had treated him very well. He didn't want to make things difficult for Elder Mo, so he chose to leave the Baron sect. Just as Fang Chun was about to leave the Spirit Stream Mountain, Elder Mo suddenly chased after him with quick steps. Fang Chun, I'm sorry. I can't do anything about this matter. However, you can train in the other two schools. Elder Mo said as he looked at Fang Chun's back. Fang Chun shook his head and said, Elder Mo, thank you very much. However, I still have to leave. From today onwards, I, Fang Chun, will leave the Baron sect. In the future, I will have nothing to do with the Baron sect. After Fang Chun finished speaking, he turned around and left, gradually disappearing from Elder Mo's sight. At this moment, Elder Mo seemed to have aged 10 years in an instant. His expression was ugly as he slowly turned around and once again returned to the main stage. The battles in the Spirit Stream Grand Competition were still ongoing. However, Elder Mo was not in the mood to watch. After Buhan knew that Fang Chun had left the Baron sect, he was very happy. As long as Fang Chun left the Baron sect, killing Fang Chun would be as easy as crushing an ant. Around afternoon, the Spirit Stream Grand Competition had ended. The first place was still Lung Ninghua. He was extremely powerful, and no one could shake his position as the first place Spirit Stream Grand Competition. The second place was also Lung Ninghua's old partner, Wu Qiu. The latter's strength was second only to Wu Qiu. The two of them were the most promising disciples of the Spirit Stream to enter the ranks of the core disciples. As for the remaining disciples, there was a certain gap between their strength and the two people in front of them. As for the culprit who denounced Fang Chun, Buhan, he was ranked 5th. After the event, the news of Fang Chun leaving the Baron sect was passed on to Elder Jin and Elder Wu by Elder Mo. Two elders hurriedly rushed to the Spirit Flow Mountain Peak to look for Elder Mo. When the two of them found Elder Mo, they hurriedly asked, Old Mo, what exactly happened? Why would Fang Chun withdraw from the Baron sect for no reason? That's right, Old Mo. It's not like you don't know Fang Chun's potential. Why did he leave the Baron sect? Hearing this, Elder Mo lightly sighed and said, Fang Chun killed a disciple in the Spirit Stream Grand Competition. All the disciples are denouncing him. I can't do anything about it. Leaving the Baron sect is his own choice. Old Mo, you are really muddle-headed. Fang Chun's potential is so high. It was not easy for us to find such a disciple. Just because of the disciples denouncing him, we can only watch as he leaves. Elder Wu was more impatient and said directly, Didn't you let him come to our two factions to train? Elder Jin asked. I did, but Fang Chun has already made up his mind. Elder Mo was a little sad. The three elders fell into silence. Within the three factions, disciples were allowed to fight. However, killing each other was forbidden unless it was in the life and death arena. However, Fang Chun had openly killed a disciple in the Spirit Stream Grand Competition. The impact of this was too great. If they did not punish him, how would they manage the other disciples in the future? Therefore, Fang Chun did not want to make things difficult for Elder Mo and chose to leave the Baron sect. Of course, Fang Chun had another reason for leaving the Baron sect. Life within the Baron sect was too comfortable. What he wanted was a life where his blood boiled. After Fang Chun left the Baron sect, he appeared in Luoshui City. Unknowingly, he had already arrived in front of Martial Grandmaster Ku Fei's mansion. He knocked on the door and entered the mansion. Brother Fang, why are you here? Seeing Fang Chun arrive, Martial Grandmaster Ku Fei revealed a trace of a smile. I left the Baron sect. Fang Chun sat on a chair and said, What? Why did you leave the Baron sect for no reason? Martial Grandmaster Ku Fei was puzzled as he asked. I killed a disciple in the Spirit Stream Grand Competition. In order to not make things difficult for Elder Mo, I left the Baron sect. Furthermore, I'm tired of that peaceful life. If I want to increase my strength, I must fight on the edge of life and death. Fang Chun said. Hearing Fang Chun's words, Martial Grandmaster Ku Fei's gaze towards Fang Chun changed. Fang Chun, you're really something. In order to not make things difficult for Elder Mo, you actually left the Baron sect. Martial Grandmaster Ku Fei said. However, this is also good. You have great potential. There's no point in staying in the barren sect. Why don't you temper yourself in the southern mountain land? Martial Grandmaster Ku Fa said. Martial Grandmaster Ku Fa was one of the top martial grandmasters in the southern mountain land. His vision was naturally very high. Furthermore, he had experienced many things and could see things more comprehensively. I'll have to trouble Martial Grandmaster Ku Fa for the next few days, Fang Chan said with a grin. What are you talking about? If you want to stay, feel free to stay, Martial Grandmaster Ku Fa said with a grin. For the time being, Fang Chun hadn't decided where he wanted to go. Therefore, he came to Martial Grandmaster Ku Fa's mansion. He planned to stay here for a few days before leaving Leaning Water City. Right now, his strength had reached the 5th condensing reality realm. As long as he didn't meet some powerful experts, he would definitely be able to protect himself. Time passed by slowly. In the blink of an eye, 3 days had passed. Although Fang Chun had left the Barren Sect, everything was normal in the Barren Sect. The 3 great sects were still operating normally. Only the 3 great elders were regretful about Fang Chen's departure. However, there was nothing they could do about it. They couldn't change Fang Chen's decision. During these few days, Fang Chun had nothing to do, so he was actually refining tools with Martial Grandmaster Ku Fa. Of course, Fang Chun had a master in Guzhou. His talent in refining tools was pretty good. Fang Chun discovered that refining tools could allow him to be completely focused. It could even allow him to reach a state of emptiness. When Martial Grandmaster Ku Fa discovered Fang Chen's talent in refining tools, he kept clamoring to accept Fang Chun as his disciple. However, Fang Chun said that he already had a master. In the end, Martial Grandmaster Ku Fa gave up on accepting a disciple. However, after seeing Fang Chen's outstanding talent in refining tools, Martial Grandmaster Ku Fa was prepared to wholeheartedly teach Fang Chun how to refine tools. Under Martial Grandmaster Ku Fa's guidance, Fang Chen's refining skills continued to improve. One day, Fang Chun had just finished refining tools when he saw Martial Grandmaster Ku Fa coming over. Martial Grandmaster Ku Fa, Fang Chun said with a smile. Brother Fang, your talent in refining tools isn't ordinary. It's only been a few days, and you're already able to refine a top-grade mortal weapon. Martial Grandmaster Ku Fa smiled when he saw the weapon in Fang Chen's hand. Being able to refine a top-grade mortal weapon meant that Fang Chun was already a true master of refining tools. As long as he took one more step, he would be able to reach the title of Master Refiner. He was so young, yet he already had such powerful refining skills. Even some of the disciples of the great sect in Nanling Land wouldn't be able to do so. All right, I almost forgot to tell you something. Martial Grandmaster Ku Fa slapped his forehead and smiled. What is it? Fang Chen asked. Chapter 463. Fang Chen's state of mind had also transformed a lot during the time he spent refining with Grandmaster Kufa. Grandmaster Kufa had helped him a lot, so he naturally had to help with this small matter. No problem. Fang Chen smiled. Afterward, Great Grandmaster Ku Fa told him about Elder Fang Chen's information and handed him the interspatial ring, asking him to send it to the Divine Statue Gate. Although the Divine Statue sect belonged to Water Leaning City, their headquarters were not in Water Leaning City, but outside of it. The Divine Statue Gate was one of the only 3 3-star sects in Nanling. They had countless disciples and were one of the overlords of the entire Nanling region. The Black Armor Marquis who had come with Fang Chun had joined the Divine Statue Gate. It was unknown how he was doing. When Fang Chun arrived at the Divine Statue Gate, he was stopped by a guard. Who are you? This is the Divine Statue Gate's restricted area. Unauthorized people are not allowed to enter, said the guard. I'm here to deliver a weapon to Elder Mu, said Fang Chun. Oh, a weapon for Elder Mu? The guard looked at Fang Chun suspiciously. The weapon that Great Grandmaster Ku Fa forged for Elder Mu, Fang Chun said. The guard hastily let him pass. If it was an ordinary person, he would naturally question them. But since this person had said Ku Fa's name, how could he dare to question him? Within Water Leaning City, No one dared to impersonate Ku Fa. After smoothly entering the divine statue gate, Fong Chun encountered a few disciples. He walked up to one of them and smiled. "Brother, where is Elder Mu?" asked Fong Chun. "You're looking for Elder Mu?" Fong Chun nodded. The disciple said, "Elder Mu is on that mountain peak." After Fong Chun expressed his gratitude, he walked towards the mountain peak. Soon, he arrived at the peak. At this time, there was a conflict happening on the mountain peak. "Black armor, what's there to be proud of with your broken defense?" sneered one of the disciples. "Xiaohe, don't go too far." The Black Armor Marquis roared angrily. The Black Armor Marquis and Xia, he were both Elder Mu's disciples. They had always been cultivating on this mountain peak. Because the Black Armor Marquis talent was stronger than Xiaohe's, he was deeply favored by Elder Mu. Normally, Elder Mu would take care of the Black Armor Marquis. On the other hand, the Black Armor Marquis's strength had also increased quite quickly. He had only been in the Divine Statue School for a short while, but his cultivation had already reached the 4th condensing reality realm. Of course, although Xiaohe's talent was inferior to the Black Armored Marquis, his cultivation from the very beginning was much higher than the Black Armored Marquis. Thus, even now, the Black Armored Marquis cultivation was inferior to Xiaohe's. When the Black Armor Marquis reached the 4th condensing reality realm, Xiaohe's cultivation had already reached the early 5th condensing reality realm. However, an expert like Elder Mu could tell with a glance that the Black Armor Marquis would surpass Xiaohe in a short period of time. Today, Xiaohe had exchanged blows with the Black Armor Marquis. During the battle, Xiaohe's moves were too ruthless and directly injured the Black Armor Marquis. Of course, he did it on purpose to make the Black Armor Marquis extremely furious. After Xiaohe injured the Black Armor Marquis, he even mocked the Black Armor Marquis's defense for being too weak. The Black Armor Marquis could not bear it and instantly exploded. "Black Armor, although you are Master's proud disciple, with your little bit of cultivation, you really do not have the qualifications to make me fight. In the future, don't come and spar with me. It's embarrassing." Xiaohe deliberately provoked him. "Xiaohe, you're going too far." The Black Armor Marquis roared in a deep voice. "Black Armor, don't be so shameless." Seeing the Black Armor Marquis's expression, Xiaohe coldly said, "You." The Black Armor Marquis was furious. He suddenly roared and fiercely punched towards Xiaohe. "You're courting death." Xiaohe was furious. With a bang, his fist landed on the Black Armor Marquis's body and sent him flying. Just as the Black Armor Marquis was about to fall to the ground, he was suddenly supported by a pair of hands. The Black Armor Marquis was stunned and immediately turned to look. Fong Chun. When the Black Armor Marquis saw Fong Chun, his heart was filled with shock. "Are you all right?" Fong Chun looked at the incomparably shocked Black Armor Marquis. "I'm fine." The Black Armor Marquis instantly recovered from his shock, his face filled with excitement. Just at this time, Xiaohe icily asked, "Who are you? What does who I am have to do with you?" Fong Chun icily asked, "Brat, are you courting death?" Xiaohe was furious and suddenly launched a fierce attack, wanting to teach Fong Chun a lesson. Scram! Fong Chun roared and waved his hand, using the wind and cloud heaven extinguishing scripture. A wild aura immediately smashed into Xiaohe's body. With a bang, Xiaohe was sent flying by Fong Chun. Seeing this, the Black Armor Marquis was completely stupefied. Fong Chun's strength had actually reached such a terrifying level. "Brother Fong." The Black Armor Marquis was incomparably shocked. His eyes burned as he looked at Fong Chun. After a long while, the Black Armor Marquis sighed. As expected of the former Sword Marquis, Fong Chun's potential was still the same as before. He had originally thought that he was dead, but now that he had met him again, his strength was already enough to easily defeat Xiaohe. After being sent flying, Xiaohe looked at Fong Chun with shock. The commotion here had disturbed Elder Mu. Creak, the door opened, and Elder Mu walked out. Yes, he had originally thought that Xiaohe and the Black Armor Marquis were fighting, but when he saw his own disciple lying on the ground and an unfamiliar man standing in front of him, he became displeased. "Are you the one who injured Xiaohe?" icily asked Elder Mu. "Master, He's my good friend Fong Chen. Just now, in order to save me, he injured senior apprentice brother Xiaohe. Sensing his master's displeasure, the Black Armor Marquis hastily explained. Elder Mu. Fong Chen nodded to the Black Armor Marquis. I came to the Divine Statue Gate to help Grandmaster Ku Fa deliver a weapon to you. But in the process, I just so happened to see someone bullying my good friend, so I took action. Elder Mu, who was about to fly into a rage, immediately changed his expression upon hearing Fong Chen's words. Then, a bright smile appeared on his face. Little friend is one of Grandmaster Ku Fa's people? Elder Mu chuckled. Fong Chen took out a spatial ring and handed it to Elder Mu. This is something Grandmaster Ku Fa told me to give to you. Elder Mu received the spatial ring and inspected it. He found that it truly was his weapon. Now he was even more certain of Fong Chen's identity. Furthermore, his attitude toward Fong Chen had greatly changed. Little brother, I hope you don't take offense for not coming out to greet you. Elder Mu chuckled. Seeing this sudden change, the Black Armor Marquis was stunned. He looked at Fong Chen in shock. His master's position in the Divine Statue Gate was extremely high. Even his master treated Fong Chen like this. It's fine, said Fong Chen. In the end, Elder Mu invited Fong Chen in for a chat, but Fong Chen refused. Fong Chen requested to have a chat with the Black Armor Marquis. Elder Mu directly agreed. Furthermore, Elder Mu even warned Xiaohe not to harass the Black Armor Marquis in the future. In a certain plaza, Fong Chen and the Black Armor Marquis were walking side by side. After hearing Fong Chen's story, the Black Armor Marquis sighed endlessly. Fong Chen's experience was too fantastical. Brother Fong, what do you plan to do next? Asked the Black Armor Marquis. I plan to travel the world and increase my strength, said Fong Chen. Just as Fong Chen and the Black Armor Marquis were walking, they suddenly encountered several disciples. Originally, these disciples didn't feel anything, but when they saw the Black Armor Marquis, a mocking expression appeared on their faces. Oh, isn't this the Black Armor Marquis? Black Armor, you son of a bitch, you finally dare to come down mountain. Black Armor, you coward, you actually dare to come down mountain? Are you tired of living? Fong Chen and the Black Armor Marquis were walking when they suddenly heard these words. Then the Black Armor Marquis's expression changed. What's wrong? Asked Fong Chen. Some old grudges. The Black Armor Marquis whispered. Fong Chen nodded and walked forward. Don't harass my good friends in the future. Brat, who do you think you are? Said one of them disdainfully. Scram. Fong Chen became impatient and suddenly released a wild aura, instantly intimidating these people. Bang, bang, bang. They were unable to withstand Fong Chen's aura and instantly retreated. This, after sensing Fong Chen's aura, they were actually intimidated by Fong Chen's aura. Let's go, said the leader coldly. He then turned and left. Brother Fong, you helped me again, said the Black Armor Marquis. It's fine. We help each other, said Fong Chen. After chatting with the Black Armor Marquis for a while, Fong Chen also realized how powerful the Divine Statue sect was. A 3-star sect was not something a 2-star sect could compare to. In the eyes of the Divine Statue sect, the Desolate sect was nothing. Fong Chen bid farewell to the Black Armor Marquis and left the Divine Statue sect, returning to Water Leaning City. At this moment, in a hidden place in Water Leaning City, there were 2 figures paying attention to Fong Chen. Buhan, is this the brat you were talking about? Asked an unfamiliar man. Shui Guang, don't underestimate this brat. He killed Qi Yang in one blow, whispered Buhan. Oh, he killed Qi Yang in one blow. It seems this brat's strength isn't bad. But if the 2 of us work together, he'll definitely die, said Shui Guang. I really didn't expect this brat to be related to Grandmaster Ku Fa. We have to do this secretly. Otherwise, if Grandmaster Ku Fa learns of this, he might take revenge for him. We can't bear the consequences of that, said Buhan. Don't worry, Buhan. I, Shui Guang, never fail. Even if I fail, I won't implicate you, said Shui Guang confidently.